The story opens with someone confessing. They never imagined it would take 17 long years to return to Korea, packed in 2 containers. Names appeared, Hoojun-yu and Suyap-jin. Staring at the vases, a man quietly states, "It's been an eternity since I last saw my father and mother." In his private thoughts, he admits, there was a time he questioned the true worth of a human life. 17 years ago, at 10:32 p.m., in the Gulf of Aden, a cruise ship began to sink. The boy was utterly desperate, frantically searching for his parents amidst the chaos. The storm was intensifying, growing fiercer by the second. The child screamed relentlessly, calling for his family. He fought to swim against the brutal sea currents. At that moment, the boy noticed 2 bodies floating nearby. Getting closer, Dong-woo was horrified to realize it was his mother. Gazing intently at the body, the boy saw numerous wounds scarring her frozen form. He was left utterly paralyzed, completely unsure how to react in such a dire situation. Even so, the child relentlessly tried to wake her. However, a colossal wave surged toward them, causing the protagonist to begin drowning. In sheer desperation, the boy realized he had to reach the surface before his lungs completely gave out. Opening his eyes underwater, he saw several bodies scattered beneath the sunken ship. Growing more and more shocked by the gruesome scene, he realized even his secretary had been shot to death, along with the head chef, the captain, and the ship's bodyguard. Suddenly, he spotted another body nearby and made a horrifying discovery. After all, sinking further and further into the depths, before him were both his father and mother. But then, someone suddenly pulled him upward. An old man asked if Taha was okay. Seeing the boy was still alive, the man gently inquired if he could move. Crying, he was completely overwhelmed with joy. To see his grandfather was still there, Suko calmly stated, "It seems the heavens haven't entirely abandoned us." The protagonist tearfully told him, "My parents are down below." His grandfather simply replied, "I know." Yet, they're utterly helpless. He then turns to his grandson, imploring him never to forget his final words. He declares that no matter the cost, the boy must inherit the Chinga group. With that, the old man presses a pen into Tiha's hand, telling him that by bringing it to Lawyer Kim, the lawyer will automatically know how to help him. He also sternly warns him not to trust anyone, and to return to Korea as quickly as possible to meet the lawyer. Even so, the protagonist desperately begs his grandfather to at least save his father and mother. The man then starts to remove his life vest. The boy doesn't understand what he intends to do with it. Surprisingly, the old man puts the vest on the child, explaining they had already been shot before the ship even sank. Inflating the vest, Suko tells Tiha to go and survive at all costs. And so, the man shoves his grandson away, just as another giant wave crashes towards them. The storm's lightning tears through the clouds. Nonstop, after some time, all the chaos melts into an agonizingly peaceful silence. The boy is still floating on the water, opening his eyes, clearly exhausted. The boy is left utterly speechless when he notices something looming, casting a shadow amidst the sunny sky. The source, a massive cargo ship, passing through the area. Someone smiles, their face obscured by the light. Tiha is incredibly scared and confused. After being rescued, 2 guards armed with rifles are shocked to see the child still alive. One of them starts yelling for his boss, shouting the boy is okay. Hearing a language different from his own, the protagonist realizes they're Italian. The man keeps trying to communicate with his superior. Someone seems to give a call, while one of them complains about their boss being there again. The chubby one asks if the child can understand him. However, Tiha notices a distinct tattoo on the man's neck. The protagonist realizes that fact, given their tattoos and weapons. These aren't just ordinary people. Suddenly, the group's leader leaps down from above, startling him as she lands right in front of the boy. She demands to know how he ended up on her ship. Her subordinate quickly warns that the boy might not speak their language. Annoyed, she barks orders for someone to bring a translator to help them communicate. He just watches them, a little nervous, unsure how to react. But to the woman's utter surprise, he speaks to them in fluent Italian. explaining he was on a yacht attack nearby. At that, she asks where this impressive child came from. He explains that he's Korean, and that during a storm, his family's ship was invaded by armed men, who brutally killed his parents and grandfather. The boss muses that, apparently, after being shipwrecked, he somehow ended up on the Salerno family's ship. Confused, the boy wonders what the Salerno family is. The woman just starts laughing at the situation. An Asian kid speaking fluent Italian, claiming to have come from the Gulf of Aden. In the Middle East, pulling a knife, the woman says it's shameful, but she simply can't believe it, pointing the blade at the boy. Reginette asks him directly if there's any reason at all she shouldn't just throw him back into the sea. The boy doesn't know what to say to avoid that. Nervous, he tries to think of something, anything, as fast as he can. So, Taiga shows them the pen given to him by his grandfather, explaining that he's the grandson of Suko, president of the Qinghu group, and the son of Suk, Suko's third son. And because of that, instead of just tossing him overboard, they could help him get in touch with his people, and, in turn, reap some major benefits. Annoyed, Reginette asks if he's really talking about the Qinghu group. She notices that this is the most successful conglomerate in South Korea, and apparently, that brat is part of the family. Because of that, the leader orders her subordinates to quickly check the news related to Korea, while both of them, they search for anything related to what the boy said. The woman then asks if the child speaks any other languages. He informs them that he speaks Cantonese, English, Japanese, Arabic, Spanish, Hindi, and Esperanto. He claims to be fluent enough for basic conversations. One of the men announces he's found some news from Korea. Regina smiles, realizing just how fascinating this is. She then states that if the boy wants to contact someone from Korea, he can just ask them. But the boy remembers what his grandfather had told him, telling him to look for Lawyer Kim, since the man would know how to help him. The protagonist states that he needs her to contact someone outside of his family in Seoul. At 1:12 a.m., someone answers the phone, asking who it is. The person says they're calling from abroad, notifying them that they will only speak in English, asking if he's Lawyer Kim. Regina says that from the photo she sent, the lawyer must have realized she has the precious grandson with her in the group, asking if she should send him back to Korea. However, the old man questions what she means by that. She makes an offer of $10 million, saying they should meet in the Panama Canal for the exchange. However, the guy claims he's too busy to negotiate, so he makes a counteroffer, offering $1 million. Putting his drink down on the table, he picks up a microphone that was nearby, swearing and stating there'll be $1 million. While dancing with some people, the man says he'll pay $1 million if she kills Taya, ordering the woman to kill the boy and send him video proof within the next 5 minutes. She should then receive the $1 million as a reward. Regina asks, what would happen if he didn't send her the money? After the deed, while everyone watches, the lawyer assures her that he only needs to tap his phone 3 times to send such a small amount. Besides that, if she doesn't do it, Kim says he'll reveal to the press that they were responsible for the attacks. Ending the call, he reassures his superior, telling him there's no need to worry, because he's already contacted some mercenaries nearby. And just like that, the Qinghu group now belongs entirely to them. The boy remained paralyzed, reeling from everything he'd just heard. After all, that man wants him dead within the next 5 minutes. This revelation only made him even more terrified. The woman coolly states that apparently that's just how things work in this world. Because of that, her reason for keeping him alive has vanished. Terrified, Taya starts desperately begging them not to kill him, but Regina coldly claims that he's no longer a member of a wealthy family. Besides, they're probably already preparing his funeral. She then asks if the boy truly understands what that means, claiming this is actually quite common in her world. People often kill others just to seize their assets and achievements. Horrified, he complains, wondering why. His uncles and relatives are planning to kill his entire family. Meanwhile, both guards talk among themselves, saying that their boss won't actually kill him, even though she's clearly having fun provoking him. Trembling, he can't believe he survived the sea, only to now die at the hands of people he doesn't even know. He wonders what Cheung Ho truly means, and if it was truly worth killing his parents and grandfather just for the positions they held. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room, announcing they're under attack. The guy urgently informs them that 3 patrol ships and a heavily armed military helicopter have appeared. She immediately asks if it's Interpol, but the man says no and explains that they're ignoring all radio transmissions. Regina still doesn't understand what's going on. After all, it would have to be someone completely crazy to do something like that. Then, looking at the child, she finally understands who the culprit is, realizing that those Koreans must have contacted these people to find that boy out of nowhere. Taya suddenly stabs his right hand with a pen. No one understands what the child is trying to do. He declares that the Chingu group will never give her the money. Furthermore, the woman gains absolutely nothing by killing him. The Salerno family's trade leader is stunned by the boy's sharp reasoning. Our protagonist desperately begs to join their ranks, vowing eternal loyalty for the rest of his days, if they only help him achieve his revenge. The woman wonders, how did he learn the Salerno insignia? The crazy woman starts laughing hysterically, clearly excited. Regina tells Mateo to quickly get ready, because the show is about to begin. Before she leaves, she asks if the boy truly grasps the weight of his words, asking if he truly desires the power of revenge, even if it means staining his hands with blood. He remembers his grandfather's words echoing in his mind. No matter the means, he must inherit Chien-gu at all costs. Determined, our protagonist simply nods in affirmation, a determined smile on his face. She muses that barking dogs rarely bite. But even so, this was quite interesting indeed. The crazy woman dramatically kicks the door open, telling everyone to follow her. She proclaims that from this moment on, the boy's life now belongs to the Salerno family. He will live and die solely for them. Therefore, he must watch closely, because this is his future unfolding. Taha truly observes, frozen by what he sees. With that, 17 years pass, and he finally returns to Korea. The boy asks his father and mother to protect him. As he takes his revenge, however, he suddenly seems surprised by something. Quickly turning to glance behind him, he barely jumps aside as several shots violently hit the area. Several armed soldiers had arrived and fired many rounds directly at Taha, spilling out of their vehicles. Someone asks, "Those insects don't even know how to aim." A Chien-gu group security guard and manager tells his subordinates to search for the senior administrative director, stating he doesn't know the man, but he must be utterly insane to think he could kidnap a Chien-gu director. One of the subordinates excitedly tells the manager that they found the car they were looking for. He warns everyone to be careful when opening the trunk, as the director is still alive inside. As he orders his men to check his injuries, that a massive explosion rips through the area. The boss is furious at the sheer audacity of a bomb being planted there. But in an instant, that half his men are gruesomely decapitated. When he finally manages to look back, the rest are brutally slaughtered in mere moments. Tiha had single-handedly decimated them all. The man spots a small cut on his waist and nervously realizes it was only thanks to his protective vest. As he tries to attack our protagonist, the bald man arrogantly calls him a mere insect. However, the boy snaps back, warning him not to think. He's the only one who gets to talk. Swiftly, he lands another devastating strike on his opponent's back, unleashing an attack that cleaves him in two. As he collapses, Jang gasps, "What was that?" Unable to comprehend how that man pulled off such a feat. He grumbles about who that monster truly is. On the other hand, our protagonist seemed far from pleased. He begins to clean his daggers as he casually walks away, heading toward a sleek, luxury car, and grabs a bag from the back seat. He then walks to the trunk, wincing. The director desperately begs Tiha to let him go, claiming he was merely following orders. This was the former lawyer, Kim, the very man who had ordered his death. Saying Tiha had no reason to kill the chairman. However, the boy opens the bag and throws a pile of bills onto the man, declaring, "This is your 1 million. After all, that money was likely never delivered to him. Frightened, the man asks what money Tiha is referring to. However, the director suddenly remembers that day. Our protagonist pulls a lighter from his coat, stating that thanks to his death that day, as he throws the lighter, he declares he was reborn. With that, Kim begins to burn alive in a chilling blaze. Tiha simply watches, utterly indifferent. Afterward, he calmly picks something up and places a cigar into his mouth. Our protagonist mentally attempts to speak to his parents and grandfather, apologizing for taking so incredibly long, pleading with him not to worry, urging him to find peace, stating that from that day onward, he would carry all their pain. Sometime later, in the heart of the city, A striking modern building towered above the rest. Our protagonist was moving with swift determination, clearly set on accomplishing something. Several men questioned where he thought he was going, preparing to open fire and stop him dead in his tracks. However, the madman swiftly dispatched both of them. Even so, Theo seemed utterly unfazed by the setback. He continued walking calmly down the hall. Witnessing the situation, a man collapsed to the floor, utterly terrified by the horrifying scene. Frightened, he stammered, asking the protagonist who had sent him there. The man claimed they were part of the Chinga group, insisting he wouldn't be safe after doing all of that. As he cleaned his blade, Tanya explained that this was Holdings, a private security company subcontracted by Chingu. Its main function was to protect directors and board members outside of working hours, all across the Gangbuck area. In their downtime, they stalked journalists or anyone who reported on Shingu. They kidnapped, assaulted, and even murdered them. In other words, they were contract killers. The captured individuals were completely devastated and desperate. The protagonist simply threw one of his daggers to the old man. After that, he told everyone to use it to free themselves and to make sure they never saw him there again. So, their bindings were cut. The three were still utterly confused by everything that had just happened. The old man got up and brought the knife back to the boy. Running, they thanked him as they fled. On the other hand, the company member ordered everyone to come back. One of the escapees looked back as he heard the man complaining. The heavy-set man then asked who he was, wondering if Taha was part of their family. Removing his mask, the boy said, "No one." He explained that he just wanted to have a slightly more private conversation, stating that he needed the schedule of everyone on the board, from the directors to the president. The man said he didn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't say. His family and himself would be dead if he did. The protagonist said it looked like he valued his life, stating that he'd start with his eye, and that when he felt ready, he should raise his hand in a building. A large screen outside displayed news about a celebrity. Meanwhile, several people sat on stairs, experiencing homelessness due to the heat. Even a cicada lay dead on the ground, breaking the silence of the place. Someone seemed to be in a hurry. As he walked, Taehan noticed that his cigar would draw too much attention, wondering if he should try Korean cigarettes. The avenue was very busy at that time. He said he had finally returned to Korea, and that so far everything seemed normal. But he noticed his country was going crazy, with various ads for loans and insurance being broadcast everywhere. A politician was giving a speech, claiming he would use his power and influence to eradicate the epidemic of crime and violence, declaring that from that day on, his war against crime would be publicly declared. However, his speech was interrupted by someone pointing a gun at him. It was said that in 1990, the president was killed during his campaign against organized crime. Since then, no one had, turning the country into a place consumed by violence and money. The boy walked the streets deep in thought. Thus the Chien-Hu group, allied with criminal organizations, to bribe the media and suppress competitors, invested in entertainment and sports, making the population lose interest in politics so much so that even a dog could become a candidate. Even so, people kept saying that the Chinga Group was a company that benefited the people. Taeyong entered a store calmly. Clerk welcomed him. Both he and another guy asked for a pack of this. They stared at each other for a moment. He couldn't wrap his head around it. How such a bizarre coincidence was even possible. Feeling a touch irritated, the protagonist decided to switch up his choice. But, as fate would have it, they both had the exact same idea and simultaneously asked for a plus. Once more, their eyes met with a shared suspicion. Awkwardly, the cashier informed them that, regrettably, they only had a single pack remaining. Tada let out a deep sigh, clearly fed up with the whole situation. As he turned to leave, he told the clerk to hand the pack over to the other guy, claiming he'd be perfectly fine without it. The man kept his intense gaze fixed as the boy walked off. After the man completed his purchase, he encountered the protagonist waiting outside, who then politely asked him for a cigarette. However, he immediately questioned if the kid couldn't just head to a different convenience store. But Teva explained it had been ages since he was last in Korea, so he just wanted to try it quickly. The guy finally gave up trying to shake him off. As he handed over a single cigarette, he muttered that he couldn't believe anyone would want to try such a tasteless thing. As they walked, the man warned he'd get a fine if he smoked right there, so he advised waiting until they reached a designated smoking area. Observing him, Teva silently admitted that, when you've been in the mafia for about 17 years, a mere glance is enough to fully assess a person. Assuming that guy was incredibly strong, just as strong as the formidable foes he'd faced abroad. He wondered if individuals like him were common in Korea. As he also walked away, the protagonist declared he sincerely hoped not to cross paths with him again, where the protagonist had committed his brutal massacre. While casually smoking, he calmly observed one of the bodies, then dropped to a knee. The man took a meticulous look at the gruesome corpses, noticing they had all suffered fatal stab wounds from a blade eerily similar in length to a sashimi knife. Extinguishing his cigarette in the glistening pool of blood, he pulled out his phone and dialed his employer. His boss sharply reminded him he'd already told him not to call at such an hour. The man then asked if he had a meeting scheduled for later. He advised that the absolute best choice. It would be best to cancel the appointment. After all, the assassin who killed Director Kim might be coming for him next. The man, calmly sipping his wine, unflappably asked what exactly was going on. His subordinate explained that he'd visited the security company and found everyone massacred from their injuries. It seemed to be a solo attack, and the assassin was no ordinary person. It was very likely he knew precisely where the meeting would be held, but his boss simply stated that an emergency family meeting was a long-standing tradition in the Chinga group. He then questioned if his subordinate seriously thought someone would dare invade a meeting, known only to family members. He said he sent him precisely to hunt that man. Quietly lost in thought, the man suddenly realized the wounds from that knife reminded him of something specific. He remembered the protagonist asking for a cigarette right from his hands as he took the cigarette, stating that if he doesn't use knives, there's no way he could have gotten all those scars on his palms. With that in mind, the man then asked his boss if there's anyone in his family who's skilled with knives. Laughing, the man says those people can barely even slice an apple. Besides, everyone is present except for the children. So he offers another 100 million for Homan to guard the place and ensure its safety. Leaving the office, Homan says he'll go to the meeting. Still, he asks for the security to be reinforced. Annoyed, his boss just says he understands. Handing his phone to another employee, a man mutters that lunatic is just a gangster and still thinks he can give him orders. As he walks down the hallway, he straightens himself up and braces himself for the meeting. Arriving at the meeting, he greets his boss and asks when the president arrived. Talking on the phone, Homan informs his gang's leader that he plans on helping the Chinga group for one more day before returning. However, he's immediately called a traitor. Rather than getting angry, he asks if his boss has been drinking. He explains that they're offering him another 100 million for the job, claiming only an idiot would turn it down. Oh, and also, there seems to be a dangerous assassin on the loose. But then he spots our protagonist hiding in the alley. Quinn quickly ends a call, saying he'll explain the details later. Looking toward the boy, feigning casualness, he asks if one cigarette wasn't enough. Taya points out that finding someone of his caliber near the incident site is no coincidence, claiming it was a good idea to follow him. Smiling, the man remarks, "It's been one hell of a day. First someone bumps my cigarette, then follows me around." He admits he can't believe he didn't notice him, saying it's the first time anything like that has happened to him. Walking toward him, the protagonist says that before they begin, he'd like to ask one thing. He asks whether the man is working with the Chiengu group. Meanwhile, Wyman asks if he wasn't listening to the conversation, saying he's just helping them temporarily. At that, the boy gives him a deadly stare. He draws the two daggers from his back and then immediately clashes his blade against the enemy's weapon. They exchange glances, sizing up each other's skill, and thus begins a frenzied exchange of blows. However, Wyman jumps into the air, rising above the protagonist, swings his weapon to strike. To his absolute surprise, his bat is sliced into pieces. Seeing that, the gangster wonders when that even happened. What's more, Taha had vanished in the blink of an eye. Then, his opponent grows anxious as he realizes something pivotal. The positions had flipped, and now the protagonist was the one in the air, who quickly prepares to end the battle. with a touch of fear, human, admits a she and Gu. They've landed themselves in some serious hot water. This time around, they're wondering how they ever became targets of a monster. Just like that, Tiha charges his opponent, blades in hand. The gangster is completely lost. Now that he's disarmed, our protagonist lands a powerful blow, sending the man crashing to the ground. He's already preparing to leave, wiping the excess blood from his knife. He heads for the alley's exit, leaving Human's body lying there. However, to his complete surprise, the man asks if the boy is joking. Even wounded, he's still alive. He asks if, after all that, our protagonist is truly just walking away, stating he'll regret letting him live. Sheathing his dagger, Tiha explains he has his own principles, warning that if he were with the Chingha group, he'd already be dead. The man should just stay out of his way. Otherwise, the next time he's caught helping his enemies, Tiha won't be so kind. Besides, if he can't accept being spared, he can just take it as payback for the cigarette, still lying on the ground. Homan smiles, realizing a simple cigarette saved his life, admitting that this time it was very cheap. A little later, a car speeds down the street. Our protagonist is obviously the one driving. For some reason, he seems both irritated and in pain, seeing a wound around his waist. Tiha says that at least the cut wasn't deep. While driving, he says he can still move. He steps on the gas. He only needs 32 minutes. He says that finally, the revenge he's planned for 17 years will come to fruition with only 32 minutes to go until its completion. Once again, the boy is consumed by childhood memories. His mother begs him not to look, while his father uses his body to shield them both from the bullets. However, extremely scared and worried, he rushes towards his father, who demands to know what she's doing. The man tells his wife to grab the boy and run. So his mother scoops Taha up, desperate to escape. But then, the ship begins to shake violently. Even the assassins struggle to keep their footing. His mother shoves the boy outside the door. She tells her son to find a life vest, and jump into the water with a smile. Hojong insists he must survive. One of the men grumbles this is annoying, reminding them he ordered the bombs detonated. Only after killing everyone in sight. The protagonist is shocked they're speaking Korean. The man's face was completely obscured by a mask, and goggles as he aimed right at him and his mother. Huijun panics, screaming for Tiha to run as fast as he can. The boy sprints frantically through the ship's corridors. Terrified, the child was completely overwhelmed by fear. He runs, gasping and sobbing uncontrollably. After that earlier explosion, that part of the yacht was already engulfed in flames. But then another bomb detonates. Because of this, the ship begins to sink even faster. Back to the present, in the secret annex in Gangbuk, the CEO of the Chingu Group's department store, asks if they've truly found the person, who killed Director Kim. However, Jason suggests it was probably a crime of passion. After all, the director secretly had 2 mistresses. His sister retorts, that's disgusting, but he replies that it's ironic, coming from someone with several lovers. John asks, what Director Kim's role was, in the company's share quota, stating they'll need to make an announcement soon. But suddenly, someone slams their hand on the table, catching everyone's attention. The man commands everyone to be silent. Google tells his son to speak. John says 2 employees were found at the scene, but they didn't have much to say and were dismissed. It was also confirmed there were no other witnesses. The man says they were just subcontractors, so they don't know much in general, and the police ensured the incident wouldn't leak. Suddenly, his father throws a glass of wine right at his head. Everyone at the table is left, confused by what just happened. The old man demands, where's the Ojang gang? Chung was visibly fuming over that. Even so, he smirks, claiming they know nothing at all. Even after deploying Human, their 7th in command. Still, the old man smashes a bottle right over his son's head. He snaps that even after a full 24 hours, he still hasn't found the killer or even their location. Instead, he merely brings news about some insignificant gang. He rages that if the former president, In Soo-yak, hadn't died 17 years ago, someone as utterly incompetent as him would never have dared to step foot in this place. Now, mixed with the spilled wine, the man's face was now completely drenched in blood, regardless of the chaos. Chung assures them he'll find him within the next 12 hours. The rest of the family sees that. Neither of them has changed one bit, and it genuinely bothers them all. Juvia asks why he's so harsh with the eldest. After all, he's still his firstborn. However, her brother says it's not out of hatred, stating that it's definitely out of fear. Grabbing a fresh cloth, Chang immediately demands his subordinate's phone. While wiping his face, he searches for something on his phone. He asks where his men are. His assistant replies, they're already ready. The guy declares this is exciting, eager to see just how grand this entrance will be. On a desolate highway at night, the protagonist was resolutely heading toward his goal. Taeyong admits he's always kept a close eye on the Chinga group. 17 years ago, the day he was accepted into the Salerno family, even before his grandfather's funeral, Guo swiftly became the new chairman, usurping all the shares and seizing the position, taking advantage of the chaos from a failed war on crime, and forming alliances with various factions, like the Ocean Gang, to rapidly grow his power. Even though that was the beginning of the Chinga era, they still hold vital meetings with official members, especially during moments like this. This had always been an old family tradition, dating back to when his grandfather was still alive. The system and traditions remained utterly unchanged. Everyone had murdered their way to their current positions, all within the rigid hierarchy established by Suko, willing even to murder their own parents, and even him. One of the guards was intently monitoring the cameras, wondering whose car was approaching their gates. He then asked his superior, are the members expecting any guests? But this was denied. He reported that there's a car heading straight for the front gates, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. Realizing it was probably some lunatic, the head of security immediately ordered the barriers raised. And with that, massive containment stakes began to erupt from the ground. However, our protagonist only accelerated even more. After all, he didn't need any cheap tricks up his sleeve to take down people who've been protected their entire lives. Swiftly taking off his belt, Theo declared, there's no point in making elaborate plans. His car's entire front end was utterly obliterated from the impact. Even so, he leaped out, blade gleaming in hand. He stated that the only thing he hoped for was that they hadn't forgotten about his family, so he could say it to all of their faces. The security guards stared at the intruder in sheer terror. The boys swiftly took down every single one of them in a single attack and declared, I'm back. Confused, they asked, what was that incredibly loud noise? They questioned why it kept getting louder. Moreover, it seemed to be coming straight from the front gate. Unlike the others, Sean looked confused, yet strangely confident. His uncle told the guy, go over there and check out what all that commotion is about. However, to everyone's surprise, John simply said there's no need. Suddenly, all the guards who were inside the hall pointed their weapons directly at the family members. The oldest sister demanded, Goho, what in the world is going on? Highly irritated, he asked, are you seriously trying to mess around at a time like this? However, his son calmly stood up while wiping his mouth. The old man gravely asked, are you really going to go through with it? With a chilling smile, Chong claimed that his father had always expected this to happen, sooner or later. That was the very reason. His father was always enraged with him, fearing he'd turn out just like his grandfather. With a terrifying glare, the madman declares that, after all, he was the one who killed his grandfather and uncle. Meanwhile, our protagonist strides through the gates, declaring his long-awaited revenge was finally about to begin. The guards immediately point their weapons, asking if this is some kind of ambush. Jason questions if his nephew has truly gone mad. They demand to know what the man is doing, claiming that he should never point a weapon at his own family. However, Chong insists he's not doing anything. Still, they keep cursing him out, claiming it's clear what he's trying to do. Looking at one of the guards, Julie asks if he's truly going to betray them. For that kid, despite being her personal bodyguard, Youngman apologizes, making his betrayal clear. Even the second son's bodyguard chimes in, saying, it's nothing personal, but the rewards for this betrayal are simply too tempting. Meanwhile, another guard mutters that, if they'd just gotten a raise, none of this would be happening. The only one who remains silent is Chong's personal bodyguard, Guy's father. He says he can understand why the others would betray them, but he can't fathom why his own son would do this. So he asks if his own bodyguard will actually turn his back on them. Jun-soo merely watches, silent and unmoving. The man retorts he isn't paid to protect him personally, but the Shin group instead. John asks if the guards really think they'll gain anything from this. He attempts to keep threatening them, but a gun is suddenly pressed against his head. His own bodyguard then executes him in cold blood. With that, the two remaining brothers grow desperate and beg for mercy. However, sharp gunshots echo through the hall as blood splatters and spreads everywhere. John calmly hands the cloth to his subordinate, then walks calmly toward his father. The old man confesses. He had always expected something like this to happen someday, ever since the day his other son tragically died of acute leukemia. And shortly after, his wife filed for divorce. She didn't want a single cent. Trembling with rage, he declares he always suspected Cheong was behind everything and always kept his distance because of it. Spinning the gun, the guy retorts, for someone who ordered the deaths of his own father and brother. Guvo talks too much, he snarls, pressing the gun to his head. The man then asks the old man, who sent your father and brother out to sea? He asks, what else could I have done if I hadn't killed everyone? Suiak's son would have inherited the presidency, and they would have never made it this far. The psychopath creeps closer and demands, why did my father never declare me the future successor? The old man grows increasingly terrified by it all. On top of that, his son was staring at him with a frightening gaze, while Guvo claims that if he had done that, the boy would have killed him even sooner. He doesn't deny he would have killed him earlier, but says he's a little upset to hear it out loud. His father assures him, even if you kill me right here, you will never become president. But Cheong interrupts, saying he already knows that. After all, power transfers through political or violent coups aren't recognized. That's a clause established by the committee. Because of that, the guy says it's a shame. He explains that the person making all that noise outside isn't one of them. The president asks who it would be. He shoots his father. He explains that it's a young master who has waited 17 long years for this day. The guard were firing at the intruder. They tried to surround him, since the assassin didn't have a firearm. The protagonist remembers that the Central Security Forces made up of those who protect the executive members, so they hold high-ranking positions. Therefore, he assumes the bodyguards will be much stronger than the ones before. He stops running for a moment, abruptly shifting the direction of his charge. The boy boldly declares this won't be a problem. He swiftly zigzags toward his enemies, deftly dodging a hail of bullets. He seizes a guard, using their body as a shield. In sheer desperation, the man begs them not to shoot, knowing he'll be hit too. But the guards are merciless and open fire anyway, leaving one security man utterly terrified. His weapon is sliced clean in half. In an instant, Taha swiftly defeats them all. The leader barks orders to evacuate the president as fast as possible. However, our protagonist hurls his dagger straight at the leader. Yet, one guard impressively manages to intercept the blade. A man in glasses demands to know why they're making all that noise, questioning if they can't handle things quietly. 3 department heads show up, intent on stopping him. But that small group is simply brushed aside as the protagonist dispatches the remaining foes. One of them boldly declares he can stop him alone and orders his comrades to stand back. However, despite his immense strength, Taha is struggling with a wound he received earlier. With each passing minute, the wound only seems to worsen. Snapping back to reality, he realizes his opponent's fist is already dangerously close to his face. So his only option is to block the attack. As he's violently thrown backward, he manages to regain some balance. But unexpectedly, a shadow looms above him. The man angrily demands how he dares attack this place. And worse, gets distracted while invading his territory. However, the protagonist agrees, saying it's no time to be distracted by wounds, launching a strike straight at the man's chest, startling his companions as they witness the sudden defeat. Quickly, Taha throws his remaining dagger at the two who are left. Neither of them looks as confident as before. Surprisingly, the intruder had already landed a hit on the man, who had defended against his ranged attacks. Shiloh can barely keep up with his movements, grabbing one of the knives he had thrown earlier. The protagonist, he swiftly lops off the head of the final department head. Thanks to that, he'd successfully taken down all the outside guards. As he strides toward the entrance, he spots his second dagger. Calmly picking it up as if utterly alone, he wipes off the excess blood. He admits this took longer than he'd expected. Even so, the place is eerily, disturbingly quiet. He wonders if they managed to escape, perhaps through a secret passage he knew nothing about. Unaware of what truly awaits him, the boy begins to walk deeper into the house, finally arriving at the room where everyone lies dead, with only Chun remaining seated amidst the blood. Chun welcomes him. He even congratulates him for making it this far, asking if he wants to sit down, to catch his breath and rest for a bit. Seeing all this, even our protagonist doesn't quite understand what's going on, observing Jason's body, with a bullet wound right in the middle of his forehead. The same goes for his Aunt Juhui. Even John Won had met the same grim fate. The current president was also dead. Standing up, his cousin remarks he's in better shape than expected, claiming that modern assassins should really take better care of themselves. Formally greeting him, Chun asks if he recognizes him. On the other hand, the protagonist simply utters the man's name and mentions he's Guho's eldest son. Laughing, the madman says he doesn't remember them being so close, that he'd call his father by his first name. Suspicious, Tiana simply observes that strange behavior. His cousin then says he stayed there because he thought it would be disrespectful not to personally greet him, and also because he needs to explain a few things, informing him that if he doesn't want to sit, they can remain standing, since this won't take long anyway. Chun asks if the boy remembers that day, 17 years ago, the day he was rescued by the Italian mafia. Interrupting him, his bodyguard announces that the helicopter is ready, saying they should leave soon. It's too dangerous to stay annoyed. The guy recalls telling her to only call him once he was finished speaking. However, Tahat is suddenly taken aback by something, clearly showing he didn't expect it at all. He claims to recognize that voice. The voice of the one who murdered his family 17 years ago. He remembers the man who aimed a rifle at him and his mother, the same person who griped about the early explosions, while laughing beneath a mask. Extremely angry, Taha asks if he was that worm. The madman struggles to hold back his laughter, declaring there's not much left to say. He then tells the protagonist to stop talking to him so casually. After all, it's making him want to kill him. Charging forward, he dares the guy to try, since his goal from the beginning was to wipe out the whole family. But his cousin interjects, quoting his saying, "When in Korea, act like a Korean." He tells him to change his speech, annoyed. Taiga tries to understand what exactly is going on, realizing that Chong knows he survived 17 years ago, and also knows he's a Salerno assassin. He wonders why he waited until his return, 17 years after the event, to make his move. He's trying to get the boy's attention. The guy urges him to listen closely, saying he's about to begin. Only then does Tyler realize that the madman doesn't want to pull off a coup. He wants to blame him for the attack, claiming he led it, so he can successfully take the presidency. Johnny Up tells the young master that they don't need introductions. The protagonist simply brandishes his dagger. However, the bodyguard starts shooting at the boy. The assassin deflects all of them, using his blade to redirect the projectile's path, quickly closing the distance between them. However, another guard lands a harsh blow on the boy, even though he knew there would be more. He couldn't predict the strike. Unlike the others, the man introduces himself as Juno Park. Dodging a potential trap, the young master deftly retreats, stopping right before his opponents. Wasting no time, Juno unleashes another flurry of shots. He admits the young master is faster than rumors claimed, even suggesting he'd dominate pro track and field. His partner then blocks the protagonist's escape path. Even our hero feels a slight flicker of nerves. Juno asks if flexibility is the young master's secret to success, launching into a frantic series of attacks. Tae realizes these foes are incredibly strong, completely unlike the street thugs he faced earlier. However, if it weren't for his injury, he might even fight them without much trouble. Noticing that Chong seems to have lowered his guard, and that this might be his only shot, before guard Jumsu arrives. Besides, if the woman beside him is Dan, there are 3 guards present in the room. Yet, for members were supposedly at the meeting. Unexpectedly, his thoughts are shattered as Juno prepares to strike. Thanks to a reflection in his opponent's eye, Tiha identifies the 4th guard. Yaman was holding a sword, poised to strike him from behind. To the surprise of both attackers, he vanishes right between them. I can't understand how that's even possible. Kneeling on the ground, the protagonist realizes this must be the final one. The guy complains about being reflected, blaming Juno, but his companion retorts that if it were that easy, the boy would already be dead. Reloading his weapons, Jaeun Hyuk says he can barely imagine the bonus they'll get if they manage to kill that guy. So, both he and the guard with glasses unleash a barrage of shots at the assassin. Seeing the situation, Chong remarks aloud, that it's tough to track a fight involving both ranged and close-quarters combat. He notes that they were trained specifically to defeat him, since rumors of his inhuman speed spread through Interpol. He admits he even considered killing him with a bomb. After hearing stories of him dying in battle, it would only bring him even greater fame. Juno strategically places himself before the boy, fully intending to block his escape. Johnny Oak declares, no matter how fast he is, it's all over now that Tiha's been cornered. And with that, the guard swings his brass knuckles, aiming to land a brutal blow. The protagonist, however, could do little else but watch the attack hurtle straight towards him. His cousin sarcastically thanks him for the show, a malevolent grin plastered across his face. After taking the enemy's crushing fist, he slammed violently against the wall, causing it to spiderweb and crack entirely. Flashing back to 4 years ago, Regina was scolding him, demanding to know, what the hell was that saying? She told him to take care of the traitor, not use him as paint for the damn walls. Even she had started vomiting upon seeing the gruesome scene. Still yelling, the woman points out that with his speed, he could have easily done it cleanly, silently recalling the day they saved him. She admits she understands his anger, since Lorenzo had always treated him so well. But killing someone like that, it will only spark an insatiable thirst for revenge. That's why, as his mentor and spokesperson for the Salerno family, Regina demands he never do something like that again. However, the protagonist seemed neither happy nor remorseful. Still, he states this way, people will never forget. Confused, she asks what Taha is talking about. He explains that if they simply kill traitors silently, their deaths won't serve as potent examples. Everyone needs to know what truly awaits them. If they betray the family, rumors must spread in exaggerated and distorted ways, thus gradually reducing the number of traitors. Otherwise, it'll always be an endless, futile battle. The woman asks, did you choose the path of violent deaths to actually prevent greater bloodshed? Aside from the small space where he was standing, everything around him was absolutely stained with blood. She thinks it's utterly absurd for such a thing to come from a mere boy, standing in the middle of a river of blood, without a single drop on his face. Interrupting her own thoughts, Regina observes that, apparently, being an assassin just isn't his style. Now, let's jump back to the present. Juno freezes in his tracks, as a sharp glint erupts from his chest. The guy gags, spitting up blood, as that chilling glint refuses to dim. Even Sean and his bodyguard are taken aback. Our protagonist had savagely slashed him. With a menacing glare, he confronts his remaining foes. A terrified young man quickly raises his weapon. Yet in a flash, his eyes are instantly pierced. The man grudgingly acknowledges that they utterly underestimated this guy. Beyond his speed, he possesses immense strength. And even worse, those who truly witnessed his skills never lived to recount them. Even as he displayed that fighting prowess, Tao's injuries were piling up, and his wounds steadily worsened. Jumiak felt a surge of desperation. No one warned him his strength was so immense. Suddenly, Junsu appears, calling out to Jumiak, urging her to take the master outside, promising he'll follow right behind. The boy is stunned by this, realizing his cousin is making a run for it. He yells the guy's name, slicing through both of Jumia's weapons, before dashing towards the elevator. Sean peeks out, curious about the commotion. Consumed by uncontrollable rage, Taeyun roars, demanding to know where he's going. When their standoff is far from over, but blocking the entrance, incredibly stood Junsu, who calmly greets the young master. Taeyun finds himself utterly surprised to see the president's bodyguard had still made it. The boy lunges, fiercely demanding he move. But to his astonishment, the man halts both blades with just one hand. As he coils to punch, the older man observes that the boy has grown significantly. Acknowledging his impressive growth, the man delivers a flurry of blows across the protagonist's entire body. Almost all of Taeya's ribs are fractured as a result. Taeya gags, spitting up blood from the brutal damage. He crushes the blades with his bare hand. Yunsi declares unfortunately that this will be your end, landing a punch in the same spot. He sent the assassin's body flying. However, the old man, that is shocked to see his clothes have been torn, Looking at his subordinate, he orders Jong Hyuk to get up, saying he knows he's fine. Nervously, he admits he thought it was all over for him. The old man warns that the building will explode soon, telling him to grab his partner and get out. Lying on the ground was the protagonist, who appeared to be dead. Reaching the rooftop, the president's bodyguard walks toward the helicopter. Jung asks if he completed the job. The man confirms and says he'll blow up the building as soon as they take off. Jun-soo says he'll handle the preparations for takeoff, but the man tells him to just keep the door open and get them in the air. Putting on his headset, the bodyguard warns that they'll fly straight into the helicopter, so he suggests closing the door. However, the psychopath insists he needs to see it, claiming he's waited too long for this moment. With that, the helicopter begins to ascend. As Chung stands in front of the door, he calmly watches, a smile spreading across his face. Cursing, he says he always hated that house, as he complains about how annoying and hypocritical his family was. Dylan and Junso exchange looks. Suddenly, the madman remembers when the protagonist said things weren't over between them. With a grin, he calls him a poor child. After all, he lived for his revenge and ended up facing the same fate. He asks if they knew that. The word family comes from the Latin famulus, meaning slave, holding the detonator in his hands. He asks everyone to witness how he will change Chingu, from now on, completely destroying the mansion. Of those secret meetings, inside, Taehao is lying on the floor, unconscious. Still dazed, he realizes the sound is from the helicopter and acknowledges that it's all over. Changing his mind, he declares there's still time. Meanwhile, Sean watches the explosive spectacle, tossing the detonator aside. He remarks, they really know how to finish with a bang, as the protagonist plunges through the raging flames. The lunatic declares he's going to lie down for a bit, complaining about the heat, and orders his subordinates to head straight to headquarters. But Tae strikes him with his knife. However, he only manages to graze his calf. His cousin lets out a guttural scream of pain. Both guards rise, alarmed by the furious situation. His cousin snarls, calling him an insect, and demands to know what he's doing. The protagonist then asks if he truly believed he could escape after destroying so many families. As he hangs from the knife, his weight causes it to tear deeper into Chung's leg, and blood gushes out. Tae declares he will kill him, no matter what. Dion grabs her weapon, urging her master to step back. However, the lunatic seizes the pistol, declaring he'll do it himself. He points the gun directly at his cousin. Chung then asks if he really fancies himself the hero of this story, insisting that he is the true main character. He calls him a thug and commands the boy to die. As he falls, Tae manages to dodge the fatal shots, though he is hit elsewhere. As a result, he plummets into free fall. Immediately after, they slam the helicopter door shut. His bodyguard frantically calls the hospital, reporting they have severe emergency. The protagonist was plummeting from an absurd height. Luckily, he crashes right into a tree and slows his descent. Even so, he slams his back against the wall of a nearby house. Then he lands on a truck rolling down near a stream. Someone passing by on a bicycle suddenly witnesses the chaotic scene. The person stops, looking intently toward him. It was one of the victims Tae had rescued from the security company earlier. The guy immediately recognizes the man who saved him, given the horrific state of his body. He wonders if he arrived too late, but then he hears a faint plea for help. Looking back in Tae's direction, he tries to get a closer, more careful look. Protagonist was asking for help, barely able to stay conscious, even extremely wounded. He kept saying it wasn't over yet, and kept pleading for help. On a messaging app, someone had sent an 11-minute voice message. The person was requesting backup, stating that the guy had refused the breathalyzer test 3 times, and kept insisting he was Congressman Kim. That man was typing something, while listening to the audio of former Director Kim, using his influence to threaten the police. He asked someone if that voice and name were clear enough. Person questioned where the director was at that moment. The young man replied he was probably at the police station, giving a statement and would soon head home. His partner seemed a bit hesitant, so the guy offered 200 and asked if that was enough to catch a big figure from majority party for a while. The only notification was that the other person was typing, but to his surprise the counteroffer was 30. Naturally, he was extremely frustrated, claiming that it was worth way more. However, The buyer said that it wasn't even election season, so no one cared about those old men. The guy said it seemed like the buyer didn't understand the current market, explaining that a regular person was worth 1x, a celebrity 10x. But if it was someone related to Chingu, the value was 1,000 times higher. Taking a deep breath, he realized everything revolved around the Chingu. After some time, the radio reported an accident at a tower. Not interested in that information, the guy turned the radio off. He was getting ready to leave, but instead of heading to the street, he was in a restaurant. The owner was already getting things ready to open. The woman warned the boy that he'd be late. If he stayed there, the boy said he was fine. He'd make it on time if he took his skateboard, but she insisted he eat something first. If he did, however, he'd definitely be late. Suddenly, someone burst in, declaring the chef should stop playing games. Another guy stormed in, warning the owner to sell the place before they stopped being polite. Boxa then asked the boy if he agreed. The lady scoffed, wondering if they were already here in the morning to collect money, claiming delinquents really knew how to stay busy. She told the boy not to worry and to head to school, saying nothing would change anyway. Even though he was clearly irritated, there was nothing he could do. Grabbing a knife, the thug snarled she shouldn't say such things so quickly, claiming she was already 2 months late. The guy then told the woman to sell the building and gather as much as she could, stating their interests aligned. She retorted she'd never sell that place for crumbs, telling him to at least learn basic arithmetic before coming back. Meanwhile, the kid was at his station, waiting for his transport. Exhausted from it all, he just sighed. Unsure of what to do, he admitted that in his district, the fights over redevelopment were completely out of control, with disputes between groups like Xingu and Ojang. It was a very neglected area, slowly turning into a lawless land, where small gangs tried to exploit the people living there. People like him and that lady had nowhere else to go. Upon returning, the restaurant owner had several bruises on her face. Still, she just calmly asked him to clean the tables. Worried, he asked her what happened to her face. A customer said he'd seen some Yabari men leaving earlier. Visibly upset, the man said they were probably trying to pressure people into selling their buildings for redevelopment. She told him not to worry and asked the kid to put his backpack in the back of the shop. The boy did as she asked, angrily throwing everything aside. Frustrated, the boy muttered that he really needed to do something. He remembered that before his father passed away, Dr. Yang Suk was a close friend of his. She had once been a professor at a medical school, but she crossed paths with the Ocean Gang. Still, she took care of him. None of it was her fault, just like with the restaurant. Even if her food was good, and the dishes were always well made. Interrupting his thoughts, an idea suddenly came to mind. He recalled what that guy told him on the phone. After all, someone from a chim group was worth 1,000 times the normal value. So, the boy messaged him again. The guy asked if he had any news. Even though he was nervous, the boy told him everything he knew, sending some images that proved his story, claiming that one of the security guards for Chinese directors, Ju Hack, was hooking up with Mio, the leader of ladies. Still very afraid, he waited for the buyer's response, not quite understanding. The guy asked what the boy wanted with that info, but he quickly remembered the values mentioned earlier. The next day was a sunny Saturday. Some men in suits approached and asked if he was gray. He confirmed, but as he looked back, he immediately realized he shouldn't have done that. The guy punched him hard in the stomach, knocking him out and taking him to a van. As he was being taken, Gray finally understood why they paid so much. After all, it was just bait. The boy was tied up, sitting inside the security company's office. The leader said that at first, he thought he was just an annoying informant, but in reality, the kid was very good. He asked where he got those images, wondering if his father had hidden them before dying. The guy asked if the brat was Jingu's son, one of the people who reported Shingu. Seeing that, Gray gave a slight smile. Taking off his watch, the guy asked if he thought it was funny. Then he punched the boy hard in the face, asking if that was funny too, still hitting him. The man demanded if he had more files like that, inflicting more and more pain on the boy, slamming him to the ground, cursing him non-stop. Yet somehow, Gray couldn't hold back his laughter, letting it all out. Still laughing, he spat that the old man was pure trash. He made a crude retort, claiming he'd have sold them if he had more. The fat man barked for his men to bring the hammer. The man then threatened to rip out all the boy's teeth, until he understood this was no game. But luckily, one of the guards called out to the old man. His subordinate reported that a central dispatch order had just come in, stating they needed to provide security for an emergency meeting. Standing up abruptly, he declared that if it was truly a level 1 priority, that meant they had to go right now. So he ordered them to tape the boy's mouth and lock him in the room, literally kicking him inside. The fat man swore he'd be back to finish this later. Inside, an elderly man was already present, along with a woman still sprawled on the floor. He recounts his father was a fool, driven by a ridiculous sense of justice. He didn't even try to expose Chingu. He just died in a car accident with his mother. Instead, he should have just gone into hiding to live a peaceful life working for them. No matter how significant the information his father possessed, as long as he remained defenseless, it would all be in vain. However, they began to hear the guards asking, "Who is that?" Suddenly, gunfire and screams erupted, mixing together. Even the leader panicked, shouting for his men to kill the intruder. Everyone started to panic, unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, the large door in front of them burst open. The protagonist handed them a knife and told them to use it to free themselves and get out of there. Then, he assured them that none of the three ever saw him there. They still didn't fully understand what had just happened. They started to leave, profusely thanking him for the help. That's when the boy looked around and behind him. One last time, his gaze fixed on the bodies. Gray wondered if that man truly did all of this by himself. Much later, he finally stumbles back home. Young Suk immediately questions his bruised face, demanding to know where he's been all this time. Her agitation grows, bubbling into frustration, as she insists on an explanation, but Grace simply claims nothing happened. A girl smiles, reassuring her not to worry. The boy then retreats to his room, while the woman watches him, her concern evident. The moment he steps inside his room, he collapses onto the floor. Still trembling, he questions if the Ojang gang was truly behind sending that mysterious man. They were armed with guns, yet despite that, the man took them down with just 2 knives. It was as if their weapons meant nothing. As he opens his drawer, searching for something, the boy can't shake the feeling the guy was sent by someone. Closing it, he deduces there might be something far deeper going on. He suspects a revenge plot is unfolding. He recalls the exact moment the department head brought up his father, asking if he had more files related to Chingu. The boy concedes that, no matter how crucial the information, it's utterly worthless unless you have the power to wield it. As he accesses the files, Gray declares he needs power. The man claims it's virtually impossible to find him among those folders just by his face alone. But then, he remembers a subordinate mentioning something about an emergency meeting. With that, he recalls the Level 1 priority code, accessing the Chingu Partnership Directive. He sees that. It was also noted in his father's files. He exclaims he's finally found it. It stated that in the event of a significant incident, the executive members would commence a meeting at the Bugeg Mountain Annex. However, even with all that crucial information, the precise location was still missing. Giving up, Gray sighs that he doesn't care anyway. He doesn't even know that guy. Even so, he muses, not everyone who considers Chonghu important is considered by them in return. Over the police radio, the ongoing massacre Taehyung is reported, with multiple confirmed victims. The full extent of the damage is still unknown, but it's now been confirmed that the mansion itself was secretly used by Chingu executives. Getting up, the boy realizes it could only be that man, so he immediately decides to go find him, grabbing his bike and heading out in the dead of night. Even though he doesn't know who this person is, nor his reasons for doing any of this, the best decision he can make right now is to go there. That's when he spots someone hanging precariously from a helicopter. After following the sound of gunshots and desperate screams, the boy rushed in the direction where the person might have fallen. However, upon seeing him in that terrible state, he initially thought the man was dead. Seeing that blade in his hands and hearing his desperate cry for help, he mimics his face as he declares, "It's not over." Gray is utterly shocked by such incredible strength of will. Sometime later, he finally arrives home, screaming for his adoptive mother. As always, she was working alarmed. The woman asks who that is and what on earth happened to him. Desperate, the boy begs Young Suk to save that person. As time passes, the protagonist is already feeling much better and asks who he is and why he was saved. Ray introduces himself, explaining that he buys and sells information. He claims he's been looking for something very specific, lately hoping to find someone just like him. Doubting his words, the protagonist asks if someone like him could really be a data broker. The boy continues, saying he's more like a wholesale information dealer, always providing top-tier intel to his clients. Besides that, his main clients are other info merchants in the financial sector of Yahello. He explains that he nearly died after falling right into Chinga's trap, thinking he was about to meet a fellow informant. Taeyong asks if the boy was one of the hostages from that day, wondering if he was able to recognize him, even after seeing him just once. Ray confirms he did, saying he wants to win an award for the youngest data broker, or something like that. With that, the protagonist starts looking around. He takes note of the boy's possessions. Then he asks how long he's been there. The boy replies that it's been 4 days. The man marvels, did I really sleep for so long? Still, he calls out for Gray, and then he asks, could this supposed broker find someone for me? Unfortunately, Gray admits he was bluffing. He explains it was hard enough just locating him, and he'd need another broker entirely for that task. What's more, finding someone will cost a fortune. And most importantly, he'd like something in return for saving his life. After all, he spent a lot on medical expenses, ignoring everything else. The protagonist cuts in, is what you're saying? That you can't find him? Gray retorts, what would you do if I couldn't? Taylor, however, simply turns his back, saying, it's fine. Grabbing his jacket, he thanks the boy for his help and warns he'll erase him once everything's settled. The boy asks, are you really just leaving? But the protagonist simply states, I still have matters to take care of. As his final piece of advice, he tells the boy not to interfere or would try to stop him. This won't end with just one kidnapping. A frightened Gray slumps back into his chair, but soon a smile spreads across his face, realizing that, apparently, that's just how things work. After leaving the boy's room, he notices a potent smell of pork. He wonders if the place is a restaurant. Surprisingly, Tae-ha-young-suk says the boy shouldn't be up yet. She explains he was hit by .22 caliber bullets, making it possible to stitch him up. But if his fractures aren't kept still, he'll be lost, even with the doctor's help. Politely thanking her, the protagonist says, you must be the doctor who saved me. He assures her he'll repay her kindness, but she quickly states she's not a doctor, claiming she owns a gukbap restaurant, and warns him not to come back if his stitch is open. So the protagonist heads outside. Looking around, he wonders, is this a market? Ignoring his surroundings, Tinga picks up a phone. Answering it, Tinga says, this isn't my phone. Gray explains that he's broke, and until his phone is fixed, he tells the protagonist to keep that one. There's also a box of earbuds in his pocket. He asks the protagonist to put them on. The protagonist takes the device to get a closer look. He's utterly surprised by its size. The kid explains the battery connection and the mic. What's more, he warns that the first button on the shirt is a camera. The protagonist declares he was crystal clear, claiming the boy will die if he gets involved with him. However, to his astonishment, the boy then asks why he's annihilating the Chien-bu family. The kid asks him not to look so surprised. After all, even though Korea is in disarray, something like that would never go unnoticed. The whole country was plunged into chaos. While he was unconscious, the news reported, saying that the entire Chinga family fell victim to terrorism. Taeyong questions why the boy needs his help, even knowing all that. The kid explains that in this neighborhood, there are tons of power struggles between Ojang and Chingu, all to gain redevelopment rights. Beyond those two gangs getting closer, many other issues make life here harder. Nonetheless, since the protagonist's problem appears more pressing, he'll help, but in return, he wants future assistance until everything is fully resolved. They can't lose contact, but if Taeyong refuses, they'll have no choice but to hand him over to Chingu. Naturally, the man doesn't like that one bit. Nevertheless, he says he wants to see what this brat is truly made of. A short while later, he's already walking through a much busier area, heading towards a very fancy building. Taeyong had gone to some kind of specialized bank, or perhaps he had a private vault there. He opens one of the drawers, searching for something gray. The boy admits he didn't know a company like that even existed in Seoul, asking if they could be tracked through such a service. But the protagonist explains that these companies operate solely on trust, so they would never consider striking deals with other businesses. He claims people often use this spot to stash away their jewels or their darkest sins, making it the safest spot imaginable. The boy watches, realizing this guy is apparently ready to go deep undercover. He grows thoughtful, observing Tae's every move. He's confused. The assassin isn't carrying any firearms, and a mere knife wouldn't cut it. Drops of sweat begin to bead and fall. His body feels increasingly heavy, making it nearly impossible to keep a poker face, and a stinging sensation as if he's being stabbed. It's the same sensation as when Regina used to beat him. Meanwhile, the protagonist asks the boy if he found the man he was looking for. He questions if the CEO of the company, Night Move Bill John, is the broker who helped him get into Korea. Apparently, he used to operate in Europe, gaining notorious fame in the underworld, and is now seeking a smuggling ship to get to China. Greg explains that border pressure has intensified after that man's actions against the Chungru family. The protagonist orders the boy to announce to the merchants that a ship is now available, but at rates 10 times higher than normal. His companion asks what he plans to do once he finds a guy, wondering if Yahello intends to leave with him, and putting his knives back into their sheaths. He simply states he's going to kill him. The reason he almost died that day was because someone leaked his intel, and the only one who knew his location was Pill John. Coldly, the protagonist declares that traitors must die. Later, inside a dimly lit church, he admits he doesn't care if it's a longtime friend or not, just as a hooded figure enters the chapel, and making their way towards the confessional. The man calls out to the priest and asks if they can speak, using a very specific phrase. Each brings water to their own mill. Piljong immediately complains how stuffy the place is, questioning why they chose a sacred location for their meeting. He remarks it might not seem like it, but even so, he's a devout Catholic. Yet, the so-called priest merely asks where the money is. The informant reaches into his bag for the payment, revealing the 100 million won. The man scoffs, saying it would have been more profitable to exchange that for a mere $10,000. Anyway, moving on, Pilgin insists he needs to know something. After all, this country is crawling with frauds like him, so we can't possibly trust the priest. Gray warns that many men are waiting outside. Suddenly, several men burst in, wielding melee weapons. The man declares, it's extremely strange someone managed to secure a ship, one that even his vast information network could ever hope to locate, claiming the rule in their line of work is crystal clear. If someone lies, they must pay with their life, admitting that our protagonist must be ready to face the consequences of his actions. This, however, leaves the man utterly startled. Theo then says he can hardly believe that he wouldn't recognize his own friend's voice. Pilgin can't believe his ears. They had assured him this man was dead. The man quickly realizes there's no point in talking. Even so, he claims he was a fool and should have suspected something all along. The moment he noticed the password was an Italian expression, trying to explain himself. His friend reveals he lost everything to gambling, ended up in Korea, and racked up massive debts in Shinga's casinos. As he reaches for his weapon, Piljuan desperately tries to convince him that he wouldn't have said anything if he'd known they intended to kill him. But before he can even finish his sentence, Tiha smashes through the confessional wall and drives a blade straight through his throat. The man panics, desperately trying to stop the bleeding in his neck. The men outside immediately demand to know what's going on. Through the camera hidden on the protagonist's shirt button, they could clearly see the man's lifeless body and all the blood that had spread everywhere. Gray is obviously terrified, despite all his horrific injuries, enough to leave most people barely able to walk. Tejo was still ready to fight. Leaving the booth, our protagonist states that Pilgin Shirley ordered them not to bring firearms to avoid any further conflicts. The psychopath tells everyone to pray before they begin, asking them to inform God they'll soon be with him, declaring vehemently he doesn't care if they're hired muscle or mere subordinates of his friend. Gray is utterly bewildered. Witnessing this, the protagonist states, the mere fact they're armed with bats and knives is already enough for him to consider them a lethal threat. In that case, he has no reason to hold back. They scoff, asking what he can do with a broken arm. One of them lunges forward to strike, muttering that apparently there's money in the confessional. The protagonist simply prepares to take them down. The boy admits that the assassin's broken arm isn't his only issue. He has fractured ribs and gunshot wounds. Yet he moves with chilling smoothness, dodging the attack, and with a single brutal motion, he pierces the back of his opponent's neck. Already, he shifts to attack the next one. He dodges a blow, effortlessly slashing the man's throat. Quickly, he hurls a dagger into another man's neck. One of them rushes in, attempting a stab. However, Tiha uses the sling to immobilize the enemy. In a flash, he lands an elbow strike with his other arm. With that, Tiha had defeated everyone who came at him. In an instant, he explains that when someone gains the upper hand at the start, it's hard for opponents to keep their composure, considering all that money waving temptingly before their eyes. It was obvious adrenaline would take over. Even so, among them, there was still someone else. Someone had something they shouldn't, but some of those guys charged at him. The protagonist takes a simple step forward, and in doing so, disappears before everyone's eyes. Using his incredible speed, he rushes past the men. Obviously, his target was to eliminate the one most capable of hurting him. The two who had stepped up to attack him are left completely confused. You and Gray can't understand what just happened. With that, the weapon drops to the ground. After his rush, he calmly starts turning to the others, asking who's next. Despite all that chaos outside, the church didn't seem affected. At that hour, only a single car sat parked in the lot. Inside, Gray stared, utterly unable to process what he'd just witnessed. He thought, that man doesn't even seem human, because even with his body battered and broken, he still managed to do all that just moments ago. Suddenly, Tiha called out to the boy, asking if he could hear him. The protagonist then asked the kid to head to the confessional and retrieve a bag of money for him, as he no longer had the strength to do it himself. The brat, frightened, asked, "What in the world are you talking about?" But the man replied, saying he knew Gray was in the area. After all, he'd warned him about these men even before they arrived. Gray was speechless, unsure how to respond in this bizarre situation. Though a bit nervous, he simply accepted the daunting mission. So, the boy carefully got out of the vehicle and headed straight for the church. With that, the boy cautiously walked up to the heavy door. He pushed open the doors before him, revealing a horrifying sight. The church was completely stained with blood, littered with bodies. And sitting on one of the pews was the protagonist's voice echoed, "He's up there." Even more on edge, Gray began to cautiously walk forward. Arriving at the confessional booth, he noticed the lifeless body of the protagonist's former friend. A wave of nausea hit him. After all, bodies were scattered grotesquely all over the place. The boy confirmed he'd called a cab, saying it should arrive within the next 10 minutes. However, looking at his companion, the boy realized Tiha was in truly terrible shape. He asked, "What's wrong with you?" He started to say he'd call Yong Suk and ask her to prepare some medicine for them. But the madman suddenly stabbed his phone. At that moment, Gray froze solid in terror. Taking off one of his gloves, the protagonist explained that when he woke up, his clothes and phone had been mysteriously changed. But the strangest part of it all was that his gloves were still firmly on his hands. Obviously, the boy just listened intently, unable to utter a word. Then, on Tia's hand, the infamous mark of the Salerno family was clearly visible. Looking directly at the boy, the man claimed he knew exactly who he was dealing with. Gray simply nodded his head, stating his name, his father's name, and the fact that he was the grandson of the late president of the Qinghu Group, is the only Asian member of the Italian Salerno Mafia, roughly 20 to 30 years old, with a staggering 5.5 billion bounty on his head. The boy insists he wasn't plotting against anyone, claiming not even the lady knows. He just needs his help, he claims. He asks if that amount is worth more than risking his life, or if the reward for his head is. Gray tries to explain that the reason he and his adoptive mother live in hiding is because of the Qinghu, but the protagonist cuts him off, assuring him that the smartest choice would have been to turn him over to Qinghu and Gu instead of going through all this. Recalling the conversation they just had, when the kid said he wanted to win a prize by becoming the youngest broker, he notes his career was stagnant, despite being capable of more and even getting involved in the field, something nobody in the business dares to do. This is due to his lack of experience. That's why top informants are usually older. With that, he asks if Gray wants to step into a much bigger arena. A little later, in a large, modern building, two people were walking down the hallway, while one of them told the other to only answer what was asked directly. Wyman gets upset and assures he would never say anything. That could put Oh Jong at a disadvantage. His companion says people from the gang aren't exactly known for being well-spoken. Even irritated, the guy can't deny it. The two enter, as the man apologizes for making that person wait. Back at the chapel, Tita praises the boy's work, saying he'll fulfill a favor, but also wants them to work together afterward. He says Gray will be risking his life and won't have an easy death if he's caught. However, he could become the best if they work together. The protagonist says that's a promise. After all, he will crush Chi and Gu once and for all. Admits he didn't expect their call so soon. After all, they understand that Sean must be busy with his relative's funeral. They affirm they wouldn't have gone anywhere before getting in touch, but the man raises his hand, signaling them to stay quiet. Both are afraid of what might happen. The strange man makes a small hand gesture, asking for silence. Then he begins to nod his head affirmatively. A speaker of some kind starts playing music. He raises his clenched fist, making a sort of resistance pose. The two members of the Ojan gang don't understand what it means. Still, someone starts clapping. The guy accompanying Human says, "It's a shame. They arrived just as the performance was ending." Chang asks if he knows that piece. The man says its exact name, but notes the composition seemed disjointed, assuming maybe it was due to his performance. That clearly doesn't please the lunatic. He orders his bodyguard to turn it off, while Diane uncovers her ears. The man says that was a 6th grade piano competition, assuming he never practiced again. Moreover, all the relatives who went to watch him that day are now dead. The man asks if they know what happened, assuring them that if they had known who was coming, they wouldn't have been so defenseless. However, Homan insists he did warn them, advising they should have even canceled the meeting, since the assassin wasn't just anyone, while saying it was Chung who didn't heed the warning. Chung cuts him off, telling him to put away that cigarette, claiming he was the one who knew best. This visibly angers him. Chung says it was a traditional, emergency meeting of his family, something that couldn't be canceled on a whim, claiming that's why he paid 200 million. One for him to deal with that man discreetly, without alerting the other members. The man rests his knee against the sugarcane, while touching his leg. He says that instead of handling the assassin, they suffered losses, and now he'll even need to use that. With that, the man says he can't help but wonder how Human is still alive, even though all the other guards died. Guy says he already explained, saying that assassin kills according to his own rules, and he didn't fall within them. With a smile, the lunatic says, maybe the rule of a terrorist is to avoid friendly fire. Obviously, this infuriates Human. He tells the guy to stop barking nonsense, asking if they really think he put the honor of his organization and parents at risk. Chung says, it must be nice to have parents to support you. Dating that you, and if you wanted, is already 6 feet under. Suddenly, the other Ojong member adjusts his glasses, preparing to step, and the man asks, who is responsible for handling the so-called terrorist? The guy assures it shouldn't even be questioned. It was Mr. Junsu. The girl once again looks at the old man with suspicion. Woman's partner asks the bodyguard directly. The man obviously confirms immediately. However, even he seems a bit suspicious. He says he understands, and asks what Sean wants from them. The limited claims he doesn't care about money or anything like that. He just wants to make sure they stay quiet about the incident. And if anyone asks, Homan has never seen the assassin before. The guy doesn't understand why Chi and Gu are trying to bury the matter. Companion lights a cigarette, asking if that's really all they want. Sean tries to make him put the cigarette out again, but Johnson touches his shoulder, startled. The man looks at his bodyguard, who speaks in his place, and assures both that it will be enough. The Ojo representative says he needs some time to digest everything, asking if the bodyguard would also like a cigarette. But the man thanks him and says he's quit the habit. Chung, however, slams the table down. His fury is clearly mounting. He demands if they aren't afraid. After all, he'll soon be the new president. He questions what that old worm is even doing. The man then strings together a series of insults, telling that little shit to know his place. Standing up, he declares, that's exactly what my boss would say, and that's why I'm in this seat. Bidding farewell, the man then addresses the bodyguard directly, reminding him they'd agreed to the terms. Throwing his cigarette butt onto the floor, the man tells them, have an ashtray next time, and preferably a wet napkin too. And with that, the three are left alone in the room, in deafening silence. Chung remains quiet for a few seconds, not saying or doing anything at all. Huiman then comments, he really is something else, after all. He completely dismantled all of Chung's arrogance, using nothing but his words. Adjusting his glasses again, he states that's precisely his role there, since, apparently, Chung doesn't seem to understand how things work. He claims that the former president truly taught him nothing and, honestly, deserved his fate for not dealing with that brat sooner. The man is clearly in disbelief, asking if he's really trying to say that. Calmly, he replies, the old man claims the incident was probably a coup, planned by Chinam to seize the presidency. The elevator doors open, and they resume walking declaring it's absolutely essential they find the assassin who attacked the Qin group. And Freeman tries to interject, saying the man is dead, but his companion assures him that's not true. After all, Junsu is strong, but he never actually kills people. At that moment, he asks the old man, confirming his suspicions. The man is even more amazed by all these twists and turns. He declares it's unlikely the assassin was hired by Chang, since Junsu lost many of his men. The assassin was merely used in the end, nothing more. Huiman mentions that when he met him, the so-called terrorist said he hadn't been to Korea in a very long time, asking if they should try to bring him over to their side, maybe even managing to take Chung down completely. However, the old man simply says that would be good, but even if they do find him, they must kill him. He still doesn't get the point of all this. Earlier, the old man confesses. What infuriates him is that Chung called, thinking Human was no match for the assassin. That's why, the next time they meet, he must show them who's boss. Jappel admits he's not Ojang's biggest fan, but still hates seeing one of his men get beaten. Back inside, as ice cubes clink into a container, Chung assures them there's one thing he's become very good at, all thanks to his father. He asks if either of them wants to guess. The room still held the broken coffee table, and both bodyguards remained motionless, pouring the whiskey into his glass. The man says he's great at picking up on subtle cues. He notes that when the old man asked if Tiha was really dead, the room felt like everyone was holding their breath. Leaning back on the couch, Chung says his bodyguard assured him he had finished off his cousin. However, Tiha jumped and injured his leg. Besides that, his body hasn't been found to this day. Bringing the glass close to his lips, he pauses for a moment with a terrifying gaze. The man questions if Tiha is still alive. Yunisu asks if the guy is suggesting that he let the former young master escape. The old man says he was the one who shot the boy. From the helicopter, John states that if he had done his job properly, that wouldn't have been necessary. The bodyguard admits the boy was stronger than he expected. Furious, he throws his glass at the counter. He says it's time to move on now as he leaves. The guy says his priority is the council meeting, claiming he needs to win their votes in order to join the committee. The psychopath says that whether Tiha is alive or not, the old man cannot betray him, asking President Junsu if he's not right. The old man assures that he never goes back on his promises. Head to the rooftop toward the helicopter. Yaman was already on the scene, waiting. Sean is absolutely stunned to see that the guard somehow managed to survive. The guy then protests, "This isn't what I was promised." He begs them to reconsider his transfer. He then claims to have served the Qinghu family for a long time, so he shouldn't be reassigned, to just be a director's bodyguard. Annoyed, he mutters that if he'd known this would happen, he never would have betrayed his former boss. The lunatic then approaches, asking who told this guard he could get his ass kicked. Before doing anything, young man looks at Dan, who simply lowers his head. His boss tells him to be grateful he wasn't discarded after his absolutely terrible contributions. Even so, he yells out, desperately calling for Junsu. The old man tells him to stay calm for now, saying he'll contact him later. With that, the helicopter begins to lift off. Young man just watches them leave. Meanwhile, in a less developed area of the city, stood Miss Young Suk's restaurant. Taka says he now understands why Gray was able to identify him, since his late father was a researcher at the company. The boy says that with a tattoo on the back of his hand and the search for the 20-year-old Asian tied to the Chingham massacre, it all made sense, assuring that it's not so bad. The protagonist compliments him, saying it wasn't bad at all. His adoptive mother then says, "It looks like he has a lot of free time." Yang Suk says that, for someone from Xingu to come back for revenge, you must have plans, stating, the boy shouldn't just be sitting around chatting. This makes Gray spit out his food. He asks if she would betray him just to keep him busy. At that moment, the psychopath mutters to himself that Traitorous must die. His friend tries to lighten the mood, but the woman says it's only fair. She says there's no way a killer, who lived his life for the mafia, can easily trust others. However, our protagonist simply says he was handling some business, affairs of greater importance. He calmly tells the lady not to worry about any emergencies, explaining that anyone despised by Chunghua or Ojang is no enemy of his, allowing Teha to resume eating calmly. Both realize the assassin is probably hinting he could potentially protect them in the future, should he ever face sudden betrayal. Just then, a few thugs swagger into the restaurant, complaining loudly about the heat. One of them barks at the woman to blast the AC, full blast, demanding to know how she plans to pay her interest if customers aren't sticking around. Yang Suk retorts that she's already paid everything and demands to know why they're causing a scene again. She quickly tells Taehyung to come back after lunch and a smoke, and then sends Gray off to school. Baksu snaps at her to leave him alone, promising he won't do anything to the two. Yet, he appears confused and quite irritated about something. He remarks that he's never seen that boy around here, angrily questioning how anyone could stoop to eating at a place like this. Meanwhile, our protagonist is utterly stunned by the sheer size of the radish. Kimchi, furious, the guy then aggressively asks if the brat's choking on his food or something as he gets to his feet. Gray quickly tells the lady he's off to school. He makes his way to the exit, glancing back over his shoulder. He remembers asking his friend to promise something before he would even listen to his requests. He begs Taeha not to kill anyone or do anything rash, imploring him not to turn the neighbors against each other. Our protagonist then asks if the boy believes he'd just attack people so recklessly. But Gray quickly reminds him that's exactly what he did. Getting back to the original subject, the thug then asks what his request is. His friend then reminds him about the 3rd district of Gangsu is currently at a standoff between Shin, Gua, and Ojang when their disputes were about to erupt into full-blown chaos. But thanks to a local gang, Yabari, the conflict was surprisingly halted. However, Taeha then asks if a mere small gang could truly stop a power struggle between Shingu and Ojang. Gray drives home the point that Yap Yuri has ensured everyone's safety. However, they're also buying up buildings to create a housing cooperative so they can negotiate better in the future. Our protagonist observes that. It seems he disagrees with that plan. He says if a true solution had been agreed upon, it would have already been settled. He points out that the mayor was elected with Ojang's backing. Moreover, Yang Suk tried talking to the boss, but apparently she's not worth his time, asking Taeyong to speak on her behalf. However, he couldn't kill or permanently harm anyone. The protagonist admits that, in his view, they're nothing more than common thugs. But they did make the crime leaders back off. He simply stands up, thanking the lady. Baksu, thoroughly annoyed, asks if he's really going to ignore him. He tries to go after the brat, but Yang Suk steps in front of him. The woman says she already asked him not to touch her. Customers, saying she already paid, and asking what the ugly guy is doing there. The guy raises his hand to slap her, demanding to know who she's calling ugly. But Tia stops the slap using a bowl. So, even before Gray walks out of the shop, the three of them go flying through the door. The protagonist follows right behind them. The boy couldn't believe the lunatic did all that in under 10 seconds. Terrified on the ground, Baksu asks if the brat even knows who he is. As he approaches the men, the guy admits, mentally, that his revenge consists of 30 grand schemes. Even with all the planning, some parts were still uncertain. After all, Ganon considered his real enemy to be Chon, and because of that, he considers this a failure, but says he might be able to guess his future plan. Since, even being of Jin family bloodline, he'll still need to be elected president by the board, so he will use the development of the Jiangsu district to stir up the board. He demands the delinquents take him to their boss, while they wonder if this kid is insane. From across the street, a girl asks who he is. Shuri asks if he's trying to start a war with her gang. All by himself, no less. Tonka simply gives a negative reply. He calmly grabs his cigarette and lights it, claiming he's only there to talk. Shuri demands to know what he means by that, saying there's no way she can believe him, especially with her men sprawled on the ground, while he's spouting nonsense like that. However, the protagonist simply glances their way, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. The boy offers an apology, stating they don't seem interested in hearing him out, but he doesn't want to talk to people like them either. Looking up, Tyler suddenly realizes that's how they managed to force both sides to back down, with armed men positioned across all the surrounding buildings. He observes that if these guys were to seize control of the entire city, the 3rd district of Jiangxia would become the primary base for these armed forces. Moreover, if even just one of them used to be an officer, it's certain they're operating with a highly efficient system. He wonders if this is Korea's way of preparing itself. The girl says she'll listen to his final words, telling him to make it brief, calling him a bastard from Ojong or Chingu. Obviously, that enrages the guy, but before he can even take a single step, a shot slams into the asphalt right in front of him. Shuri orders him to declare where he's from, unless he wants to be riddled with holes. The girl warns him to hurry up. However, that only infuriates the assassin further. Clenching his fist, he mutters, "I knew this day would come," stating he can't believe the day would unravel in such a disgusting manner. Her guards warn her of the danger, asking if they should just kill him. She quickly calls out for someone named Horian. Her subordinate leaps off the building, landing swiftly in front of the protagonist. The guy was absolutely huge, literally known as Tank. The imposing figure stands still, staring down the kid. But contrary to all expectations, Taya simply tells the guard to step aside. The man stands, utterly unmoving, his gaze fixed. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he actually follows the protagonist's command, leaving Suri utterly bewildered. What was with the guard's sudden behavior? The girl demands to know how he could betray her so easily, as her other subordinates rush to her side. But then, in a shocking move, the assassin snatches the milkshake she was drinking and casually tosses it aside. He sneers that it's no wonder nothing she does ever goes as planned. This, understandably, leaves her absolutely dumbfounded, completely unsure what just transpired. He then leans in close to her face, his gaze still fixed on the distant building, whispering something intently into her ear. She's left, utterly confused and terrified by how everything is unfolding. Walking away, the protagonist declares that either way, they simply don't seem worth his time. The girl remains utterly paralyzed, as her men wonder if they shouldn't pursue him. However, she calmly approaches Orion. The man admits he couldn't sense any real threat emanating from the protagonist. The girl quickly asks, "Is that why you let that lunatic get so close to me?" She asserts that her gang is truly united. Smiling, the guy asks if she felt it too, claiming even he was able to sense it. He muses that it's been so long since the war. Long enough to forget what it's like to witness something truly real. Later, still at the ladies' restaurant, they're diligently working to fit the door back into place. Gray asks his companion to hold it steady while he screws it into place. They successfully repair the restaurant's entrance. Both proudly announce it's all done, confirming the door now closes properly. Meanwhile, Heian, still skeptical, asks if he's really sure he fixed it right. Gray confidently assures her he did, then promptly begs her for some food. But of course, she scolds Talha, warning that if he breaks anything again, she'll kick him right out. She's still reprimanding him, reminding him how expensive the door was, when suddenly, Suri appears and breaks it again. The girl exasperatedly asks, what is wrong with that door? Hogin Yangsa. The brat says she missed her and asks how she's doing, pulling the girl's cheeks. The woman asks when these delinquents will let her door see the morning light. Seeing that the protagonist thinks to himself, the girl is completely different from how she was. Earlier that day, once again, someone sets the door in place. Aside from fixing the door, Shirley says she heard Baksu laid a hand on the lady last time. Apologizing, she says she broke all his fingers to make sure he never does something like that again. However, the woman tells her to finish fixing the door and go eat, saying the girl is skin and bones. Ray explains to the protagonist that during a war that happened there, Yang Suk helped treat many members of Yaburi, also treating Suri's father for free several times, which is why they consider her their savior. Taya asks out loud how gang lackeys can treat someone who's considered their boss's savior so rudely. Obviously, the girl doesn't like hearing that. Looking at her, the protagonist says everyone calls her the boss, but the girl is just a symbolic figure. She jumps at him, wrapping several wires around him, focusing especially on his neck. Siri curses at him, saying she's been going easy from the start, but the brat doesn't seem grateful confident. The girl asks him to repeat what he said. The protagonist realizes those wires aren't normal, noticing their tension is different. To her surprise, the guy claims she must know that better than he does, saying that among those men who were positioned inside the buildings, when he was there, some seemed to have their weapons aimed at a specific spot. Instead of targeting the intruder, they were aiming at their own boss, saying that while everything externally looks like a stalemate, she acts like nothing more than a puppet, controlled from within. At the moment he approached her, the boy asked Suri to meet him at the ladies' restaurant, since there were too many spies there, who ordered them to buy up these buildings. He presses, could have been Ojong, as the girl yanks the wire even tighter, The protagonist declares there's only one last option left. Was it Chingu? He questions, but the girl, visibly furious, pulls the wire. But to her shock, all the wires had snapped clean. With dagger in hand, Tanya declares he's found his answer. Meanwhile, across the city, inside a luxurious estate, a man frantically bangs on a reinforced glass window, pleading with the director to save his life. He promises that despite the failed Lebanon deal, he absolutely guarantees he'll double their revenue within 2 short months. On the other end of the line, the director, on the phone, coolly asks what went wrong. The spy reports an intruder approached Suri not long ago, believing the boy might have already spotted them, and asks how he should proceed now. A large cage slowly opens, revealing a powerful feline within. A truly ravenous lion stalks out, right into the same yard where the desperate man is trapped. The man frantically tells the beast to stay back, frantically begging the director once more, pleading desperately for one more chance. But as expected, the director simply does nothing, allowing the man to be ripped apart and devoured by the beast. In the photo the director received, the protagonist's face was completely visible, which the director finds quite interesting. Inkyu orders them to bring the brat to him, alive. Taya reveals that, apparently, the mastermind behind the entire 3rd district was indeed Chingu. What's more, the reason the girl hasn't dealt with them yet is because she's currently being threatened. Suri immediately starts complaining about this guy. After all, he sliced through her wires as if they were nothing, even though they're her most prized weapons. Made of Kevlar fiber. Who is this guy? The protagonist confidently assures her he's simply the best person in the entire country when it comes to killing Chingu. That, naturally, leaves her even more perplexed. He states that if Chingu is truly her problem, he supposes he might be able to help her out. Gray assures her that she can absolutely trust the protagonist. She's then surprised when the old lady suddenly arrives. Young-suk also tells Suri she can trust this guy, and that completely shocks her even more, especially since the woman usually never meddles in anything. With a huff, she gets off the table. As she walks away, the girl states that if it were just a matter of taking down a few people, everything would have already been solved. Irritated, she warns them that this is her absolute last warning, and tells Tiha to get out of the district. She leaves, abandoning the trio at the restaurant. Later, the protagonist and the old lady are smoking outside. He thanks her for trying to help him earlier when she asked the girl to trust him, especially if the matter involved dealing with Chi and Gu members. But Yang-suk just states it's the truth, complaining, is there anyone else capable of standing against them in this country? The protagonist asks who secretly plotted all that mess. Within Shingu, the woman says, it was the director of the electric company, Inyu, assuring him that that worm is always behind everything. She explains that when the former leader of the Aborigines, Suri's father, nearly died in the redevelopment war, that man took him to the hospital. But only the 2 of them know that secret. The rest of the neighborhood believes he died, because if they knew the truth, there would be resistance, and they'd all end up dead. Yansuk admits she would prefer everything be resolved without Suri's father dying, and asks if Taeyun could help. They go silent for a moment. Someone reports, this is B1, and warns that the target is in their sights. They ask if there was any conversation. The spy says yes, affirming that Yang-suk asked the intruder for help, claiming that the man is harder to read, so he doesn't know what the answer was. This was a mercenary from the private company, Peak. The person on the other end raises the possibility that the guy is a mercenary. B1 says that either way, they just need to bring him in alive. His colleague asks about the woman and the boy from the restaurant, but the mercenary says they're unnecessary, claiming they'll just kill them all. But Theo was already right behind him. The guy gets extremely startled when he notices his presence. Our protagonist swiftly strikes his hand. This stops him from using his weapon. He rapidly closes the distance between them. His colleague quickly asks what went down, demanding if B1 is okay and to answer immediately. But the mercenary is still struggling to pull out the knife that's impaled in his hand. Meanwhile, the boy calmly strolls over to the spot where his enemy was observing him earlier. He picks up the radio lying on the ground, stating he's B1 and there's no need to worry, then bids them goodbye, promising to see them soon. Sometime later, the very next day, at Chi Wu's private hospital, a guy is eating something, nonchalantly stating he asked for all contracts to be completed. yesterday, asking if Shuri took his word seriously. The girl replies, she's trying to convince everyone to sign the papers, saying that way they'll avoid problems later on. Her father is breathing through machines, clearly struggling. Inyu then says he truly doesn't see useless people as human beings, all while stabbing something into the man's leg. The lunatic claims they're just chunks of meat. From his perspective, obviously, the girl is shocked and screams at him, still jabbing her father with the fork. The director says the machines are beeping like crazy, claiming that proves he's alive. He says he's doing his best to keep that chunk of meat alive. Shuri, extremely shaken, assures him she understands, saying she'll bring all the signed documents, no matter the cost. She trembles as she begs Inyu to stop, promising she'll do exactly as he asked. He grabs the girl by the face, as she begs him to leave her father alone. The freak calls her a lady of the night, assuring her that if she follows all his orders, everything will be fine. Obviously, she's furious, but she can't do anything. The freak says he loves seeing that defiant look, claiming it's worth the effort to tame her. Showing her a paper, the man asks if she met that man yesterday. Looking down, she still seems utterly dazed. The girl gazes at a photo of our protagonist. Meanwhile, Inyu declares he must meet him. He demands she bring him before the day ends. Her tears finally cease. She stares at the photo as he walks away. He reminds her not to forget this, warning she has everything to lose if she betrays them. A doctor bows deeply before the director. The man saunters nonchalantly toward the elevator. He calls someone, but there's no answer. Someone else was already in the elevator. In U.S., irritation grew. He snarls, what are those delinquents doing? Why aren't they answering? He ordered them to find Taeha. He just keeps complaining, all while looking at the other person inside. As expected, of course, it's the protagonist, staring intently at the director. The guy tries to speak up, but the boy simply cuts off his ear, not quite grasping what just occurred. Inyu glances down and sees the severed piece. He immediately begins screaming in despair. Taeha mentions he heard rumors about this. Apparently, the director was after him. The man asks if the protagonist even knows who he is, trying to end things with a punch. Inyu demands how the boy dares to lay a hand on him. He recalls his conversation with Young-suk. She told him that during the redevelopment war, Shingu had hired mercenaries. These were men from the Peak Company, ruthless killers who'd do anything for money. The protagonist asks if the director really believed everything would be resolved, not simply by throwing more money at it. Grabbing the mercenaries' dog tags tightly, Taeha declares if this guy wants bloodshed, but he better be prepared to watch his own spill. He shoves all the tags into the lunatic's mouth. The psychopath assures Inyu, no matter where or when, I will find you and stab you once a day from now on. With that, he tells him to get ready and take aim, declaring, the hunt starts now. Sometime later, the man was running desperately, wondering what is happening. He collapses to the ground as the protagonist calmly walks toward him. The director shrieked, pleading for him to stop crying. He begged him not to come any closer. Tai had slaughtered all the guards, which totally explained his calm demeanor. The boy then plunged a blade into his leg. He simply told the man to stop being so dramatic, assuring him that actually the femoral region has tons of muscle, so you won't suffer anything serious. As he nonchalantly pulled the blade out, the protagonist remarked that, compared to other places he'd struck, this one wasn't so bad, cleaning his knife. He then declared he'd see him tomorrow. After some time, a vibrant festival scene appears. Chaon sips on some wine, as he reveals that out of 15 directors, 7 are his allies, while 6 support the vice president, and the remaining 2 are neutral. He emphasizes that in difficult times, they should absolutely stick together, lamenting that it's truly a shame. Another person agrees, chiming in that they can hardly imagine how distressed the late president would be. They add that, given the situation, the 2 neutral members can only be persuaded by concrete action, insisting that the young ones are truly surpassing the vice president. However, unexpectedly, Chung suddenly calls for Inju. He heard he's working on the Jiangsu redevelopment case, asking if he can expect good results by the meeting. Nervous, the director simply agrees, completely assuring him, but the man just starts laughing, just asking him not to be so formal, and why he looks so nervous. In a terrifying tone, the man tells his colleague to do his absolute best so they can avoid any future hostility, while chillingly placing his hand over his latest wound. Inju assures that he doesn't want things to turn out that way. Later, he walks toward his car and sits in the back seat, clearly in a lot of pain. He He recalls the protagonist's words. As he stabbed him with his dagger, the man curses him, vowing he'll destroy him next time. His driver asks if he wants to be taken home. The director violently kicks his seat in frustration, demanding to know if such a question is even necessary. Meanwhile, Inu locks everything that can be locked. Suddenly, Tai appears in the passenger seat, asking if the man's committed some sort of crime. The man stares in obvious disbelief, stunned he got in there, swiftly pulling out his blade. Our protagonist then declares, apparently, that leg clearly hasn't been properly educated, and swiftly stabs it right into the man's knee. This sends the director into a desperate, agonizing scream. After that, the psychopath calmly steps out. He calmly tells the terrified director, "I'll be back tomorrow." Inu demands to know who he is and why he keeps doing that, declaring, "You won't get what you want." He states he won't get what he wants if the man doesn't talk. As night falls, as Tai notes, it's already the 7th day. And, even though he's been stabbing him in non-lethal areas, the director must surely be reaching his limit now. He tells Suri that even if they hand him over, her group will never be the same again. Again, they question what the protagonist was thinking, going after the director like that, stating it was incredibly hard to drive them out. One of them even asked their boss for permission to kill him, stating that if they don't hand him over, another war will surely break out. Suri questions why he did that, and why he came there to tell them this. But Tai simply says, it's error 307. He states that this error prevents people from fully using online banking, an error usually encountered by journalists. Additionally, the internet speed there is below 10K, as if everyone's grinding their teeth, waiting to be hacked. He asked her why is that. However, the two guards insist he doesn't understand anything, calling him just an outsider. Even knowing that everything is because of Chingu, she still stands firm for their families. He says that if all she wants is to protect her family, they should have stayed out of the way, questioning why they didn't fight back. However, Suri just lowers her head, unsure of what to say, leaving. Tai then says, the director will handle this himself, since he can't bother the council, and he tells them to be ready. Orion asks what the boy stands to gain from all this. He claims he'll earn the title of director within Chingu. Later in the same house, where Inu once released a lion to devour his subordinates, a man says it's a tragedy for both of them. The CEO of the mercenary company, Peak, says he never imagined the powerful director would suffer such humiliation from an outsider. But Inu tells the man to shut up, claiming he's not tolerating it because he likes it. While smoking, he curses the protagonist, saying that if it weren't for the council meeting, this would have already been resolved. Insik asks why he doesn't just bring that up, but the man vehemently denies that possibility. He assures that they symbolically call that meeting as such, claiming it can completely reorganize Chingu. He says he's always maintained a friendship with Chong, that once he's finally appointed, he'll have a capable guy by his side. He tells him it's best he gives it his all too, since if the project fails, the guy will also be punished for associating with him. With that, Insik says that Psycho managed to handle his men, so he did a background check on his own. He asks if Ngu has heard of the Salernos from Italy. The man admits he has no idea, asking if it's some kind of mafia. The CEO confirms, claiming they're insane. He says the boy is one of them, going by the name Vendetta, the best executioner. The only thing known is that he's Asian. He states that since he's a senior director at Shinbu, he must have a lot of money. Insik then asks, how much will he need? He says that if a nuclear bomb appeared, they'll need to create one of their own, declaring that someone who can rival him has been summoned to Korea. He says that Jerome is a guy who crossed paths with this Vendetta twice and lived to tell the tale. But the director argues he should have found someone the protagonist truly understands, not just someone who barely survived. Even so, the man explains that this kid is infamous for relentlessly chasing a traitor, even to the ends of the earth. He recounts a tale of how Vendetta once ventured into the Amazon jungle to hunt down a traitor, surviving solely on insects. Insik asks if that doesn't just mean Jerome is good at running away. But Insik retorts that if that were the case, he wouldn't have shown up immediately. The CEO then states the commission is $700,000 up front, $300,000 later, and another $300,000 as a brokerage fee. He claims it was incredibly tough for him and his men to bring that guy in. The man then asks how many men Insik still has. He warns that if he wants his company involved, the payment will have to be doubled. The director makes a quick call, ordering them to bring 200 kilograms of cold, hard cash to the first floor of the basement. With that, the elevator doors slide open. Something inside glistens in the light. He asks the CEO if it truly makes sense to spend $1.3 million just to kill one man. Ngu says there's 200 kilograms of 50,001 notes there, each weighing about 0.97 grams. He affirms the guy can do the math. He assures it's more than enough to retire on, saying they need to have a very productive conversation. Meanwhile, someone else is observing a blueprint from elsewhere. Gray says that it's the blueprint of the director's property and that he got in touch with a security company and bought the plans. Taya asks how he managed to buy them. The boy explains that except for Ching, who's their own insurer, all the others trade for money. After all, Shinbu is always ready to replace anyone who doesn't turn a profit. In other words, their employees have absolutely no loyalty. Hearing that, the protagonist declares his grandfather would rise from the grave. If he heard that, the boy explains that most of Inwoo's schedule comes directly from headquarters, making it super risky. The best time to strike is 10 p.m. However, they soon realize they don't have the blueprint for the first basement floor. Gray is sure a blueprint exists, since there are clearly stairs and elevators down there. But he supposes the blueprint might be held by the director himself. He notices the phrase one crook appears several times, and based on his studies, it's a special type of cement used in construction, since it's highly resistant to moisture, chemicals, and harsh weather. It's used for soundproof walls and even in zoos. Hearing this, the protagonist falls deep into thought for a moment. Teja asks the boy for a favor. Gray says he's listening. Vendetta gets close to the boy and whispers something in his ear. The boy asks why all of a sudden, but the protagonist simply replies, I suppose I'll meet it. Gray says he has that at home, but he never thought Teja was the type to use such things. However, Teja claims there's no such thing as a type for that kind of thing, and asks the kid to keep a close eye on the CCTV for any intruders. After that, he calmly leaves the restaurant. Someone asks, are you heading out again? Montakluyong asks if that lunatic is going to provoke the director. Again, the protagonist says, it's hard to imagine someone being stabbed every 24 hours would see that as just a provocation. He says he's been around since the revolution of the 90s, so he knows how to spot real talent. Even so, he's never heard of him before and asks, who is that kid? Teja asks if it would change anything if the man knew who he was. The big guy seems a bit irritated by this. He warns that if Teja refuses to explain, he'll be considered a direct threat to the boss and will have to be eliminated right then and there. The protagonist just stares, unfazed. He points out that the man knows his opponent's skills and still chooses to fight fair instead of scheming for an advantage, claiming that, apparently, he used to be part of the Ojo gang. As he leaves, Vendetta says he trusts his skills too, which is why he's leaving the place in his care. While he's gone, assuring him he'll personally compensate him if there's any redevelopment, offering 10 times the amount initially offered. Night finally falls. The director's mansion is as quiet as ever. The protagonist has managed to slip past the entrance security. With extreme caution, the assassin slowly opens the door, using his knife to hold it open. He then begins walking through the rooms, looking for his target. Seeing how quiet everything is with all the lights off, T-Hat assumes the director hasn't returned yet. But then he notices the stairs that Gray suspected led to the first basement floor, wondering if that's the entrance. And so, the lunatic simply starts descending the staircase, stopping in front of a glass window that shows a lion's habitat. Suddenly, the door slams shut. Injiu speaks through a speaker box, saying it's good to see him again. Obviously, Vendetta realizes this is a trap. The director says he suspected from the start that he'd gotten hold of the schedule. After all, the kid always knew when to strike, calling the assassin a disgusting insect. With that, the lion's cage opens. The man says it doesn't matter how skilled the protagonist is. With knives, he'll never be able to face two lions. Naturally, the felines begin to roar, showing off their primal predator nature. Injiu says he couldn't do anything in the 3rd district because of the Ojan gang, but now he has the perfect excuse, declaring that as he's devoured alive, The place will fall as armed assassins infiltrate. He vows that tonight the boy, along with every last scumbag from the 3rd District, will be completely annihilated. Calling out the lions by name, the director commands them to attack. With that, the lions quickly close in on him, sprinting ferociously towards their prey. Even our protagonist feels a jolt of fear in this moment. However, he pulls out a flamethrower, still finding time to criticize their names. Claiming both are male, he starts taking them down with bullets. Seeing this, Yu is utterly stumped, realizing his entire scheme has completely unraveled. The director asks if that was a gun, wondering why the psychopath isn't using his knives. However, Tanya retorts that daggers are for humans, asking if this guy thinks he's in a comic book, expecting someone to actually do that. Speaking on the phone, he contacts Gray, relieved to find he still has a signal, cutting a splint off his arm. He warns that an attack is coming soon, telling the boy to inform Siri to get ready. With that, Inu starts trembling, overcome with fear and nerves. He remembers the story of how he once ventured into the Amazon, solely to hunt down a traitor, surviving for a month on nothing but insects. He tightens his grip, seeing the unnerving calm with which the protagonist speaks. On the phone, Vendetta terrifyingly looks into the camera, stating that while Gray does his part, he'll hunt down the director himself. The boy informs everyone that she and Boo are on their way, specifically warning them about P Company. He confirms the message ends with Taya, asking them to wait for his return, since he's going to get Inu. Furthermore, since this fight is absolutely inevitable, the best choice is to face them head on. If they don't, it will be the end for everyone. The Emberry gang members are absolutely furious, claiming the scammer must have fled after causing all that chaos. Gray tries to defend his friend, assuring them that he will definitely return, but the guys tell him to shut up. They say the kid doesn't even know how the last war went, mentioning that Kids' age died, leaving their parents heartbroken to this very day, stopping the boy in his tracks. Yang-suk also reassures everyone that Taeho will return. Some question what that man truly means to her, but another person emphatically declares, enough. Surya sharply tells everyone to be quiet, stating that this decision isn't theirs to make. He asks his boss what their next move should be. The girl is clearly both irritated and worried. Suri reveals she never witnessed the last war, as it had already ended by the time she returned, leaving them utterly confused. The girl confesses she was terrified of losing her father, which is why she became Chinghu's puppet, apologizing for having deceived them. She declares that now is the moment to end it all. That's precisely why all Yapuri gang members must join forces to drive Chinghu out once and for all. Insik reveals the director's chilling plan to eliminate everyone living in the 3rd District, since no property owner has any rights to their significant apartments. The construction company stands to make massive profits by selling luxury apartments instead, even though the truce with Ojang prevents them from directly attacking. With the sudden appearance of the intruder, Vendetta and the assassin relentlessly pursuing him, the entire story changes. His men suggest the assassin is merely a decoy. The bald man confirms their suspicions, claiming that this despicable Chi and Gu is incredibly good at what he does, warning that it's absolutely crucial for them to stay out of this fight until the Ojong gang finally arrives, since Vendetta and that other guy will be responsible. Jerome had been observing everything nonchalantly, admitting he initially expected nothing. But now, this is truly starting to captivate him again. He declares he can smell the impending war, mentioning Korea seems to be a very interesting country indeed. The company's CEO orders them to activate the drones. With that, a van appears in an alley, another in a parking lot, completely surrounded by combat drones, all of them with bombs strapped to their bodies. Six states that, unlike the last war, they won't be limited to small arms anymore. He then claims they're mercenaries. As long as there's money, there are no rules. This ensures they'll win every battle. Meanwhile, a car speeds down a highway. Yin asks the CEO if his men are on guard. He desperately asks him to confirm it properly. The CEO calmly tells him to relax, assuring him the director is more protected than the president. 70% of his men are on guard. Yin kicks the back of his driver's seat, telling the bald guy to say that. After getting stabbed in a public sauna, he instructs them to only monitor their surroundings, claiming the psychopath threatened to hunt him down. The protagonist is inside a car when Yin notices, saying Vendetta is approaching. Taya thinks to himself that installing trackers in all the director's cars was definitely worth it. Additionally, he's concerned about how Gray and the others will handle things in the district, claiming he needs to finish this soon. In one of the security cars, a guard warns the driver that the assassin is right behind them. The driver questions how that crazy person knew they were there. While preparing to shoot, the soldier asks how fearless this Vendetta guy really is. With that, he sprays the windshield with bullets, aiming straight for the driver. Somehow, the protagonist manages to survive without getting hit. However, his car seems to lose control. The security guard warns the others that the black sedan behind them is the target. A bus aligns with Taya's vehicle. He's surprised to see that. While they order everyone to stay alert, several soldiers prepare their rifles through the window, stating they won't give him a chance to catch his breath. However, the protagonist quickly slams the brakes and throws himself into the barrier. And he breaks one of the doors while simultaneously jumping out of the car, using it as a sort of skateboard on the asphalt. Obviously, his car flips ahead. He whips his head back, startled, trying to strategize his next move. After all, beyond the numerous cars, 2 motorcycles, bristling with armed soldiers, are approaching. So, he deftly uses the door to knock one of them down. Then, with a powerful leap, lands on one knee to shatter the other guard's helmet, swiftly incapacitating both guards. He promptly seizes one of the motorcycles for himself, then accelerates as fast as he can, hell-bent on catching up with the director. Curiously, one of the escort vehicles happens to be a truck with a car ramp. A guard shouts that they have a visual on him, ordering his companions to open fire immediately. Our protagonist, a veritable Neo, dodges every single bullet, entering their blind spot and rocketing toward the ramp. Realizing it's time for some real-life GTA, he accelerates even more, building critical momentum, then launches himself over the truck. Still airborne, he prepares for yet another audacious move. With breathtaking skill, he leaps from his motorcycle toward another vehicle, landing squarely on top of one of the security cars. Carefully, he stands up, steadying himself, breathing deeply and preparing for battle. He draws his 2 daggers, holding them firmly, declaring that from now on, the real fun truly begins. Since they couldn't risk hitting their own comrades by shooting, the guards could only watch our protagonist, especially since he didn't even have a weapon. The lunatics decide to accelerate, stating that as soon as he gets alongside the vehicle, they'll naturally just crush him. Taiga can hear the engines revving louder, so he lifts his head, listening intently, carefully waiting for the perfect moment. So Vendetta simply makes a small jump to halt himself, relying on the car for vital support. Consequently, he then heads straight toward the bus. Our protagonist quickly gets ready to breach through the bus's windshield, taking advantage of the guard's momentary confusion. With a decisive move, he smashes the glass and breaches the vehicle. The soldiers, quite obviously, weren't expecting anything like this, so they barely react, allowing him to seize the situation. Vendetta swiftly slashes them down, fatally cutting through them like a brutal hurricane. Literally, he's taking all his enemies' heads right off. Then, he shatters the window, separating him from the driver, casually taking a seat right beside him. The poor guy has no clue how to even react in this situation. He can barely process how a biker, who was just flying through the air moments ago, is now suddenly here, handing him a wad of cash. Tyler quickly apologizes, then asks the man if he can drive a little faster, assuring him it won't take much longer. Meanwhile, a report comes in from the district. Drones have now been confirmed within a 600-meter radius, with 16 already sighted. Gray reports they've split up to strike, from a lower altitude too. Judging by their speed, they seem to be FPE units. Su Yin states this is exactly what they anticipated. A few hours earlier, Shuri had asked the Major how the last war was fought. The Major explains that Chong and John only ever fought during prearranged times. She points out the irony, as they're not in medieval Europe. Still, she questions why the war was contained within the district. After all, whenever one side left, the other did the exact same. The Major explains that only small arms were ever used, and only Peak actually made use of them, since both gangs desperately wanted to avoid drawing attention. After all, if a monster like that ever appeared again, no one would live to see the next day. With that, the girl becomes thoughtful for a moment. Stujian says that's why Pete tried to end things before it reached Oh-jong's radar. But taking over the district would simply take too long. The boy finally understands the real reason behind the drones. The assistant says they are probably equipped with RPGs or grenades for self-destruction, warning that they must prepare. The drones begin to swarm and fly over the region. Some soldiers quickly spot them and get ready to fire their anti-drone weapons, aiming to take them down. With that, some of the drones start to hover in place. One soldier celebrates a successful hit, while another shoots with his rifle, cursing the mercenaries under his breath. The bald man receives an update. They've lost control of the drones, specifically on 1st and 7th Streets. They suspect the enemy has anti-drone tech, and Insik questions this sudden assumption. His subordinate explains, signals were only lost in specific areas. Naturally, the CEO is enraged. Does Yapuri have radars or something? Anti-drones aren't exactly common. He scoffs. He boasts that won't be enough to halt their plans. Suddenly, Gray is utterly stunned. He tries to grasp what's happening with the drones. He reports there are so many. He estimates at least 100. Insik asks, did they seriously think my company that would wage war with mere dozens of drones? The anti-drones only jam a small area. When you point them elsewhere, the signal instantly returns. Now, with hundreds of drones swarming the sky, the man wonders how many they can possibly suppress. A previous war led to major renovations. For most buildings in the district, a simple command allows drones to be deployed anywhere. The CEO eagerly states, I wonder how many will survive. That with 800 explosive drones on their tails. Someone reports over the radio. Drones are infiltrating through the ventilation system. He warns, they seem to know the building's layout. Suyuin orders everyone to evacuate immediately. She explains those drones are already programmed, so there's no way to stop them now. Smiling, the major assures them the boss is already en route. Someone calls out to the bald man. There's something weird in the sky. Insik looks up bewildered. The sky seemed as normal as ever. But suddenly, several lights emerge. They intensify rapidly, growing brighter. Then, multiple explosions ignite. Atop one of the buildings, standing before the drones, was Shuri. Tried to attract the attention of as many as possible, quickly manipulating her threads. She completely ensnared them, bringing them to a halt. She then leaped away as they self-destructed. Insik is startled, demanding, who is that? She's determined nothing like that ever happens. From the last war, not so long ago, her subordinates were asking about it. She apologizes for not telling them sooner, declaring this her true weapon. She tells them they might be surprised, but as she explained, she was somewhere else during the last war. She was training in another place, honing her skills with that weapon to help her father. But fate made her arrive too late. So, this time, she intends to make things right. She vows they will make sure those bastards never again step foot in their neighborhood. Suyuan feels immense pride, urging Jisif to see how much his daughter has matured. The bald man orders another batch brought in, demanding they overwhelm them with sheer numbers, commanding them to blow up anyone in their path. But before his soldier can reply, something utterly shocks him. Suddenly, a strike slams the van behind him. Horian is informed that this has to be some sort of drone command center. The big guy confirms they were correct. The CEO, seeing him, immediately gets nervous. The tank barrels towards the bald man, declaring it will deal with him first. 10 years ago, the man inquired if his friend truly desired to establish a gang. He declared that the times were shifting, and instead of paying a gang for protection, it was far easier to just start their own. The major countered that he remained a soldier, and besides, no one else could match Gizib's fighting prowess. But the man reassured him they weren't forming to just beat people up, merely to facilitate easier negotiations. With a smile, he proposed the name Yaburi to his friend. Meanwhile, in the present, mercenaries questioned how Horian had discovered this location. Soldiers frantically reported that Alpha Team had spotted a threat. The massive figure accelerated his sprint. He ducked his head, dodging the barrage of gunfire. Annoyed, their captain yelled, "Stop aiming at his head. Instead, aim for his feet." The tank had already slammed one of them, right against the wall. His partner couldn't believe his eyes. Then, the brute swiftly took down the second mercenary, slamming him unconscious against the wall too. A sniper reported Alpha Team's threat was in his sights. He admitted the man was a total monster. However, before he could even move, his body was completely sliced apart. As expected, it was the girl's doing. She was sprinting gracefully across the rooftops. Insik saw it and cursed furiously. She informed everyone she had just taken out. Another sniper, Subian, congratulated her on the job, but warned there were likely more. Stay alert, he urged. Besides, they didn't even know she existed, so the snipers were likely positioned in places with a clear view downwards. And the location where the snipers were grouped was probably also where the drones were stationed. Grace reported he'd found a possible location. He claimed it was a public parking lot on the other side of the community center. From a black van, the girl confirmed she understood and was already heading there. But then something caught her attention. After all, Orion had just been hit by a bullet, but his nickname Tank wasn't for nothing. The guy hadn't suffered a single scratch. As he approached them, he declared that in the last 20 years of bloodshed, he'd only survived as a mercenary in that country. One way, Insix swore he would kill the girl. After taking care of all of them first, tearing off his coat, the man revealed his robotic arm, saying he would finish the bald guy right there. Elsewhere, a car crashed onto a viaduct. Luckily, it didn't flip over when it hit the road below. The director was on his knees, in front of the protagonist, calling him crazy, asking what Vendetta wanted with him, and why he was doing all this. However, the man calmly replied. He had already said he planned to stab him once a day, and then he drove the knife deep into the man's shoulder. And you ask if Taiho was insane to be doing something like this. Over such a petty reason, the protagonist whipped out his phone. It'd be too much trouble to track him down, he declared, if he went abroad, so I'm taking him to the district. But the director insisted it was already too late. He assured him that by now, there was nothing left on those streets. He declared he'd ordered his men to exterminate everyone, including children and the elderly, commanding them not to discriminate. He boasted he'd spent over 100 billion won, asking if the kid had any idea what that meant. We're supposed to destroy everything within an hour using bombs, missiles, or whatever we find necessary, the protagonist said. I've heard many people died in the last war, just for getting caught between the two gangs. It seems you still don't understand why I'm only coming after you. He stated that no one is deadlier than someone who has lost their family. People like that have nothing left to lose, so they risk everything without fear. However, he continued, there's a group even stronger than them, those who have a family to protect. Then the director remembered that day in the hospital. Tiga said he was sure the man had also seen the eyes of someone who would do anything to protect their family, with a pain that tears through their lungs, a fury that destroys their hearts, all trapped in shallow breaths that promise vengeance. People like that are strong, and one of the ones who made them that way was none other than the director himself. So the protagonist told him to shut up and follow him. Silently, Inju asked if the kid really thought things like family and revenge were stronger than money. Back to Horian's fight, the mercenary admitted he never imagined. The guy was an Ojang, the 16th, in command of the gang during the last war. Dodging bullets, the big guy said that was in the past. Swinging his axe, Insik told his opponent not to belittle himself, stating everyone knows what that ranking means. Anyone within the top 20 in Ojang is considered one of the strongest in the nation. Suddenly, Shuri's threads erupted into the midst of battle. The girl quickly ensnared the bald man, completely, all while he cursed her name. The man wondered what kind of thread this was, one he couldn't even sever. She called out his name, claiming she'd heard. He was the one who'd slain the most in the entire city. Cursing him, Shuri vowed to take his head, to ease the sorrow of those who remained. Orion leaped toward him, ready to deliver the final blow. The CEO tried to plead for them to wait, but to his incredible luck, Jerome appeared and snatched him away. This move obviously stunned the big guy. And, not much differently, Shuri also couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The man stated that because he'd chosen toys, like drones, to win, that was the reason. The bald guy ended up in this mess. Grabbing a crowbar, the assassin asked if he was mistaken. Looking directly at the two, the guy stated he was going to begin, still utterly confused. The girl wondered if the man was a new enemy. She noticed that even though Insik was completely entangled in her wires, that lunatic pulled them out as if it were nothing. The leader of the mercenaries demanded what the lunatic was doing, showing up so late. However, Jerome simply stated that their base was 350 meters to the northwest, on the 4th floor of a ruined building. He ordered the bald guy to go there. Before he could even finish his sentence, Orion shoved the assassin against the wall. However, the tank seemed surprised by something. After all, the guy was laughing. He said he'd stay there to have a little fun. Insect screamed over the radio in desperation, ordering them to get all the drones in the air. His subordinate objected, arguing. They didn't even know where the enemy's control center was. Nevertheless, the leader said it didn't matter, since his best man was already there. He ordered them to kill everyone, while Jerome kept the guy busy. Shuri approached the guy. He declares he can't possibly do something like that. This momentary distraction throws the big guy off balance, creating an opening for the assassin to land a powerful kick, sending him flying clear across the room. Orion visibly struggles to halt his momentum, clearly annoyed. He grudgingly admits he never expected this guy to be able to throw a massive 120 kilograms. He notices from his opponent's stance that wasn't even his full strength. The big guy concedes that this man is genuinely promising. The girl calls out to her friend, but he reassures his boss not to worry, stating he'll handle everything here. The girl declares she'll take care of the drones, ordering him to take the man down and bring him back to the base. She states it's an official order, telling the guy to finish this fight within the next 5 minutes, because if the peaks arrive before then, it'll all be over. However, Orion suddenly recoils, absolutely terrified by something. After all, Jerome has appeared right next to the girl, asking if she's already thinking of leaving. He asks her to stay just a little longer, claiming it'll be much more fun that way. However, the big guy appears, poised to punch him, and lands a devastating blow right on the assassin, sending him flying once more. The guy once again tells her to leave it to him, assuring her he'll catch up very soon. The girl simply nods in acknowledgement. She immediately starts running as fast as she can. Horion mentally admits that if she had hesitated at all, he would have absolutely cursed her out until she left. He's surprised she isn't losing her composure. Even though this is her very first war, it must truly be in her blood, he thinks. But Jerome simply starts laughing maniacally, asking if this isn't quite the surprise. He admits that if he takes a few more punches like that, he might actually die. The big guy, frustrated, complains about how he possibly survived a direct hit to the chest. He then demands to know where the guy is from. His opponent reveals he's from the Philippines, explaining he learned Korean purely out of interest, and asks how his pronunciation sounds now. They stand face to face, locked in an intense stare. Jerome confesses his life has felt incredibly dull lately. He yearned for the thrill of a good fight and all that comes with it. Introducing himself with a flourish, he declares they're about to have a blast. With that, the lunatic promptly slugs Wirian in the face. As expected, Wirian quickly strikes back, preparing another devastating blow. He introduces himself too, unleashing a furious series of attacks. He targets every inch of his enemy's body, while taking full advantage of an opening. He lands a brutal uppercut. The assassin ecstatically declares he naturally loves this. A hit like that leaves Horion completely dazed. Before he can even fully regain his senses, the psychopath lands another devastating blow. Still reeling from the hits, the big guy recalls someone who once discovered his true identity. He remembers the protagonist, who stated he trusted Horion's abilities and would leave everything in his hands while away. Clenching his fist, he wonders why that man would ever trust his abilities. He recalls that during the First District War, he was the main squad leader of the Ojin gang, back when it was still just starting out. And Jiza was the head of Yaburi then, a close friend who fought alongside him for the gang before retiring. Back then, he pleaded with his friend to trust him, assuring him he'd ensure everyone moved into an apartment with a spectacular view. However, Suri's father counters that most residents are elderly, unable to wait 10 years just to live there again. Horion declares he'll fight, and if he dies along the way, at least he'll know he tried to make a difference. But before anything else, he asked one final favor. If he dies, he'll leave whatever comes next in his friend's hands. Even badly injured, Orion struggles to his feet once more, yelling as he attempts to land a hit on his opponent. But Jerome skillfully dodges and instantly counterattacks. Meanwhile, the big guy admits he joined the Ojang gang to truly discover what it meant to be strong. However, the truth he uncovered only brought him despair. He found a world full of talents that towered above him, like insurmountable mountains impossible to conquer. A Upon reaching the top 16, the man finally realized that was the absolute limit of his abilities. But his friend's death opened his eyes to a crucial truth. He realized his strength came not from the mountains he trained on, but the people he swore to protect. Jerome continued to land brutal blows. But shockingly, Horian snatched the assassin's head. He bolted, carrying Jerome's entire body with him, declaring he's called the tank for a reason. He proclaimed he's the one who clears the path for others to follow safely. His enemy seemed utterly bewildered by this turn of events. The smiling weirdo remarked that his fist was packed with conviction, claiming he thought they were just having fun all along. Appearing right behind him, the lunatic stated that if this man was getting serious, he'd have to do the same, grabbing a crowbar. Jerome admitted it had been fun, saying he'd ensure he passed on without pain. With that, Horian found himself utterly paralyzed. In shock, a massive slash horizontally cut through him, even slicing the wall directly in front of him, causing it to crumble and fall right on top of him. Someone praised the man for all his hard work. Unexpectedly, Tiha appeared and precisely sliced the wall, preventing it from crushing Horian. The protagonist asked Horian to let him take control from here. He thanked him once more for all his efforts. With that, he shifted his gaze to Jerome. Staring back, the assassin remarked that his vendetta was long overdue. The boy declared that from this moment on, he would be his opponent. But first, Tiha asked if his comrade could still move, despite being visibly covered in deep cuts. Horian insisted it wasn't enough, claiming he was perfectly fine, assuring them they'd have to actually kill him to make him stop moving. So the protagonist told him to walk 1 block, stating there would be a black car waiting near a streetlight inside the trunk, and you would be waiting for him. He declared that he would handle things here, asking Horian to drive the car to their hideout. Jerome questioned if they truly thought he'd just let the big guy go so easily. However, Tiha promptly hurled a manhole cover at his feet. As expected, the guy effortlessly blocks it. The protagonist advances steadily toward his opponent. A chilling smile on his face, the lunatic asks if he's serious. He swiftly uses his crowbar to snag the flying manhole cover. While it's still airborne, he skillfully hurls it right back, his excitement building with every moment. Vendetta charges at him with blistering speed, barely managing to evade the attack. They halt, keeping a tense distance from each other. Suddenly, Jerome lunges forward, looking increasingly starved for adrenaline. The protagonist remarks that, apparently, this guy has truly been going around, bragging that he's his ultimate rival. The weirdo taunts, "Isn't that true?" With that, they unleash a flurry of blows at absurd speed. However, Taya retorts that the guy is nothing but a stalker, but the assassin just keeps on laughing, claiming it's all the same to him. Suddenly, several explosions erupt in the sky. Siri is taking down every drone she can, despite her exhaustion. The girl admits there are simply too many drones around. Besides, she can't afford to waste too much time on this. Suddenly, a voice crackles over the radio, saying that HQ is exchanging heavy fire with the peaks, barely 50 meters away from the base. Gray states the situation is indeed dangerous, but their strategic position makes it tough for enemies to approach, telling them not to worry just yet. He declares that as soon as that man returns, the war will finally be over, so they just need to hold the line until then. The girl, hearing those cryptic words, wonders if he might be talking about someone specific. Then she hears the distinct sound of car. Inside the trunk was the director, incredibly injured. Warion had gone there specifically to retrieve him. Obviously, the man was growing increasingly terrified of what horrifying fate awaited him. The big guy grabs him by the face like a mere doll. He wonders if the true way to end this war is to smash that worm skull right here, right then and there. However, if that man loses, Shuri won't be able to face Jerome all by herself. So, he gravely considers his options. Perhaps it's best to ask Ozan for help. On that front, he starts crushing their face, squeezing tighter and tighter, muttering to himself, "This is the one responsible for everything." And after their death, Peak and Jerome will be forced to retreat. However, Tiha and his opponent pass by above him, still fighting fiercely. The assassin was expertly blocking the protagonist's blades. Both start clashing their weapons again, face to face, staring each other down once more. They exchange another flurry of blows. Vendetta manages to land a powerful kick to his enemy's stomach, sending him flying. The guy uses his chroma as leverage to halt his momentum. He admits he was surprised to learn his rival was in Korea, but says he might be starting to understand why he came here, destroying the air conditioner, where he'd driven the crowbar's tip. He surprises the protagonist by saying that, for assassins like us, that place is a paradise. He tries to hit him with it. Jerome asks if Vendetta disagrees. The boy clearly has a hard time dodging the attack. As a last resort, Tiha throws himself backward through an apartment. However, his opponent had already anticipated that, laughing maniacally as he tries to strike him again. Subion asks if Gray is sure everything will end. When that man arrives, the boy says he's absolutely certain, making the Major totally freak out, asking who he is and why they have so much faith in him. Gray asks if the advisor remembers that the news used to call the Chingu family royalty, informing him that the so-called terrorist was Tiha. However, he asked the man to forget the words he just heard, saying that, in fact, he isn't a terrorist who killed the royal family, because even though he left, that man is still part of that royal family, declaring that calling him the heir to the throne makes much more sense in his mind. Vendetta remembers the first time their paths crossed. They were both in England. They suddenly found themselves after the same target. A massive explosion rattles the tunnel walls. Our protagonist and Jerome had been locked in a fierce battle. Jerome had been thrown onto the unforgiving train tracks. He props himself up, leaning heavily on his crowbar. Looking down, a stunned realization washes over him. His legs, completely shattered, were beyond repair. Consequently, he couldn't move, and a roaring train barreled toward him. Jerome even looks up, desperate for Taha's help. However, the boy does absolutely nothing. He claims he was certain he'd finally killed him then. But then, sometime later, a cargo plane soars majestically across the skies. Suddenly, two figures plummet from its belly. Our protagonist recounts a time when he was pursuing a traitor attempting to flee to Russia. That's when their paths fatefully crossed once more. They clashed fiercely, locked in a brutal mid-air battle, exchanging powerful blows as they free fell through the sky, until Vendetta manages a precise strike to his vest, slicing through the parachute's trigger. He plants his foot on Jerome's chest, forcefully pushing him downward. Yet, incredibly, he didn't die that time either. Quite the opposite, in fact. Jerome seems to only grow stronger with every single confrontation. The madman cackles maniacally, claiming our protagonist's strike just wasn't enough, saying it all came down to a single, subtle difference. He's noticed that his right-hand strikes are significantly weaker than his left. Armed with this insight, Jerome swiftly charges at Taha, taunting that Vendetta has failed to kill him, despite countless opportunities, including that very last decisive blow. Jerome lands a fiercely powerful strike. Our protagonist immediately realizes his right arm has begun to tremble uncontrollably after the attack, as it was the arm broken earlier, during his brutal quest for revenge. Capitalizing on that brief, critical distraction, the lunatic suddenly materializes right behind him, questioning if someone of his caliber could truly hurt his arm. Taha deftly dodges the strike. Meanwhile, his opponent declares that, after his brief, intense experience in that country, he can even understand his struggles now. Jerome states it would be sheer madness to assume that place isn't overflowing with incredible fighters, especially after they forged such a lawless environment. Even after assassinating the president, he still claims that the true best among them all is still Vendetta, because the only one who can push him to death's door and make him stronger every single time is him. The guy begins cutting the water tank, using the tip of his crowbar, tearing a massive gash into its structure. He then hurls that chunk straight at his opponent. Taya doesn't even have time to react. The assassin leaps, readying for the finishing blow, exploiting his enemy's vulnerability. He lands an incredibly powerful strike, raising a massive cloud of smoke before landing calmly. But to his utter surprise, the protagonist wasn't there. Wondering how the boy possibly managed to escape that, he begins to tremble with pure rage, claiming he clearly saw him get hit. Realizing that he can vanish from sight so easily, he blocks one of the daggers his opponent just threw, Jerome declares that Vendetta has failed once again and missed yet another chance. However, the protagonist cuts him off short, assuring that this time he'll make sure it's truly over. As the blade finally hits the ground, Tao is already standing right in front of his opponent. The guy can't even understand what just happened, asking if his rival has always been this fast. The assassin Vendetta delivers a devastating slash that cuts everything around him in half. Taeyun says he's just like him, stating that he, too, rose through death, finishing his rival right then and there. Meanwhile, Shuri is desperately running across rooftops. She says that according to the radio, this is the last batch of drones, stating she needs to take them out as quickly as possible. In return to base, the girl is confused upon seeing two men carrying a body. One of them notices her presence. She's frozen, wondering if those are more enemies. However, the guy calls her by name, claiming to be from a special forces unit of the Ojo gang, while saying they're acting under Captain Hummon's orders. The man himself appears in front of the protagonist. He immediately warns that he received orders to kill him, asking Taha what he should do. The two stare at each other after that incredibly unusual question. Our hero definitely remembers him. He's also stumped on how he knew his location, realizing this guy likely isn't one of Inu's crew. Plus, if he actually wanted him dead, he would have ambushed him by now, instead of showing himself like this. Our boy declares he thought he was special, claiming he's apparently part of Ojian. Quinn sarcastically asks if he expects a thank you, or something of the sort, insisting he knows they can't afford any chaos here. He guessed this guy probably didn't get the full story, but our hero assures him he wasn't the one who started this mess. Just as the two are about to really start arguing in detail, the lunatic starts to rise like a zombie right behind them. That obviously leaves both of them absolutely speechless, barely able to speak. Jerome admits that was a pretty serious situation. Naturally, Vendetta snatches up his other dagger. That was on the ground. However, the corpse manages to dodge the attack. The madman pulls a grenade from his pocket. He throws it, promising to see his friend another time. The other two are completely flashbanged by the blast. Our protagonist rapidly scans the area with his eye, trying to locate him. He immediately starts walking, determined to go after that zombie. However, Human stops our hot-headed boy, telling him to hold on a minute, insisting they need to maintain order here. Naturally, Vendetta is furious at this interruption, brandishing his dagger aggressively. Our protagonist claims the zombie was first in line. However, his opponent easily blocks the attack. He realizes this guy actually predicted his move. Human admits he can't see him at such ridiculous speed. Still, it would be humiliating to be fooled by the same trick twice. The captain says that from the looks of it, our boy isn't really in fighting condition, questioning why he doesn't try being kind just once. He admits the guy always seems strong to him, but says he's someone promising who hasn't reached his full potential yet. That would mean Human is someone capable of truly pushing things forward. Within the gang, both then take distance from each other. The protagonist calmly states he'd already noticed, but considering his skills, his opponent doesn't seem to have blood on his hands. He asks if he's right, and assuming his foe has never taken a life, the man attempts to land a swift blow, but Tiga vanishes, leaving his opponent stunned. Our protagonist was already right behind him, a smile playing on his lips as he watches him. However, to the boy's utter surprise, the captain suddenly matches his speed, boasting that he's already beaten many, until they were left drowning in puddles of blood. Seeing that, Vendetta is momentarily shocked by the sheer ferocity. Even so, he expertly dodges the blow, telling his opponent to head to the third floor of the abandoned building, 450 meters northwest of their current position, saying it's the residents' hideout, stating that even if Chi-Min can't finish him off, he'll still gain something truly rewarding. But when Chi-Min finally turns around, the man realizes no one is there anymore. Left completely alone in the middle of that alley, snorting in anger, he declares he's sick of that brat. The third district falls completely silent. The Ojang gang's special forces announce on the radio, ordering everyone to pay attention, telling them to surrender immediately. If they don't, A squad will systematically destroy each of them. The chilling announcement is repeated once more as Insik hides, desperate to avoid getting shot. He curses, seeing his soldiers lying dead on the stairs. The man bitterly complains, wondering if the Ojang gang also planted spies there, just like they did. Meanwhile, Greg remained hidden in another room, asking if the major was all right, and begging him not to pass out, even while struggling to breathe. Suyin tells the boy to speak more quietly, saying they can't let their locations be discovered. Over the radio, it's announced that they found 2 individuals in the hideout. However, there are many soldiers in surrounding buildings, making the entire area extremely dangerous. A subordinate asks why they aren't retreating, assuring him they'll be tough with Ojan right there. But Insik sharply tells them to shut up. Obviously, the mercenary leader's mind was completely focused on the money. He claimed opportunities like this only come once in a lifetime. The major then addresses the bald man, noting he truly seems to want to go all the way. The man boasts that if they manage to kill Giziab, Jerome will handle the rest, but that's only if they wrap things up there. He goes on, vowing to kill the Yaburi leader with his own hands, but Han silently approaches him, freezing him in fear. The person quickly covers his mouth. It was Kwarayan, questioning if he had truly just declared that their lives were worth 10 billion. Turning quickly, the bald guy retorts, the man must be nothing more than a walking corpse by now. But the big man steps back, vowing to make him spit out every single drop of blood, swearing it's for all the lives he's taken. He lands a devastating punch right in the center of his chest, making the mercenary leader vomit. A massive amount of blood. The force of the blow is so immense, it sends him flying straight out of the building. The mercenaries in the building across the street are terrified by that, but before they can even react, some mysterious wires suddenly appear. They instantly begin getting strangled. As she leaps, Sherry easily decapitates them all. Meanwhile, Insik had died from the fall while running. The girl realizes everything is finally over. 5 minutes later, Huiman finally arrives at the building the protagonist had told him about. Upon entering one of the rooms, he asks, "What is that?" At an improvised table, Taya asks the man to join them. The boy makes an astute observation, stating that gathered at this table sits the representative of the 3rd District, a representative from the Chingu and Yu, and finally, a spokesperson from the Ojang gang. He states that, apparently, all the key parties are present. The protagonist then announces that they are now officially going to negotiate the district's redevelopment rights. He claims that everyone should still walk away happy. Meanwhile, still in the Yaburi base building, someone tells their boss, but they don't know how to say it, insisting they hadn't been tricked. They explain they don't feel like the right person to speak, and ask if the man can help. Just as someone approaches, the guy tells the old man to stop grumbling so much. He lets out a heavy breath after hanging up, and then grabs a cigarette. Taha offers him his lighter, saying it must be tough working until this hour. Clement remarks it seems the kid has started carrying his own cigarettes. The protagonist asks if the guy still hasn't gotten over it, wondering if he wants one in return. But he just refuses, as the captain admits. He wasn't confident in his victory during the last fight, saying that will be true for many of his future battles. However, he states that if he gets the chance to fight 3 more times, he guarantees he'll win. The boy simply watches him in silence, annoying the guy. Vendetta says it's a shame he only has 1 life. With that, one of them finishes his cigarette. As the protagonist walks away, Human asks how he can still be alive and well. After facing Junsu, he says he won't tell him anything right there, declaring that, like it or not, the guy will know everything the next time they meet. The captain smiles, saying the brat never gives straight answers. He wants to see if Taeyo will act that way with a man who's about to arrive. After some time, back at the abandoned building, Hui Man returns, accompanied by 2 more men, including JP. As they enter, Horian promptly bows, greeting them, introducing himself as the former leader of Group B from the ancient branch, saying he's sorry for making the vice president come all the way there. The older man says it's been a while since he last saw him. Noticing the man has some injuries, however, the guy says that, fortunately, he's not having trouble moving. J. Paul says that, apparently, he is the problematic one here. He tells him to drop the formalities. After all, Huang isn't part of the gang anymore. Don't you dare bow so easily to anyone. He didn't let him leave so peacefully, just to be greeted like that. Even Huiman senses the strange, heavy tension. The hulking man admits, it's already surprising enough to see the seventh, but he never imagined seeing the second-in-command show up. Right there, he's the one who transformed their gang into an organization, incorporating it into the political system. When he was appointed vice president, it caused quite a stir indeed. Admitting the guy always led them toward victory, where violence isn't even an option. He supposes that's even more troublesome than Chingu, and everyone falls silent as they hear his footsteps drawing closer. Jeppel introduces himself and states that before they begin, there are some matters he'd like to address. Inju is still tied up, muttering nonstop. The man demands they untie the director, saying he refuses to negotiate anything until then. Unlike Sherry, who is absolutely furious, the protagonist simply states, that man is a criminal who violated the agreement. Teho was about to say something else, but the old man orders him to shut up. He claims the boy is an outsider who shouldn't even be here, warning that one more word and he'll leave. So the boy has no choice but to remain silent. The man once again demands they release the director, while Huiman seems pleased with his superior stance. Since he couldn't speak, the boy just nods to the girl. She does as she was asked. Jeppel says there's a car waiting for him outside, ordering the guy to go first. Inju begins to leave, assuring them he'll repay his debt, telling everyone to wait, promising he'll make sure their deaths are as painless as possible. Siri was obviously furious about all of it. The girl asks what the old man's deal is, saying he was going to be betrayed by the manager, and still did that. However, Jeppel asks how the bitch expects him to just believe everything they said. That leaves her even more confused and absolutely outraged. She asks, how could she possibly know that whether it was truly a breach of contract, or just some internal dispute between the two parties? She slams the table in frustration, stating that the director kept her father hostage, the very man who was almost killed by their third-best subordinate. Looking at the protagonist, the man then asks, wasn't it you who stabbed me at the hospital? That, of course, leaves her completely speechless. He states that even if the director was threatening her people, it still wouldn't justify a full-blown war. So, after they provoked and threatened that man, with an outsider, it's his duty to hold both parties responsible for breaking the contract. After that, Jeppel asks if they have any strong evidence to contradict him. Clearly, the protagonist was dying to kill them. On the other hand, Sherry says that in that case, they're no longer interested. In negotiating with the Ojum gang, the man says that decision is no longer in the girl's hands, since they accepted the terms of the agreement, but violated them. The representative announces that within 24 hours, they will send a proposal, informing them that they'll have another 24 hours to respond. With that, the three of them leave, acting completely normal. Siri kicks the table, extremely irritated. Trembling, the girl says she couldn't even say everything she wanted to, declaring that Jeppel never intended to negotiate from the very start. Taina simply agrees with her. She also suspects that there's a spy among them, since the old man already knew everything. Before even arriving there, the girl looks at the protagonist, asking, is at least everything going according to plan? He says yes, praising her work. Meanwhile, the members of Ojang head toward the car. Surprisingly, the older man says that Huiman should go separately, claiming he doesn't offer careers to cowards who tuck tail at the first sign of defeat. The captain, naturally, isn't pleased with that, insisting he'd explain the situation clearly, adding that he's still young, after all, and questions what was truly expected of him. However, Jeppel, unfazed, continues on his way. But then, someone intercepts their car, and just as expected, it's our protagonist. The car inches slowly towards him, cracking the window open just a sliver. Jeppel coolly asks what he wants. The boy explains that since both gangs are now part of a larger power structure, it's crucial they don't cross certain lines. Therefore, if they lose the director, who's just been released, and since Shimgu recently lost its president, they'll become far more vulnerable, weakening the agreement between them, especially if the person and motive behind the disappearance remain a mystery. He states that, for someone who claimed he didn't need to negotiate with a stranger, he now has excellent reasons to at least discuss this. At that moment, Jeppel remembers what was said in the meeting. Recalling Horium, Jeppel realizes he wasn't waiting for him, but was waiting for the director's release. The old man admits he expected the boy to come after him, But now that he realizes, the kid isn't as foolish as he thought. He doesn't know what to think anymore. The old man completely changes his demeanor, saying there's a seat available, and asks if the boy would like to join him. However, the protagonist says they're not that familiar with each other, claiming they just need to settle things simply. Yahello assures him he wouldn't set a trap this late in the game, saying he just knows a great cigar lounge. Aya says that only makes things worse, since he's extremely picky about his cigars. The man says he heard he was away from Korea for a while, and asks where our hero's been living. The young man reveals he's been in Italy. The old man then replies that, even though he's not terribly familiar with them, the place he's mentioning also has cigars, as he tries to recall the name. But before the old man can even finish his thought, our guy quickly hops into the car, grumbling he should have mentioned that from the start. Jep is a bit surprised by the assassin's quick reaction. He then observes that soul speed limit is 31 miles per hour, but Tana just tells him to stop worrying and hurry up. Moments later, they arrive at the destination. A distinguished white-haired man approaches them. He greets them, saying, "These are the cigars the gentleman usually enjoys, and he's also brought the special order." Our man replies he'll enjoy them, as always. The attendant wishes them a pleasant time. However, before he can depart, Taya calls out to him, asking if they have any matches. The attendant confirms and asks if he should fetch them. It was clearly a high-end establishment, with incredibly expensive drinks to match. Our protagonist points out that's no ordinary cigar, made with a unique Kentucky blend, appreciated by both workers and other social classes alike, characterized by its impressive length, which is often cut in half, to be shared with companions. Handing a piece to Jeppo, he then explains that's why it earned the name the friendship cigar. A bit surprised, the man takes it, noting it usually takes about half an hour to an hour to smoke a whole cigar. Realizing Tejo only wants a brief 15-minute chat, both men then remain silent for a moment. The old man then admits the cigar isn't bad. He also openly confesses that he doesn't care what ultimately happens to the 3rd District, as such topics simply don't interest him. That's why he reveals the true reason he came here in the first place. Firstly, as a human, I still can't grasp how to handle situations like that. Secondly, I couldn't understand how someone capable of facing Chin, who's practically royalty, could end up in a place like that. Our protagonist grimly replies he almost died back then. He assures him that he's only alive because of the people. From there, he requests the man to offer guaranteed housing for all citizens until the redevelopment plans are fully completed. This includes providing the necessary relocation support for a brand new apartment by Gangnam standards with no extra fees. Jeppel then states that just the construction alone will cost a staggering $3 trillion. If they offer that kind of support, families would earn 10 times the property's value. At that, Taya asks if they aren't there to negotiate, since he'd gotten the impression the man wanted to know about his plans for Chien's future. However, the old man denies that intention, saying he's actually there for another reason entirely. His true interest lies in the protagonist's knowledge of the committee, the largest conglomerate in South Korea, controlling advanced industries and entertainment businesses across the country. Shingu Corporation, the criminal organization behind the president's assassination, ranking members by skill. Ojong, the pseudo-religious group with the largest chamber, made up of all post-assassination presidents. The Eternal Life Sect, the largest crime syndicate, composed of military elites and media moguls, rejected by Oshang, the Do Bang Association. And finally, the committee's organizer, the in-house of Changju since 1990. These 5 factions have overseen the country. Through the committee, the only thing they covet is balance. Perfect balance, with power shared equally. Hearing this, Taya remains silent, a bit thoughtful. The protagonist then says, it seems they're afraid that Chong might disturb that balance. However, Jeppel assures him that's not it, and says the boy already knows the right answer. He asks if it was Chong who was responsible for his near-death experience, but the protagonist seems to hesitate for a moment, remembering when he faced Jun Soo, and the moment when the old man said, it all ends here. Still, the boy claims it was Jun Soo. The man suddenly says, Shin Gu got Jun Soo, claiming those were his exact words. The moment his true strength was recognized, a man of unknown origin, age, and identity who became the president's bodyguard, claiming Shindo's presidency shines because of him. This man first rose to power through a coup, and though he dreads believing it, perhaps, Junsu is using the organization to fuel his ambitions. Taeyong asks what this man is truly after. As he tells him all this, leaning back, JP assures him that he must know, declaring he's sure the boy knows what he truly wants. The protagonist assumes that perhaps this man wants him to eliminate Chong and Junsu. Standing up, Vendetta thanks him for the cigar, warning that he'll take that as an agreement. Regarding the district matter, the old man says that if someone outside the committee learns about him, the rules dictate he must be eliminated. With that, he asks the protagonist not to try running, assuring him that he wants to preserve the connection they share. The boy stops walking, encouraging Jeppel to look to the future and closely observe the next Chinga Council meeting. Elsewhere, a fax arrives in an office. This was the 31st floor of Chingu Electronics. One of the employees asks who had sent a fax there, calmly reading the message that had just been sent, surprised at what was written. Meanwhile, in a forest-like area near a waterfall, someone was running barefoot over the ground. It was Pyoto, a board member desperately trying to hide, with the same message clutched in his hands, calling the vice president. The man informs him that NGU has announced he won't take part in the vote. The old man, who was bathing, stops in place, visibly irritated. The man says he sent a fax, stating that a proxy will be present. The gruff man asks who this proxy would be. Only a single word of astonishment escaped the assassin. As he turned to the young master, his hand still gripping the knife, he wondered if it had all been a plan to lure him into the elevator. Then the young man explained, that's the same trick magicians use to divert attention with a broken pole. He'd made his opponent believe he was fleeing into the empty building. Reflecting on this, he commented that the man had the natural makings of an assassin, since he could hide so well. But regardless if he was a magician or an assassin, now that his game was exposed, the master declared he would pay the ultimate price. Immediately, the enemy lunged forward, weapon ready, but his strike was blocked by that very same blade. Still in disbelief, the attacker questioned how the other could possibly know his game. With a calm gaze, the young master simply confirmed he was right. Then, the blades clashed again, with full force, right in the middle of the elevator. A rapid sequence of strikes was unleashed, but the master blocked every attack with ease. The sheer speed of the counterattack left the assassin absolutely stunned, unable to comprehend how he hadn't been this fast before. He quickly rushed forward, leaving a blur along the elevator wall. But with a quick leap backward, the enemy easily evaded the attack. As he raised his weapon for a new strike, he froze, seeing the blade already pointed at his throat. For an instant, an intimidating aura surrounded the master as he raised his blade over the fallen opponent. Then, in one swift movement, the knife grazed the assassin's face, who could only watch, paralyzed. With a smile, the young man said he'd warned him. After all, he was like an open book. A flicker of astonishment filled the assassin's eyes. Suddenly, the elevator cable snapped, with a loud crash at the top of the shaft. The cabin then began to plummet in free fall. In a nearby hallway, the master revealed he had expected that, since there was only one way out of the elevator, right? He then asked how it felt to have someone always one step ahead. Unable to respond, the assassin could only shout an insult at his opponent. The young master then knocked him to the floor, a blade pressed firmly against his neck. With a sudden impact, they both burst through the doors, sending them flying into the middle of the hallway. The blade shattered instantly, blocked by the enemy's swift strike. A smile played on his lips. The man revealed the knife was a defective piece, questioning how he could possibly be defeated with it. But before the assassin could even finish his sentence, the master clamped a hand over his face. With an unwavering gaze, he simply commanded his opponent to stay quiet. The sound of impacts echoed from outside the building. Then the young master hurled him straight toward the window, which shattered, sending them both crashing out of the building. Mid-fall, the assassin still attempted a quick strike to break free, but the young man used the broken knife to block the attack. And then he saw a chance to leave a lasting cut on his opponent's face. Immediately after, the enemy's body slammed into the ground with immense force. Meanwhile, the master landed perfectly on his feet without any difficulty, standing at a distance. He took out his cigarette right after. He tried to flick his lighter, but it sputtered, refusing to ignite amid the dust. He admitted the man's skills were undeniably impressive, and that he had never encountered such a talented assassin. But he added that, no matter how good he was at acting, living together was a completely different story. He recalled that he knew very well Wang-Su had ignored him on purpose, and even dared to betray him after being taken in. With that, the man's silhouette began to fade away. Before disappearing completely, he could only gasp that his body was. And with the man's knife still in hand, the master revealed that the poison had passed through his blade during their repeated clashes. As he fell, the assassin made one last desperate request to the young master. With his final, gasping strength, he begged the master not to kill that boy. As he brought the cigarette to his lips, he mused that under normal circumstances, he was expected to kill him and leave his signature mark. But instead, he used his blade to light the fallen man's cigarette, and with a flicker, the cigarette tip finally glowed to life upon contact with the heated metal. But he declared that, given the man's loyalty, he would spare him just this once. Ultimately, he simply told the man to count himself lucky. Night descends upon the city, and elsewhere, a man nervously bites the straw of his drink at a table. One of the men there asked if he was truly sure about his decision. Still unsure, he asked if Du Guyong had actually said he'd vote for him. The bespectacled man confirmed, adding that he'd invited him to join them, so he could hear it directly. The moment his phone vibrated, the man commented that the successes just kept piling up, as it seemed the master had also been handled. He then tossed the phone to the other man, asking President Baek to answer the call for him. On the call, President Baek received the order to confirm the young master's body and ensure it was fully dissolved. After the call concluded, he informed them he would bring Nameless back, but the seated man simply asked why. He was then bluntly told, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks," they said, and that both of them should simply be dissolved together. After a heavy moment of silence, President Baek finally agreed to the order. He then left the room and strode down the hallway. Already in the hallway, he answered his phone and told the caller to proceed with the plan. Then, the voice on the other end stated he'd feared Chung would hang up on him, which was why he was glad to have him on the line. To his shock, Vic realized the young master was still alive. On the other end of the line, the young man invited him to step outside while looking up at the very top of the building. He then mockingly asked if he should go inside instead. On the phone, he had assumed that the young master had already dealt with Nameless. And with that, he added, he was glad to see the young man still alive and well. Impatiently, the master told him to cut the empty pleasantries. He then repeated his invitation for him to step outside. Unless he preferred, he come inside himself. Out on the street, he stood still, awaiting an answer. Back inside the building, Beck replied that, if his intention was to attack young Master Chion, a phone call wouldn't have been necessary. He soon provoked him further, asking if he was just buying time now, out of fear of failing like the last time. As he walked, the young man explained that at first, the situation had seemed simple. His family had been murdered, and he'd returned seeking revenge. But he revealed he'd changed his mind and wanted to hear him out before taking any direct action. He asked why exactly Jun-Soo had betrayed his parents and grandfather. Even with Chong's thirst for power, he pointed out that Jun-Soo was still in the same position as years ago as president of Shinbu Security. After turning his back twice, first on his grandfather, then on Buho-jin, he questioned what Jun-Soo was truly after. With all of this, with a metaphor, Jun-Soo replied that a wild beast would gladly sacrifice its own life for its offspring. But if the offspring failed to grow or fell ill, that same beast would break its neck. With the same reverence, phone still in hand, Jun-Soo asked if the young master felt betrayed, saying there was no need to overanalyze the situation. He then explained that the Chang'e company does not belong to any single person, but rather to its own legal entity. Furthermore, the vote he had cast for the late president, Siko-jin, had been for one single cause. That vote, he revealed, had been to protect Chang'e. With the call ended, the master simply watched him. He then asked if his parents had been murdered for such a ridiculous reason. His hand already on his weapon, he concluded that, in the end, he hadn't needed to listen to him at all. And to finish, he simply asked if Jun-Soo didn't agree. Instead of answering, the man simply made a cryptic hand gesture, This instantly brought a puzzled look to the young master's face. Standing right in front of him, he held his ground, utterly silent, not uttering a single word. Soon after, his hand slowly began to rise into the air. Then his other hand slowly closed over it. Completely bewildered, the master wondered what exactly that was. Was it perhaps some strange form of sign language? Suddenly, without a sound, a man with long, flowing hair materialized silently behind him. The mysterious newcomer simply gazed down at him from above. Turning swiftly, he met the piercing gaze of the man, who had appeared out of nowhere behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped back to create some distance, demanding to know who this man was. Once he had put some space between them, Johnson placed both hands over his chest, signaling that the fated time had not yet arrived. Then, with a flourish, he opened his hands, completing the mysterious signal for the long-haired man. The long-haired newcomer remained utterly silent, simply observing the unfolding scene. Slowly, he walked over and positioned himself beside Junsu, completely ignoring the young master present. Standing firmly at the man's side, Junsu revealed that Nameless had never been the person Chung expected him to be. And as for himself, he hadn't come down merely for polite pleasantries. To conclude, he declared he would see him again at the upcoming board meeting, where they would finally settle this matter once and for all. With that, the master was left standing alone in the parking lot, as the two formidable men coolly walked away. Standing there, his back still turned, he simply tightened his grip on the weapon clutched in his hand. Then, with a fiercely determined look in his eyes, he agreed that they would indeed resolve this matter. The scene then shifted, revealing the sprawling city buildings under the vast night sky. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a man in dark sunglasses, puffing on a cigar, asked if members of the Dabong Association had also gotten themselves involved in this mess. An informant from the Ojang faction, known as Mindaphone, began to report the recent events. He reported that while chasing the bounty on director Hurin Yun, Pitcher had tragically lost his right arm, and Batter had ended up in the ICU. With severe, life-threatening injuries, the informant continued. Rumors swirled that Vice President Yang from Chien-su had already secretly met with the Du Bang Association on multiple occasions. With this news, the man in sunglasses concluded that, since June, Su had allied himself with Chong, Yang had been forced to seek help from outside mercenaries. Faced with this shocking revelation, he realized Yang's involvement was escalating the family feud into a full-scale war. He then demanded to know the man's current location. In a dark warehouse, a mannequin sat propped on a couch, and a voice barked the order to fire immediately. An explosion then obliterated the mannequin. As three men watched, one explained that the specialized explosive was designed to direct shrapnel straight into the spine, and that they were ready to detonate as soon as they received the text signal. Vice President Yang then asked if he could truly count on them. The man in protective glasses confirmed that everything had been meticulously tested. It was further explained that explosives had been cleverly installed in all seats, designated for Chong's supporters. Within the meeting room, since the detonator was made of ceramic, it wouldn't be detected by metal detectors. Another man then added that the scene's arrangement was perfect, but their response would be swift, even if there were last-minute changes. However, he pointed out the real problem is that man, and questioned if they could proceed, with his whereabouts still unknown. With a determined gaze, Vice President Wang Hyungyong declared that neither Chong nor Jun Su were concerned, because no one could undo the wrongs he had suffered. As that turbulent day drew to a close, a sinister calm settled over the entire country, and as the tension reached its absolute peak, reports of intense internal conflict within Chingu began to surface just before the board meeting. The Chingu building was swarmed by unprecedented media attention. Reporters in the frantic crowd questioned what was going on, as no board member or vehicle had yet arrived. Suddenly, one of them pointed to something, exclaiming, "Just a picture of that." This would provide them with content for a whole month. With Shin, where his main security personnel were all gathered, expectations were incredibly high. Everyone sensed something massive was about to unfold. Inside a secluded office, Director Yin Japel revealed that, shockingly, Kim was the very person responsible for leaking the meeting's sensitive information. Meanwhile, the Xingu Group's director, Sean Jean, chimed in, commenting that this was clearly a way to fan the flames, as Vice President Yang would undoubtedly be worried about an all-out war. Speaking of which, he suggested they should bring in even more people. He then asked if the young master had been located yet. Director Myong Dae Kim replied that, unfortunately, President Beck had ordered security to solely focus on the first floor. Meanwhile, at the building's main entrance, a mysterious figure was striding directly toward the reporters. Back in the office, Sean Jean found the entire situation utterly ridiculous, commenting that the person involved didn't seem to care about the blatant message he was sending. He then wondered aloud, would Taha truly dare to just walk in through the front door? Meanwhile, on the 36th floor of Chinga headquarters, a mysterious door had remained tightly sealed for months. That very door led directly to the president's office, a sacred room reserved for all Chinga leaders. A deep gong would resonate from within. A powerful ritual was currently taking place, for that sacred place reigned supreme over everything, and countless individuals coveted the key to its hallowed doors. As musicians furiously beat the drums, the shaman solemnly conducted the elaborate ceremony with his gong. Several shirtless men danced fervently, lost in the drum's primal rhythm. Simultaneously, another man moved with passionate zeal before a table laden with offerings. The eldest among them roared amidst the frantic dance. Far away, at the end of a dimly lit hallway, Jun-Soo watched the scene unfold in utter silence. Back in the office, Chong-Jin inquired about him and was informed he was still on the 36th floor. It was then quickly explained that a full-blown shamanic rite was currently taking place, all at the vice president's specific request. That's why the floor manager absolutely had to be there. Myong Kim then inquired about the ritual's purpose, only to learn that the vice president, that was surely buzzing with excitement, it was clarified. The man was indeed thrilled, not by the prospect of becoming the next president, and he couldn't have made it any more obvious. With a distant look in his eyes, Chong-Jin recalled that after his grandfather's death, most had attributed the massacre of the legalists to his father, but the chilling truth he revealed was that the one who tortured the legalists to death was none other than the vice president himself. To conclude, he stated that he'd seen it all with his own eyes, because his father had wanted someone to keep a close watch on him. Suddenly, the memory of a scream echoed in Myong Kim's mind. In the scene, a bound man cried out that he wasn't part of the legalist group, claiming they'd only ever respected the late president. With pliers in hand, the vice president brutally demanded the Jean family secrets, threatening to kill him if he stayed silent. Back in the present, Sean Jean could barely wait, wondering who would take Tia's head first, him or the vice president. Outside the building, reporters clamored to film the interior, commenting that the lobby was completely blocked off. As one of them turned, he bumped into a passing man, failing to recognize Tia. The others wondered who he was, assuming he must be a new employee. However, from inside the lobby, Myong Kim recognized him instantly. With an incredulous look, he could only wonder, is the young master really serious? A faint smile formed on Taehyung's face. Elsewhere, he entered the Bowon Gukbak restaurant, knowing that although his life was still intact, the day ahead would be anything but easy. Eventually, he visited Gwang-soo in a private room, who joked that he didn't need so many visits, or he'd die of sheer embarrassment. Taehyung said there was something he was very curious about, and Gwang-soo offered to answer without hesitation. The young master asked why he hadn't run away. In response, the other man simply offered a calm smile. Standing there in the room, Taehyung remarked that, after the massacre, Chingu was a hopeless place for a surviving legalist. With a questioning look, he asked what kept him there when he could have easily fled. He also wondered why Chingu would place a spy beside someone of no value to them. With a serene smile, Wang-Su replied it was all because of his determination. He believed that one day someone would follow in the late president's footsteps. This blind conviction, he explained, was something Chingu simply couldn't ignore, and that's why the spy chose to hold on to hope and wait alongside him, surprised by the revelation. But the heir could only ask, who might that person be? Suddenly, in the building's lobby, a voice shouted for everyone to stand at attention. The sudden order caught Chinga's security guards completely off guard. As a new group marched inside, it was announced that it was election day, and unidentified individuals were strictly forbidden to enter. The captain of the black team, Yui Kim, then gave the order to immediately kill anyone who posed a threat to Chingu. One of the men in the lobby remarked that another celebrated face had just arrived. Recognizing the captain, it was explained that the black team was a secret SBN unit with far more field experience than the headquarters personnel. Moreover, it was revealed that, with the team positioned in a hard-to-reach location, Vice President Yang had gained the support he wanted. Soon, the black team took formation in the lobby. One of the men stated that this, however, did not make them enemies. After all, while the security staff might be divided by whom they served, the mission of protecting Chingu remained the same for all. And no matter how confident he seemed, that place was a tiger's den, with 400 men ready to strike. With a faint smile, Tao walked toward the main entrance. Without the slightest hesitation, Mayunk the Akim ordered the main door's blinds lowered. As soon as he stepped in, hand on his weapon, the command to swiftly eliminate him had already been given. However, the young master halted right at the entrance and boldly began to introduce himself. In a booming voice, he declared himself Tae-ha Jin, grandson of the late President Suho Jin, and son of Suyak Jin. This statement sparked murmurs among the reporters, while Vice President Yang watched the scene unfold from afar. Chong Jin simply smiled, wondering if he truly planned to just waltz in. Like last time, Tae continued, saying he'd narrowly escaped death in an ambush. 17 years ago, after a long journey, he had finally returned. Holding up a pen in his hand, he announced he was there to honor his grandfather's final wishes and claim his rightful place as Chinga's heir. He then raised the pen, asking if anyone recognized it. In response, one of the guards merely scoffed, calling it a relic of the past. Uncomprehending, the other man watched as his colleague began walking towards him. He recalled that was why he'd chosen to remain hopeful and wait by his side. The memory continued. A man asking who among the legalists still remained. It was said the legalist faction comprised more than just those who had knelt at the gate that day. The memory then shifted back to the shamanic ritual. The shaman continued the ceremony, gripping the pliers, demanding he reveal all secrets he knew about the Jin family. At that critical moment, Shan Jin revealed that the one who had tortured the legalists to death was Vice President Yang. To conclude, he asserted he had witnessed it all, as his father had sent him to observe. The vice president. Meanwhile, the dance carried on amidst the pounding drums. The order was crystal clear: speak or face death for your silence. During the intense ritual, the vice president sought judgment for his past actions, but also blessings for himself, now the new heir. Suddenly, back in the bustling lobby, one of the men knelt before Tiha. Soon, several others swiftly followed suit, humbly welcoming their young master. The shocking scene left both reporters and guards utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Shan Jin merely laughed off the entire situation. Then, a memory flashed back to the same man, asking his executives to manage the company until his return. Submissively, with heads bowed to the floor, one of them apologized on behalf of all the legalists for failing to fulfill the president's last wish and protect the company as a whole. With that said, Tiha announced that the board meeting awaited them and urged them to come along. Immediately afterward, Tiha led the formidable group of legalists toward the buildings, where the crucial meeting would soon take place. Thus, the revelation of his true identity as Suyap Jin's son left those outside completely stunned and reeling. Meanwhile, inside the corporate halls, Chun Jin strode down the hallway with his loyal subordinates. The young director wore a strikingly confident expression as he made his way to the impending confrontation. Elsewhere, the head of security, Yamanmun, questioned the chaotic events unfolding around him. The news of the vice president's sudden shift in loyalty left him utterly perplexed and suspicious, as he recalled him leading the infamous black team in a brutal massacre of the former legalists. Soon, one of his men urgently warned him to prepare for the approaching group's arrival while gripping a gun. Even so, the subordinate questioned the order, asking, "Aren't I going to fight them?" After a tense moment, Mun finally agreed with his subordinate's suggestion. Meanwhile, Chun Jin told his loyal men that the vice president's betrayal changed absolutely nothing, since their formidable group was still 3 times larger. As their faction's head of security, Chun Jin then added that it was imperative to resolve the conflict there, to secure the critical council's vote. He knew that any failure would make him solely responsible, not only for his career, but also for the whole annex incident. Suddenly, a female voice cut into their conversation, wanting to know what all the commotion was about. Soon, external director Hey Ryan approached them, remarking that something interesting seemed to be brewing. Youngin turned in surprise, immediately recognizing Director Yun. At that moment, Vice President Yang explained he had urgently summoned Tae-ho for the upcoming board meeting. He then revealed that the young master was a key witness to both the YP incident and the recent massacre of the Jin family. Yang declared that if these facts were linked to Chi and Gu, it would be treated as an organized coup for power. Upon hearing this bold statement, Director Yun observed the scene with a discreet smile playing on her lips. With that, she agreed to the situation and offered to lead the way to the meeting room. She also added that her official role there was to ensure the company followed all the rules. Soon, she turned and asked the young master to follow her. The group then entered the Chingu headquarters VIP elevator and began descending. Inside the elevator, the director remarked to the vice president that she would never have imagined him as a legalist. She went on, supposing that his former ambition for power had all been an act, since the legalist served the late President Sukeo Jin. Finally, Hey Ryan asked whether he had maintained the facade out of loyalty to a dead man, or if he had simply been waiting for the young master's grand return. In response, Vice President Yang stated that he had no idea, even after the attack at the annex. He explained that he only learned the truth when former security guard Wang Su contacted him and he saw the photo released during the bounty hunt. That was the moment he realized the young master was alive and that their long vigil had finally been rewarded. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Tinga asked Director Yin if her old elementary school still existed. Yin replied with a laugh that the school had long since vanished, then asked the reason for his interest. Yin then commented on the bittersweet feeling of watching the past disappear, even as memories last a lifetime. With that, he continued, explaining that when a workplace of 30 years vanishes, it feels as if one's very existence is erased. For that reason, he said, he had endured everything to ensure that Madman wouldn't ruin Shingu. It was then announced that the vice president and the director were entering the room, accompanied by someone. Soon the scene opened to the Shinga board of directors meeting, with everyone already seated. At the table sat Director Myung-gu Kim, one of Jong's supporters. There was also Director Pyota Jang, an ally of the vice president. Among those present was Director Du Jian-han, who maintained a moderate position. Taking her place, Heron Yun announced that she had brought a man as a key witness for the urgent agenda. With that, Taka stood behind an empty chair at the head of the table, staring at the board at the other end. Zhang Jin leaned back in his chair to watch the scene. Soon, a man at the podium declared the opening of the 81st Shinga Board of Directors meeting. However, just as he was about to announce the first agenda item of the day, a hand shot up to interrupt him. Executive Director Taksu Oh, a supporter of Zhang, demanded to know the meaning of the situation. He protested, questioning how they could bring a wanted fugitive to a meeting that governed all of Shingu. Even as the moderator tried to explain, Taksu Oh slammed the table and said that was exactly his point. He reminded everyone the discussion was about the ambush at the annex. Key company executives had been brutally murdered. At that, Chong Jin chimed in, stating such an incident was a matter for the police, not the boardroom. Vice President Yang told Mr. Oh to watch his words, then revealed the witness was actually Suyop Jin's biological son. Upon hearing this news, Taeju scoffed, asking if they were now expected to bow and serve Tae-ha as the new heir. Soon, he accused the vice president of clinging to any hope just to reach the 36th floor. The other directors, backing Chong Jin, merely laughed at the accusation. Then, Tiha shattered the silence, beginning to list names. He started with Captain Yuri Nikolin of the Watercall Military Company. As he tapped his fingers on the table, he continued, naming Vladimir Aline, Harry Felt, and 4 other men. Through a flashback, he chillingly revealed that, of the 8 men who had boarded the yacht, he had already taken care of 7. He went on to explain that the last man in Asia, who spoke Korean, was the only one he had never captured, but whom he had tracked down in Cheongju. Outraged, director Tae-Ju-oh demanded what kind of nonsense that was, and proof immediately. However, Tia simply replied no, justifying that this wasn't how he usually worked. With a mocking smile, the man remarked that Tiha might as well say he had fought 7,000 men. In response, Tiha tapped his finger on the table, an intimidating aura now around him. He commented that the director didn't seem to be very good at reading the room. Then, he mentioned the death of Insa Kim and the murder of the Jean family in their annex. Right after that, he pointed out the disappearance of Director Hong and asked how the others still had the audacity to speak that way. Director Oh-ju stared at him in stunned silence. Seeing that he wouldn't respond, Tiha asked if he was finished, because now he would like to speak. Far from there, the scene shifted to the facades of several businesses, down a bustling commercial street. In that very spot, Wang-Su braced himself for the confrontation, securing his knife and adjusting the pistol in his holster. Immediately after, he smoothed his jacket, poised to leave. The moment he stepped onto the sidewalk, a blue van pulled up beside him, its doors sliding open. From inside the vehicle, a voice called out, asking if he was Wang-Su. Suryeon then remarked that he looked ready to head out. It was then Wang-Su recognized them as the townspeople, the very ones who treated him when he was wounded. The former leader of the Abri gang. Suri uninvited him to join them, as she and the head of Broker Gray were also heading to Chingu. Even so, he warned them not to underestimate the situation, reminding them this wasn't a game, and that they could die. However, Suri unsharply cut him off, stating they knew that better than anyone, since it wasn't their first time. They dealt with Tiha's methods. Back in the meeting room, Taehyo asked if Tiha wished to speak. The young man then began his speech, commenting on the country's laws and a revised inheritance and gift tax law. He explained that Article 1 of this law aimed to promote national wealth and therefore exempted certain assets from inheritance tax. With that, he clarified that assets like stocks and bonds were exempt from taxes when passed down to blood relatives. Finally, he revealed that this law, unknown to the public, was passed only 2 months before he and his grandfather were ambushed on the yacht. Tiha continued, saying that the 28.5 of shares owned by his grandfather and father were entirely inherited by the late president, Guijin. At that moment, Taehyo interrupted him once again, questioning the point of this, given the law didn't solely target Chingu. Next, Vice President Young boldly intervened, declaring to Tae-ju that enough was enough. The director spun around, surprised by the sudden command, his hands still on the table. Young began, explaining that an emergency committee had been established following President Sukho Jin's death. He added that the legalists had been purged, and Guijin took over the presidency. He then questioned how long it all took. Soon after, he revealed it had all happened in just 1 week, right after President Sukho Jin's funeral. He then reminded Tae-ju he was only there because 2 of his superiors had been dismissed, making the director slam the table in protest. Then Tiha interjected, suggesting that perhaps it was all just a coincidence. He began listing the suspicious events, mentioning that the broker who brought him back to Korea was affiliated with Chi and Gu. Then he pointed out that Insu Kim, without bodyguards, just happened to be the first to die. Next, he highlighted that the Jean family held a meeting in the same village from his childhood. Furthermore, he pointed out that when he arrived there, everyone except Chong was dead. Finally, he questioned how he ended up meeting Homan from the Ojang faction purely by chance. The mere mention of the name made the directors whisper among themselves, questioning Ojang's involvement in the matter. Thus, Director Harinian leaned over the table, watching the situation with keen interest. Confused, Director Tae-ju turned to the young Chong-jin and repeated the name Homan. However, the other simply remained seated, his arms crossed, keeping silent. Then, in a flashback, we saw Tae-hyung asking Homan if he was with Chingu. In that memory, the young man explained he'd overheard the call and was only helping temporarily. Soon, Taehyung revealed he'd heard from Shinong that Junsu had taken care of him, questioning how he was still alive and who he really was. Back in the present, he explained to the council, Human was actually hired by Cheong. He was tasked with finding the one responsible for In-soo Kim's death. This then raises the question, why would Cheong give such an order to the Ojong faction when Shin Woo's own security was right there at his disposal? Just then, one of the directors interjected, demanding why he'd expose company secrets to outsiders and put the company at risk during this accusation. Cheong Jin, however, just watched it all with a faint smile. Still, Saya pressed on, explaining that it was all about gaining leverage, because if Cheong wanted to join the council. After becoming president with that in mind, Saya concluded that his rival would surely need Ojong's help, and their support would serve him in some way. Then, another memory revealed Cheong, telling Jae Kim he understood the situation perfectly, and asked what he desired in return. The Ojong underboss replied he didn't want a single penny, only that they keep completely quiet about the whole matter. This shocking revelation threw the meeting room into a chaotic uproar, as directors whispered frantically among themselves. Soon after, Saya commented that no one else seemed to know about Human's involvement. Saya replied that Cheong had kept the whole matter a complete secret. He then reasoned that it made perfect sense, since only Cheong himself would be joining the council, and there was no reason for others to know about the deal. At that very moment, Vice President Yang stood up and, as a matter of order, proposed reopening the investigations into the very events just mentioned moments ago. One of the directors quickly agreed, suggesting they create an emergency committee to thoroughly investigate the yacht incident and the gruesome Jean family murders. Yang added that if these serious allegations were true, the council's very legitimacy would be thrown into doubt, proposing to postpone the current meeting and summon Human immediately. The proposal sparked another furious wave of whispers among the directors present in the room. Meanwhile, Director Hairin Yang simply watched the unfolding events. With her arms crossed, she then addressed Cheong Jin, commenting that the vice president's wishes were crystal clear, and asking if he had anything to add at all. The young director remained utterly silent. Seated in his chair, suddenly, he raised a handkerchief to his face. In an abrupt, final gesture, Director Tae-suo watched the scene with a stunned expression, still clutching the handkerchief. He lamented how greed for power could twist a man. He then turned to Tae-ha, demanding to know why he intentionally avoided the truth. Then, confronting him directly, he questioned who had murdered In-soo Kim, spilled the blood of his allies, and ambushed the village. Gripping his cane even tighter, he pressed on relentlessly, demanding to know who killed his father, who wounded him, and ultimately, who the true culprit was. With a hand pressed to his chest, Sean Jean turned to the vice president, questioning why he was ignoring his truth, even after all he'd done for Chingu. The other directors watched the scene in absolute silence. For one of them, it was unclear what he aimed to achieve, but his presence at this meeting seemed like a grave mistake. The same director then mused that the young master couldn't possibly know these details unless he was deeply connected to Chong. It was then that an intense aura began to emanate from Chong Jin's hand as he clutched the cane without hesitation. He confirmed the accusation of killing his own father to inherit Chingu's shares. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, with his arm raised, he declared that he would return all the inherited shares to the state. He further clarified that this return also included the portion belonging to his grandfather, a detail that, according to him, the young master could never have known. The sudden declaration left Vice President Yang utterly stunned, and then Vice President Yang loudly questioned whether he truly intended to donate all of his inherited shares to the state. The smile. The heir confirmed a startling decision. With legal formalities still underway, he would completely renounce his inheritance, giving it all to the state. He then went on to detail how the funds would be directly channeled to the Ministry of Health and Welfare and be absorbed into the National Pension Reserve. Through this action, he hoped to prevent the shares from losing value and, in turn, allow the pension fund to support a greater number of beneficiaries. He then solemnly declared that his one true aspiration was to craft a happy future for Chingu without coveting power or position by exploiting others' misfortune. However, this shocking offer to donate nearly 30% of Ching Wu's shares, however, made everyone question what he was truly planning. Then, doubts arose. Was this move a subtle threat, or simply another means to retain power, or even a possible connection to the sect of eternal life? Was even considered a plausible reason behind his astounding confidence. After a moment of charged silence, Vice President Yang simply told him to do as he pleased. This unexpected response left the air momentarily silent. Soon after, Tae swiftly intervened, agreeing to his proposal that he could indeed do whatever he wished with the shares, but vehemently demanding that the investigations into the recent incidents be immediately reopened. At that precise moment, the accused merely stared back, uttering not a single word. Director Jasa Chien then slammed the table, booming his agreement, and demanding that those cases be made an absolute priority. He then added emphatically that they first needed to definitively determine whether the heir was truly eligible to receive the shares. Another director then sharply told Jasa Chien to carefully mind his words, reminding him that this was still a formal board meeting. The accused then retorted, asking if that director truly believed those heinous accusations, and questioning if he truly saw him as a monster who would stoop so low as to murder his own family. In response, Director Chien immediately blasted him as shameless, declaring he knew exactly what the accused had done. He then revealed that, just the previous month, under the pretense of having finally caught the true culprit, unraveling the massacre's secrets, the accused lured the families of his late uncles to a restaurant. There, the family members were tied up and gagged on the floor. Shortly after, multiple gunshots were fired through the door of the room where they were held. As a result, they were all killed, but a janitor, hiding in a storage room, had witnessed the entire gruesome scene. Back in the present, the accused calmly asked if there was any proof of these claims. He went on to question how they could be sure this janitor wasn't just a fabrication. Director Chien replied that the janitor was well regarded in the company, with 8 years of service, and he had personally verified her background. He raised his voice, emphasizing his point. In response, the accused struck his cane against the floor, questioning if they were accusing him of killing his entire family simply because they were a threat. With his arms open, he asked if they really saw him as someone who would kill anyone who crossed his path. Director Chien then leaned back and said the truth would be revealed through investigations. Meanwhile, Taeyong remained silent, observing his opponent's reaction. The calm expression as he denied the accusations seemed to catch his attention. Still, even knowing that every word was a lie, the situation felt like being ensnared by a serpent. The heir, meanwhile, kept wearing a wide, confident smile. Taeyong realized he needed to end the meeting quickly, as his opponent was clearly plotting something. He raised his hand, agreeing that investigations were essential. But Director O slammed the table, complaining that the agenda was already set and could not be delayed. Director Chien quickly warned that electing a president today, only to later expose him as a criminal, would cause a brutal drop in Chiengua's stock price. Tanga then turned to the vice president. He suggested they postpone the meeting right then and there. But then, the accused raised his hand, offering a bold new proposal. He acknowledged both directors' valid points, admitting that ending the meeting now would indeed leave the position vacant, and that their concerns were entirely valid. For that reason, he suggested being elected today, but postponing his formal inauguration for a month to allow investigations to conclude. Vice President Yang, however, countered that 1 month was simply impossible, as a full reinvestigation would take at least 6 months to complete. The proponent then questioned him, asking how they could guarantee he wouldn't use his authority to influence the election results. He proposed proceeding with the election as planned, reminding the vice president that resignation was always an option if he felt dissatisfied with the outcome. The other man simply stared at him in tense silence. Meanwhile, Director Yun observed the tense scene, questioning the reason for such suspicious haste, given how openly suspicious he was acting. Faced with this stalemate, the moderator announced that they would proceed with the main item on the agenda, the presidential election. He informed them that 2 candidates had officially declared their intention to run. The moderator then named them Director Jean and Vice President Yang. The vote count suggested a possible 7-7 tie, hinging on a single, crucial decision. But the very possibility of a tie raised questions about the accused's true goal, as the rules would then require a new vote. A new, unsettling suspicion arose. Perhaps some of his own supporters would betray him. The moderator officially began the voting, asking all those in favor of Director Jean to raise their hands immediately. Several hands shot up in support. Among them was Director Du Guihan, the moderator, who also raised his hand, with the count quickly reaching 7 votes. The results seemed to be going exactly as expected. However, suddenly, another hand shot up in the middle of the room. It was Director Pyodo Jang, one of the vice president's staunchest supporters. This unexpected move left Young utterly frozen. Director Jasa Chien shot to his feet and bellowed Pyodo's name. The man struggled to explain himself, but his voice faltered at first. Clutching a small detonator, he revealed he'd been compelled to act after uncovering the vice president's true, sinister nature. Yabre reacted instantly, recognizing the device and grasping the terrible truth behind the situation. A flashback then showed the order to detonate an explosive, which violently obliterated a mannequin during a test. In that moment, it was explained to the vice president that the explosive had been specifically designed to direct shrapnel and was ready to detonate at a signal. Back in the meeting, the vice president demanded why Pyodo had the detonator, which was supposed to be a precaution, only if their opponents resorted to violence. It was then chillingly revealed that explosives had been strategically placed under each seat, assigned to the hair supporters. Unable to believe it, he spun to face the director and questioned if a fellow loyalist had truly betrayed him and sided with a rival. The scene recalled the accused's earlier words, asking if they saw him as a man who would kill anyone who crossed his path. Young finally realized those words had been a direct, chilling threat to Pyodo. Pyodo, still clutching the detonator, repeatedly apologized. Sensing the imminent danger, Tia immediately screamed for everyone to get down, while simultaneously shoving the vice president to the floor. Director Pyodo then pressed the button, detonating the explosives beneath the seats of his former allies. For a brief moment, the scene showed the peaceful facade of the Chinga building under a clear sky. Then a voice gave the final order to fire, and a violent spray of blood struck the meeting room's window. From the inside, amid the chaos, the man at the center of the accusations remained eerily calm, even with blood splattered on his face, and screams echoing all around right after the detonation. Myung-gai Kim surveyed the carnage surrounding him and questioned what gruesome events had just transpired. Among the 4 figures soaked in blood, the moderator declared that Director Chung had secured the majority with 7 decisive votes. The chairman of the board, Song and Lee, officially named him the new president. After the gavel's resounding strike, the lifeless bodies of the vice president and Director Chien lay sprawled amidst the chaos. The ruthless victor then rose, and upon glancing at the bodies on the floor, calmly brought up the storage room. As he nonchalantly wiped the blood from his face, he chillingly remarked that cockroaches truly do seem to hide everywhere. His face still smeared with blood, Tia turned and furiously shouted the new president's name. Thus, Tia defiantly stood his ground and squarely faced his ruthless rival. Across the blood-soaked, chaotic room, he then furiously demanded to know how he dared to slaughter so many in broad daylight. With a chillingly mocking air, the accused feigned utter innocence, claiming Director Pugh had his own separate reasons. Right after, he sneered about the sheer foolishness of anyone daring to provoke a slumbering bear. Tia then gave a furious order for them to stand up. At that exact moment, Director Yun suddenly charged toward him. As she sprinted, she furiously shouted about being forcibly dragged into this bloody situation. The target, however, merely watched the incoming assault with a confident, chilling smile. Suddenly, Du Guihan materialized and fiercely grabbed the director's wrist, stopping the devastating blow in midair. She then furiously ordered him to release her, angrily calling him an unleashed dog. Right after, the accused smugly turned to Yin, saying, "You're mistaken about who truly activated those bombs." Seizing the opportune moment of distraction, Tiha then leaped over the table in a swift, surprise attack. The young master continued his airborne advance, directly toward the target, without even turning around. The man finished his cold sentence by asking if the blame wasn't being utterly misdirected. But before Tiha's devastating blow could land, Du Gaianhan fiercely intercepted him with a powerful kick to the chest. The impact sent him flying, hurling the young man to the far side of the conference room. Seizing the moment, Ian lunged at Du Gaianhan, who swiftly ducked to evade his attack. Straightening up, she glared at them both, declaring, "This is how it will be." Then, she asserted there was no need to report anything, as she could defeat them right then and there. Then, across the room, Taylor rose to his feet, agreeing, "Everything is here," for his opponent. With that, he pulled his hidden card from behind his back, declaring the time is now. Suddenly, Young jolted awake, trying to call out to the young master. The vice president, injured on the floor, asked if he was unharmed, but Taeyong remained silent, simply looking toward his fallen ally. At that moment, the accused ordered Junsu on the phone to alert the entire building's security. The order blamed Taeyong and the legalists for an attack in the conference room. Soon Young, Min Mun, and his team received the command to immediately eliminate all remaining members. The head of security hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, upon receiving the order, one of the men beside him was struck, taking everyone by surprise. Amid the chaos, a guard appeared and declared, "The war has begun." In the conference room, Taeyong simply observed the scene in silence. While looking at the fallen vice president, the young master pondered his next move. He then realized that the opponent must have a plan to escape, and that more reinforcements would arrive soon. Across from him, the accused waved with a mocking smile. Despite the situation, Taeyong gripped the handle tighter. The target simply watched him, anticipating his move. He decided he needed to eliminate him that day, or perhaps he would never have another chance. At that moment, a series of memories flashed through his mind. The first memory was of when he was asked to take the presidency of the Chengdu group. The second was the promise he made to his grandfather, that he would inherit the company no matter what. Lastly, the image of the legalists, awaiting his return as young master, came to mind. When the memories ended, his decision became final. Just as he was about to act, the vice president grabbed him and told him to escape while they could. The man then pulled him closer and repeated that they should leave the area. Immediately, the ally looked at Taha with wide eyes. He said that the young master's smile had brought him back to his senses, insisting they could leave. Taha then smiled back, while the opponent watched them from across the room. Looking back, he stated that there is no such thing as left 3 times and swore to defeat her at the next opportunity. With a broad smile, the accused retorted that it was a pity because he would not have a next time. Thus Taiha and the vice president withdrew into a dark corridor. Soon he pointed toward the stairs, saying they could not use the elevators. The vice president, however, disagreed and assured him that the elevators would work. Taylor then questioned him, explaining that there would surely be guards posted on the stairs. Fat the ally revealed he was aware, and for that reason, had ordered the elevators to be checked first. Not understanding, the young master asked what that meant. At that very moment, the elevator doors opened. It was then revealed that even with his skills, it would be impossible to face Chingu security alone. Right after it was said that the opponent was not the only one who had prepared for the chaos of that day. Inside the elevator VU, Kim cleaned his weapon and reminded the young master that he was no longer alone, and the head of the American branch's black team introduced himself and apologized for the delay. 3 Kim then called the young master to leave, who simply watched him in silence. Outside, the police began dispersing the reporters, announcing the event was officially over. As they left, one of the journalists grumbled about the excessive security that had completely closed the main entrance. Suddenly, a noise from inside the building caught Yao Minmun's attention. One of his men beside him turned and asked if he'd heard it too. Inside the main lobby, a large-scale battle had erupted between the 2 security factions. With that, Yao Minmun ordered his men to spread out to prevent the enemy from advancing. The fight then intensified even further, with Chen Wu's team clashing against the black team. The leader of Group 2 of the black team, Asura, lamented that they'd been too slow and ordered them not to let the enemy get close. He then questioned how they could have declared war directly in the company's headquarters. At the same time, bodyguard Zhang Yong Kwang fired into the air, demanding to know where they thought they were going. Amid the fierce battle, one of the black team members was shot in the hand. As he tried to use his communicator, the attack incapacitated his fingers, preventing him from calling for reinforcements. Even gravely wounded, the man only ordered his companions to advance. One of his subordinates volunteered to clear a path, and Asura approved the plan. As soon as he received the order, the man immediately ran to the front line, under heavy crossfire from the security team. Even after being hit, his body was used as a shield, so his comrade could push forward. With that, Asura shouted that the way was clear and ordered all units to advance. Right after, the leader of Group 4 of the black team, Ericong, also launched his attack. He soon found himself surrounded by Chin Wu's security team, who attacked him with batons. Yet he skillfully dodged the blows, expertly defending against their strikes. Seeing this, Asura shouted for his men to catch them and ran to join the fight. Meanwhile, Ericong charged swiftly down the hallway. Suddenly, Yaman Mun cut him off, blocking his blade with his own. The head of security then sneered at him, saying he should have retired and stayed away. In response, Ericong quipped, "It's been a while," then mocked him for losing an eye. Just then, an announcement blared over the loudspeakers, warning of a large-scale terrorist attack in the building. The message instructed all employees to head to safe rooms as quickly as possible. Far away, on another floor, a weapon sliced through the air and struck Shinobu's guards. As soon as the bodies hit the ground, the vice president appeared, accompanied by Gray and Suryan. The vice president explained that, since the employees were at home, the loudspeaker announcement was just a trap to lure them out. With that, Taylor questioned the lack of security for such a bold attempt. The vice president deduced that most security forces had been positioned on the first floor to contain the media. Kim added that, thanks to using the council's private elevator, they had reached the executive lobby on the 11th floor. The plan was to use the two emergency staircases on opposite sides of the building to go down and catch the enemy by surprise. They reflected that, under normal circumstances, using the elevator would have been a death sentence. Vice President Yen agreed, stating that Sean Jean would not have planned a war there if he had thought everything through. With the plan set, the young master opened the door to the emergency stairs, leading the group as they descended. He remarked that the pieces of the situation were starting to fall into place. Now that his mind was clearer, the vice president explained that Shinong would already have the 8 votes needed to become president, even without Pyoto's betrayal. What's more, he revealed that everything his rival uttered during the meeting was purely to provoke and threaten Pyoto into finally pressing that detonator. The scene then cut to a flashback showing the man apologizing while he clutched the device in his hand. Thus, the vice president concluded that Chong had likely exploited the fact that Pyoto was a devoted family man. He then revealed that eliminating the legalists was absolutely necessary to prevent the reopening of investigations into the Annex massacre and the yacht incident. Finally, he stated that, although Chong tried to appear indifferent, the mere presence of Tiha and the legalists had completely cornered him. Lee Kim then added that the enemy would suffer a devastating blow if the two of them could just get out alive. The vice president declared it was imperative that Shimbu's future not fall into the hands of a madman like that. Tiha, however, questioned whether that was truly the case. He then wondered if merely escaping alive was really the only way to strike at Chong. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the scene remained empty and utterly destroyed. There, Chong Jin complained to Myung-gai for not shutting down the elevators, asking what he had been doing while the rats escaped. A subordinate explained that, knowing he would lose the fight, he preferred to simply stay out of the way. The president mocked that he couldn't even threaten to cut his pay. Since there was nothing left to cut, the two then stopped in front of the conference room door. Upon entering, they found Junsu waiting inside. Kyung-jin commented that despite the setbacks, he had become president just as promised. He then extended his hand and demanded the key to the 36th floor. Without hesitation, Junsu raised a key ring. He handed it to the president, congratulating him on the achievement. Lastly, he sternly warned him not to disappoint either him or Chingu. As Junsu's assistant watched on, Chan-jin clutched the keys and proudly declared he had finally done it. He then turned to Junsu and asked if they should take a look at the president's famous office. The ally, however, warned that the place was still highly dangerous and suggested evacuating via the waiting helicopter. Already prepared, without even turning, the president curtly dismissed the offer. Junsu and his assistant then simply watched him in silence. He then turned back and questioned, "Why should I flee like last time?" stating that the building was his now. Soon after, he announced his first orders as Chun Bu's newest leader, Yun Seo Kiltihoi, and finish off all the other legalists. He demanded each of their heads by the end of that day. Meanwhile, Ozara, leader of Group 2 of the Black Team, ordered them to close in, stating that the opponents were vulnerable at close range. Right after, he charged forward, shouting that he would show the rookies what a real fight looked like. At the same time, Eric Kong, the leader of Group 4, mercilessly taunted his opponent, asking why he remained so weak. With a powerful strike, he reminded him of his high hopes for Yang and Mun, asking if he had stopped training since joining the Jin family. However, the young man shouted back that if his opponent cared so much, then he should have been the one to stay. He then revealed he knew the man's skills well, as he had once been his mentor, and that he himself had been trained by Junsu to capture Taeha. Still, the leader of Group 4 asked why there was such a vast difference between their abilities. Next, his weapon clashed violently with that of his former apprentice. With a single devastating blow, the younger fighter was thrown back from the impact. Thus, the veteran's superiority was clearly showcased the fierce combat experience the Black Team had forged overseas. From the floor, the injured disciple raised his weapon, facing the very wall Jun Su had spoken of. The scene then flashed back to an earlier moment, where a subordinate questioned Jun Su's words. Standing firm, the man argued that they had made no tactical errors during the village operation, questioning why they were being punished for the lack of information about Taha. Coolly, the leader explained he wasn't blaming anyone, as the demotion was merely to keep them out of harm's way. Still not understanding, the subordinate challenged the decision, arguing that no one in Chingu posed a threat to their team. With an unwavering gaze, Junsu asked if he would rather try again instead. He then asked if he himself would be confident in winning should he face young Master Taeyun once more. The question caught him off guard, making him ask for it to be repeated. Unfazed, Junsu repeated his question about his confidence in confronting Taha in another fight. Faced with this persistence, he could not answer immediately. After a moment of hesitation, he finally admitted he would need more time. With a tone of reproach, the master remarked that, even after so many years of training, he was still asking for more time. He then took the blame, saying he had protected him too much and perhaps prevented him from overcoming that wall on his own. Back in the present, the memory of Jun's words about how those who retreat before a wall fall into despair froze him in place. Amidst the chaotic clash, Kwon desperately screamed for everyone to get down. Suddenly, a heavy machine gun, mounted on a tripod, opened fire at the intruders. The one manning it mocked them as useless for failing to contain a handful of men with knives. Immediately after, his shadow loomed over, and one of the attackers looked up. Completely defenseless, he crashed to the ground with a thud. Pyongyang then stomped the man mercilessly beneath his feet, all while expertly dual-wielding 2 machine guns. Finally, he introduced himself as the Vice President of Security, the Mad Tiger, and roared for the intruders to forget all about their little vacations. He then opened fire with both weapons, mowing down everyone unfortunate enough to be in his path. Meanwhile, still hunkered down in cover, Johnny Kwon questioned if the guy was completely wasted, since he was only supposed to be shooting at their enemies. Because of this reckless gunfire, Eric Han and his companion were forced to constantly dodge, as the gunman frustratingly complained he couldn't catch a break. From a safe distance, Ozor recognized the man as none other than the Mad Tiger, confirming that the rumors of his sheer madness were absolutely true. Not understanding how, he wondered how Junsu could possibly have appointed someone like that as his Vice President of Security, while one of his men continued to fire. The leader of Group 2 voiced aloud, wondering if Junsu had truly gone senile. In another hallway entirely, Tiha advanced swiftly, driving his blade deep into a guard's back. He then remarked to Vice President Yang that they were getting close to their objective, but never imagined Xingu would have such heavily armed forces. The vice president explained that the Yangwujin military project had been officially canceled, but Pyongwan had secretly kept it active. After Tiha asked about the VP of security, his ally replied that he was nothing short of a beast and that they needed to hurry and give him backup. Thus, Tiha realized that all of the security forces were concentrated on the first floor as if they were intentionally being herded there. When the phone rang, he answered, identifying himself. On the other end of the line, Gray commented on all the rampant chaos and asked what floor they were currently on. Seeing the utter destruction in the hallway, Theo immediately warned him not to come there, as it was far too dangerous. Unconcerned, Gray simply replied that his guy had already spoken to everyone in the area, leaving the other man utterly confused. Just then, Oscar strutted into the lobby, humming a happy tune with a wide grin. He bolted straight for the exit, muttering, "This is the perfect moment." His hand slammed down on the door release button, and the glass door slid wide open. He peered outside, where his men were waiting, spotting the escape route. The security team yelled for their forces to stop them, to block their path. Suddenly, Asher's men were sent sprawling by Pyong Won-ho. He taunted, "Already leaving, are we? You need a month's notice to quit." His opponent shot back, "It's not that at all. But it seems the Mad Tiger forgot to mention a few things." The remark left the man utterly confused. Just then, the roar of an engine grew louder. A Bluevin burst through the building's entrance and slammed straight into him. The impact hurled Pyong Won-ho backward, sending him tumbling down an escalator. The driver then stepped out of the vehicle, grabbed his gun, and declared, "I never wanted to return to this company." Meanwhile, Gwang Siobu, the former co-president of security, mused that nothing had changed in this place. Thus, OSRA praised the impeccable timing, while Gwang Siobu asked if his arrival was on purpose. With a knife in hand, he remarked sarcastically, who would plan a return to a company that already kicked him out once? The sudden appearance made the security team wonder if this was a new enemy. Right beside them, Junio-kan commented, "I don't recognize that face." Moments later, the tripod-mounted machine gun was lifted and resumed firing at the van. With that, Wang Sabu dashed for cover behind couch, dodging every single shot. Now standing, Pyong Won-ho said, "I've been wondering who had shown up." He then identified the man as his former superior, who'd been fired for backing the wrong people. The visitor corrected him, stating he preferred to be remembered as the legalist who resigned. The revelation left Yao and Mun frozen. Stunned, he realized this man was indeed Wang Su. He quickly recognized the legendary figure, the very one who built the building's entire security system, right alongside Junsu, no less. Just then, Vu Kim and his crew stormed into the lobby. They immediately started grumbling about the scare and the mess. One of the newcomers then whipped around to Asura, asking if the control room was already locked down. Asura, ignoring the question completely, glared at the group and demanded to know who these brats were. Wang Sugu quickly assured him they were trustworthy, revealing one was a cunning data broker, and added that the other had been meticulously trained to be a successor of the prestigious N family. The revelation left Asura utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Vukib informed them that the control room was located down in the basement. Group 2's leader confidently stated he knew the way and prepared to move out. Watching the chaotic scene, Pyong Won-ho demanded, "Where did those rookies even come from?" and snarled in order to kill every last one of them. The moment the security team aimed their weapons, Wing Sugu abruptly stepped in and snatched one of the guard's hands. With a quick push, he corrected the man's stance, warning he wouldn't be able to control the recoil properly like that. Moments later, he slammed another guard right in the face, shouting for them to hurry as the target was close. He then systematically began correcting and taking down each of the guards one by one, critiquing their posture and combat errors as he went. Within moments, the entire security team lay utterly defeated, spread across the lobby floor, massaging his neck. Guangsu scoffed that he had no idea who their instructor was, but their combat work was an absolute mess. Seeing this, Eric Khan declared, "Things just got serious," and bellowed for his men to advance. Simultaneously, Pyong Won-ho's weapon jammed, completely out of ammo, leaving him furious and frustrated. Without wasting a second, Gwang Sagu charged head-on at one of the opposing team's men. With a lightning-fast move, he seized a guard by the arms, while the Mad Tiger mirrored the action from behind. And trapped helplessly between the two, the man desperately pleaded for them to save him. Just as Pyong Won-ho pressed his weapon against the hostage's head, Won so good that used him as a human shield to shoot another enemy. Right after, the vice president of security that capitalized on the distraction got to land a swift knife slash on an opponent. With a reproachful look, why I'm so good, that asked how he could justify using his own man as a shield. Smiling, Pyong Won-ho that replied that it was only fair to take useless people out of the peril. The veteran then dodged a knife strike. And the two exchanged a furious flurry of blows. Even so, the Mad Tiger's blade still managed to wound his opponent's arm. During their intense fight, the scene then shifted to 2 days earlier. When Guangsu sat at a table with Asura. Without preamble, the leader of Group 2 recognized him as his former supervisor. But questioned whether it was truly safe to meet so openly. The veteran replied that it was better this way, as he doubted he was being followed with Shingu so busy. So he then asked who the greatest threat was, among the men he hadn't met at the last council meeting. Curious, Asura wanted to know why, even asking if he was planning a direct confrontation. The former supervisor held his glass and replied that of course, that wasn't the intention. Despite the denial, he soon added that he wouldn't entirely rule out the possibility. Unshaken, Asura asked to be warned in advance, if that were to happen. Right after, Wangsu wanted to know if the other knew Pyong Won-ho, and was told only that he had taken over his former position at Shingu. With that, he asked if he remembered the infamous incident in the Middle East, where 16 tourists had been taken hostage. The other confirmed that he did, since all the hostages died in the end. Without hesitation, Asura revealed that Pyong Won-ho was behind it all. The revelation left the veteran utterly shocked, and speechless. The leader of Group 2 then explained that the Mad Tiger had killed everyone, hostages and terrorists alike, before disappearing with the ransom money. Back in the present, Wangsu attacked, unable to believe Junsu had brought a man like that into the group. While dodging Pyong, Won confirmed that Junsu had brought him back from Omen, where he had been hiding. He went on to say that when questioned, the leader gave a justification for his decision. The answer was that what Xiangun needed at that moment was absolute power as their weapons clashed. The force of the blow was so great that the Mad Tiger's knife shattered into pieces, the broken blade in hand. He asked how his opponent had managed to do that. Sitting on the floor, Wangsu admitted that his plan was to avoid unnecessary confrontations. He then stood up and declared that unfortunately, Pyong Won would have to die. Thus the story returns to the past, in a Middle Eastern country, where terrorists maintain a camp. Through a computer, the group's leader announced that the Korean government had failed to meet their demands. He then raised a ransom to $50 million for the release of the 16 hostages. As a threat, he declared that one hostage would be executed every hour if the new demand was refused. Proposal shocked the government negotiators, who recalled the previous demand of only 10 million. Suddenly, something was fired inside the negotiation room, startling the two men after the shot. The leader's partner took control, demanding $50 million for the 15 remaining hostages. The entire situation began when Korean missionaries were kidnapped in a restricted zone, forcing the government to act. The negotiation team was accompanied by the Red Team's Special Forces Unit, of which P1 was a member. Not knowing what to do, one of the negotiators commented that his superiors would never approve an amount above 20 million. Even so, the partner insisted it was their duty to persuade the government to bring the civilians home. From the back of the room, the soldiers showed complete disdain for the conversation. The interruption made the negotiators turn and ask who was there without hiding. Pyong Won raised his weapon, saying he didn't believe they would waste the taxpayers' money. He then pointed the gun at the terrorist, stating that everyone there was a waste of oxygen. The news at the time reported that the high tension during the negotiation resulted in a fatal battle. All the hostages, terrorists, and negotiators were found dead, except for a single member of the Red Team. In addition, the account containing the $20 million prepared for the negotiation had vanished from a scene. 6 months later, in a luxurious house in Oman, the survivor enjoyed his new life. Then Pyong-won remarked that he was sure everything had been forgotten. Moments later, he came face to face with Junsu and Osra, asking why Chinga had come to visit, and if they wanted the money back. Mockingly, he said that not even a hideout full of terrorists had defeated him, and he doubted Xianva's men could handle him. The leader of Group 2 offered to take care of the situation, but Junsu stopped him, saying it was fine. As soon as the fight began, the two men clashed with such force that the windows shattered, even with the Mad Tiger proving stronger than the rumors. Asura noticed the real intention behind the fight. With a quick move, Junsu grabbed his opponent by the neck, clearly assessing his abilities. Surprised, the man asked what kind of person he was, since his breathing hadn't changed even after the fight. Calmly, Junsu asked why he had deliberately ruined the negotiation. The question left Pyong-won confused. In the middle of the destroyed room. To conclude, the leader stated that if the all had been the 20 million, he could have simply taken the money before the negotiations even began. Not understanding, the Mad Tiger asked what Jones was talking about, justifying that he couldn't stand the way those clowns negotiated. The laugh, he called them fools, who believed money solved everything, claiming he had only saved Korea from becoming a laughingstock. The justification was met with a slight smile. With a gesture, Junsu declared that in that case, he was there to recruit him. Then the scene returned to the present, where Tae-ha and his companions were in the hallway, with the bodies of the guards. Vice President Yang explained that when the late President Suko-jin brought Junsu into Chingu, no one could rival his loyalty. However, he continued, everything changed 18 years ago, about a year before the incident, on the young master's yacht. Not understanding, Taya asked what exactly had happened. The vice president admitted he didn't know the details. He revealed that the president often confided that he was torn about the prospect of joining the council. In a memory, President Gohu commented that the council had approached him to join, but he questioned the decision due to its dubious members. At that time, the vice president advised him to refuse the offer, as there was little to gain from the corruption of that era. Back in the present, he explained that while the president traveled, rumors began circulating about his visits to Chingu's security, which everyone assumed to be routine business. Soon after, a year later, the odd incident occurred at a time when Junsu, the president's personal bodyguard, was conveniently absent view. Kim concluded by quoting Junsu's words, claiming that only the few with true power could lead the rest to finish. He revealed that Shinbu Security once had a brutal unit, where each group competed to become Junsu's successor. Tiha then realized this was the very origin of the assassin, known only as Nameless, and that Du Guyong had been chosen as his ultimate successor. Kim then shockingly revealed that he, along with other black team leaders, had been members of that very unit, a unit they had discarded overseas. The man assured them they knew the real Junsu, who, outwardly, may have seemed like a dedicated mentor. This mentor had rigorously trained them, both physically and mentally. By doing so, he earned the fierce loyalty of everyone in a security unit, one that not even the president could control. Because of this deep bond, the blind faith they placed in him ran incredibly deep. However, Vice President Kim revealed the shocking truth, stating that Junsu had never seen them as human beings. According to him, Shinwu's security was nothing more than a ranch, where Junsu bred his herd, all to find the best warhorse. The scene then shifted to Japo Kim, who explained that the phrase Shinwu has Junsu was used to acknowledge the company's immense power. He continued, clarifying that Shinwu's very presidency existed solely because of that man, who had first risen to power through a coup d'etat. This shocking revelation left Tiha utterly speechless. Then, Vice President Kim compared the former bodyguard to a wild beast, one capable of sacrificing its own life for its offspring. A known master, however, he added, if the offspring failed or became sick, that same beast would break their neck without mercy. After hearing all of this, Tiha paused for a moment on the stairs and looked at the group, turning to them. He apologized to Vice President Kim, but asked if they could buy him some time. Not understanding his request, the man asked what the young master meant by that. Vice President Yang quickly realized the young man's true intention and frantically tried to stop him. He then stepped directly in front of the door, insisting that Tia hide and wait for the right moment. To finish this, he warned that if he faced Junsu at that very moment, he knew he would surely die for it. Tana declared he wasn't raised that way, claiming his grandfather never taught him to retreat. The memory of his parents soon after only reinforced that abandoning others was never an option. With his godfather's image in mind, he continued, explaining that this new life he was given wasn't built on Corinthus. In the end, he declared that no one had ever taught him to abandon the ones he considered his family's determination. He stated that if Junsu defined Chi and Gu, then he himself would kill him, and again asked them to buy him time. Hey everyone, did you enjoy the story? I really liked it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys. And his surprised mother calls out his name. She runs to him, asking if he was bullied at school again. Then, his mother hugs him and suggests they switch schools, worried about his father's reaction. She then asks him why. He insists on putting up with the bullying. Back in the present, one of the men asks if Taya is really going to take down Junso. He then explains that with everyone on the first floor, this might be their only chance to neutralize their target. So he asks them to buy him some time, promising he'll return after stopping him. The man with bluish hair questions his confidence about returning, reminding him of the first floor is right there, standing before the door. Taya states that 10 minutes is all he needs. The man then approaches him and asks if he knows why they became loyalists. He reveals it was because they believed it was the only way to stop Junsu. Seeing this, the older companion shouts Wee's name. He explains that the reject from Cheong's Special Operations Division joined Team Black to survive. Wee continues, saying they were sent abroad for dirty work, and contact with their families became rare, and that's how they discovered most of their relatives had disappeared in tragic incidents to keep Chiansu's secrets. Wee states that their desire to see Junsa defeated rivals his own, but assures him now is not the time. Taya cuts him off, declaring it's now or never. Grabbing him BOI, questions how he could defeat someone who has reigned for decades, reminding him that he himself almost beat him at the annex. After a moment, Taya simply replies that he can do it. He explains that last time he was caught off guard while hastily chasing a fleeing Chien-Su, but he guarantees that with 10 minutes, in a one-on-one fight, he will win. Taya then places his hands on Wu's shoulders and asks him to say he believes in him and to buy him 10 minutes, because then he'll ensure Junsu is neutralized. Wu stares at him undecided. The older man wonders how he can ask for something like that, but then he himself tells the young master to go. He then states they'll be waiting and asks him to come back to them soon. Taya turns his face to the side and then runs up the stairs. Wee turns to the vice president and says he can't be serious about sending him back. After everything, the vice president supposes he's getting old and his memory has grown hazy. He regrets having forgotten so much about the kind of person the young master was. As a child, meanwhile, in the 11th floor executive lobby, the fight had already begun. One of the loyalists charges at the enemy, but his advance is stopped mid-attack, as his opponent says that's strange. Then he's slammed hard onto the floor. The older man questions why they call themselves loyalists. He doubts they ever even met the late chairman, the legend, the captain of Team Black. Group 5 gets back up, then Junsu. Dot then asks if young Master Taya is really worth such a huge risk just to keep him here. He continues, questioning if it's even worth keeping him contained. On the floor, Ledger replies that the alternative is to let him roam down to the first floor and defeat everyone. So the answer is a resounding yes. The group of men then prepares to attack Junseo. Junseo remembers that, as a child, the young master used to be bullied relentlessly at school. Back on the staircase, the vice president explains that his parents didn't send him to a private school, insisting he be raised normally. He continues, saying that when the young master was in 3rd grade, a 6th grader took his money, realizing the young master had more money than the others. The aggressor started bullying him every single day, and the more the young master fought back, the worse the bullying became. Until one day, he drew a large circle in the schoolyard, where everyone could see it. He then started calling out the 6th grade bully, for a one-on-one fight every day. Y asks if the young master beat him. But the vice president explains that the bully never even showed up. Instead, he would call him somewhere else. And continue the intimidation. And the young master never fought back, just taking the attacks without ever complaining. The vice president then asks, if they know what Tai has said. Back to the fight in the lobby. One of Ledger's blades shatters on the floor. He then prepares to attack with the broken weapons. Junsu lunges at him in a memory. His godfather says, "That's enough." And begs them to change schools. His mother also questions why he insists on putting up with this bullying. Taya replies that the aggressor offended him. And his friends with words he can't even repeat. But he assures his mother he can handle it. And asks her to let him try. He then simply asks them to declare their belief in him. In the present, Junsu glances back toward Ledger. He then backs away from the men who remain standing. Taya's voice echoes with a promise. If they did, he would deliver, and he swears he'll always win, no matter who he's fighting. Junsu stands still, waiting in the middle of the hall. Taya then makes his dramatic appearance. Wielding a blade, Ledger turns, shouting that this wasn't part of the plan. He runs toward the young master, questioning what he's doing here, since the mission was to keep him away. But as he tries to send him away, Taya lunges forward in the blink of an eye. Ledger watches him pass, utterly surprised. Taya focuses his gaze on the opponent before him. Junsu stares back at him. Then Junsu intercepts Taya's attack, grabbing his face with one hand. Holding him, Junsu states he was waiting for him, and calls him young Master Taeyong. Ledger can hardly believe it, stating he didn't even see him move. He then wonders, how can a human be so fast? Taya attacks Junsu with several blows, and tells them to head to the first floor, as he'll take over from here. Ledger looks back one last time. Taya affirms that he will be the one to deal with that man. Junsu then attacks him with a powerful kick. He falls to the ground and looks up. Taeyong gets back up and prepares for the fight. Junsu asks if he's really going to face him. Guessing he has a plan, Taeyong rushes toward him. But Junsu stops the attack, grabbing his face with one hand. He then throws him far away and comments that, as far as he can see, his plan is nothing special. Taya is then pushed back with force. Junsu reminds him that they say, no one stand a chance against him. Revered in the era of chaos and conflict, he stands at the top of Chiangu's security forces. Those who know his name would never dare challenge Chiangu, as he was the only one who survived the head of Oziang. A flashback shows Taya sitting in a bar. In it, a man declares you should never say never, and as long as he remains human, he can be defeated. The man responds, that's the spirit. He then explains that those who claim fighting Junsu is a lost cause speak out of self-preservation, not fact. He recalls that during the mansion fight Taya mentioned, Junsu shattered his knife with his bare hands. This technique, weapon break, borders on the impossible, as it shatters the blade by striking the bevel angle, requiring monstrous strength and grip. He then reveals that this is also a technique of his own creation. In the present, Taya lunges forward, attacking with his weapon. Junsu's skills stem from his physique, and an innate talent for copying any move he sees. In other words, he will only use techniques familiar to him. Junsu then demonstrates this by breaking Taya's blade with his fingers, and moves in quickly to counterattack. Taya dodges the blow, ducking under it. Junsu looks back, questioning him about the new blade. Taya crouches with another weapon, and his opponent asks if he really thinks that will be enough. In a flashback, a man asks the young Taya if he's okay. He pushes him on the swing, and mentions that his mother seems very worried about the sixth grader who bullies him. Then he offers to step in and help if Taya wants. Taya refuses the help, saying it's fine, but he asks the man to stop by his school at noon. Well, he's not busy. He then explains that he needs him to tell his mother how he wins. Back in the present, Taya faces Junsu with two blades in his hands. Junsu comments that he shatters any blade he can get his hands on. Taya charges, accusing him of daring to use the same technique on him twice. Junsu blocks his punch and asks if he was testing him. Then, he lands a direct hit on the young man. Junsu observes the result of the attack. Taya remembers something and wields a new weapon. Suddenly, Junsu is hit in the shoulder. He realizes his opponent's movements, while seemingly reckless, actually hide a deeply calculated purpose. They're fueled by an unwavering conviction, a certainty that victory, with dagger in hand, is his. Tiha then names him the sworn enemy of his grandparents and parents, declaring he's here today to finally claim his revenge. What do you do when you just can't break someone's spirit? The bully physically confronts and threatens him, even defacing his desk with insults. But the boy remains utterly defiant, taunting his aggressor right back. The bully then goes to meet Tiha in the schoolyard. Inside the drawn circle, a third grader, 3 years younger than him, was challenging him. Merely accepting the fight was already humiliating. Still, he clenches his fist, with the sole plan of neutralizing him with a single punch. The aggressor then steps inside the circle. He charges towards Tiha, but the younger boy waits for him, standing perfectly still. Then Tiha kicks the sand on the ground in front of him. The move makes the aggressor slip and fall backward. A wooden plank had been hidden under the sand to set the trap. Taking advantage of the fall, Tiha launches a sudden attack. He aims for a weak spot that could take anyone down, and that spot was the nose. That blow alone could have been the end of it. But instead, Tiha picked up a rock he had prepared and began to decisively overpower the boy. He did this to ensure he would never be bullied again, and so that neither he nor his family would have to hear those insults again. Junsu watched the scene from a distance. Having seen what happened, he reported to Tiha's parents that the boy defended himself remarkably well. Back in the present, Tiha looks up from the floor. Junsu then attacks with the slash of his blade. The move cuts clean through a marble pillar. The blade sliced through the pillar as if it were paper. But what truly surprises him is something else entirely. He notices the weapon doesn't seem to dull, no matter the wear. The young master's skills could allow other knives to achieve a similar cut, but the sharpness of this one was truly remarkable. But Junsu grabs him and twists him, saying he aimed too low. Tiha looks up while on the ground. He steadies himself, then deftly trips Junsu with a leg sweep. Junsu instantly knows that's Aikido. Undeterred, Junsu advances on him again and says he still recalls when the young master was just a child. Taeyong, however, swiftly blocks the kick. He then recognizes this Korean martial art technique as Kong Sudo. Junsu muses that with meticulous planning, patience, and sheer determination, he secured his ultimate victory. And that day at school is still vividly etched in his mind and still brings a laugh to his lips. He then questions, against him, is his strategy truly to use a single blade? Suddenly, a second weapon materializes on Taeya's back. Junsu scoffs, asking if, after 17 years of planning, this is truly all he has to show for it. He continues, questioning if Taeya thought he could just run things here, after merely a taste of the underworld life. Next, he demands to know if he truly believed that this level of planning and strength would be sufficient. He then lands a punch that shatters a massive pillar, asking if that would be enough to defeat him. Taeya is violently thrown against the wall. Junsu turns away, dismissing him after the impact. But suddenly, spikes impale him from all sides. He's completely stunned by this unexpected attack. He then looks back, wondering just when that happens. Lying on the floor, Taeya defiantly says, "That's right. And every now and then, you truly meet someone like that." He continues, explaining that these people possess immense strength, skill, and talent, earning them the title God's favorites. In a flashback, a younger Taeya confidently includes himself in this group, claiming to be a prodigy. He then asks if he could truly win, even against those who are in a league entirely of their own. Regina Salerno, the formidable underboss of the Salerno family, replies that he can because he is her pupil. Regina demands what he's doing and orders him to get up. He struggles, trying to get back on his feet. He then questions if he plans on staying on the ground. During a real fight, Tae gets up and asks if he really has a chance against them. By training like this, Regina just gives a slight smile. He asks her about people who are in a league entirely of their own. Then, she suddenly hits him with a massive hammer. The impact slams him hard against a tree. She warns him he can't expect to win, not if all he does is take a beating. Lying on the ground, he asks if her toy hammer is actually made of steel. She confirms that it is. The night continues in the forest. Sitting together now, Regina explains that, from what she can tell, he has exceptionally fast-twitch muscle fibers. Taeya asks her, what are fast-twitch muscle fibers? She explains that muscles are divided into red and white fibers. Red, or slow-twitch, fibers are for endurance. The white, or fast-twitch, fibers are built for short bursts of energy, like in sprints. Regina concludes that with his fast twitch, dominance, and long legs, using speed as a weapon is his absolute best bet. Tyrell replies that they already knew that, which is why they chose knives as their primary weapon. But he also knows that speed alone isn't enough to survive in that field. So he asks her if, even being faster than most, he wouldn't just be a joke to anyone at her level. He grabs his shirt, stating that he's still not good enough and can't go back to Korea like this. He continues, explaining that he has no information on Jun-soo, the president's bodyguard, or on his techniques or training. The only thing known about him is that he's undefeated. So Taya needs more information to face him. Regina scolds him for calling her master, reminding him they're family, and he doesn't need to be so formal. She insists he call her sis, and Taya, surprised, just asks her to stop, but she tells him to say the word. As she advances with a knife in hand, he then runs away from her at high speed and jumps into the water to escape the attack. Getting out of the river, he asks if she really meant to attack him with a real knife. Regina just watches him from the riverbank. Then, she puts the knife back in her belt. Sitting in the water, Regina says he really doesn't get it. She points out that he can never dodge her attacks with a toy hammer, but the moment it becomes a knife, he does it like it's nothing. She then states that he'll never improve unless he faces real danger. Since that day, he became someone who can only act when the situation is extremely dangerous. She advises him to fight with all his strength every time if he truly wants to improve. Her voice echoes, telling him to forget the small skirmishes, as only high-stakes battles will push him forward, as long as he isn't defeated. Taya then remembers that this is his only path forward. On another floor, a bald man tells his opponent it's the end of the line. He's then hit by a powerful blow to the face. The bald man stumbles back from the force of the impact. His adversary prepares to attack again. He then hits him with a series of powerful blows. The attacker's face gets bruised during the clash. The bald man can barely react to the force of the blows. With one last hit, he yells that there's not a chance. The bald man is thrown against the wall. His opponent turns and shouts for the boss. The man approaches and asks if he's okay, and the boss replies that yes. He's finally comments that their opponent is a brute with simple techniques, but with unbelievable strength and endurance. The bald man retorts that he's also a brute, who's all muscle. Then he shouts for the Yangmu division. Questioning the delay, a voice replies that the containment barrier has them confined there. On the communicator, we calls for Guangsu. In the control room, a woman reports that they've just taken a location. She adds that they also lowered barriers to block armed forces coming down. From 8th floor guys says that's a relief, but the situation there is still tense, and asks where the young master is. The woman asks for a second to check, and asks her colleague about Taya's location. We wonders why he would be fighting an old, white-haired man on the 11th floor. Ledger questions what it means, that the young master is fighting Jun-soo alone. A woman in the control room asks who the captain is, and tells them to calm down, as he went out to rescue the young master. In the control room, the operator struggles to describe the captain, pointing out his distinctive mustache. Her eyes then dart to the security monitors ahead, and on one of the screens, a woman is suspended, clearly restrained. The operator can hardly believe her own eyes. She then calls out her name, Lady Heron. Over the communicator, a voice crackles back, asking, Heron, can you hear me? In response, our operator in the control room hears the prisoner demand to know who she is. The operator quickly introduces herself as Suri, explaining she saw her from the control room, but isn't sure if Heron remembers her. Heron then sharply questions, how dare you pretend to be part of my house, to pass as one of us, without even knowing who Suri is? Suri quickly denies the accusation, explaining they actually met a long time ago. She continues, revealing she used to be in training to be the successor to Chief Gaejong, before suddenly running away. Wooey, standing nearby, interrupts the conversation. He remembers her as the girl who broke the persimmon tree and fled under difficult circumstances. He then assumes that's why she knows Taya, since he was previously in the Jiangsu district. Heron thanks her for trying to help, but states that Suri isn't strong enough for this situation. She then reveals that the creature Jun-soo prepared as his special trump card, is already on its way. The operator concludes that there's nothing they can do now, but Heron desperately asks for a favor, to take a message to the head of the main house as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in another hallway, Ledger and his men unleash a barrage of fire, wondering what's truly happening. Ledger furiously complains to Guai, outraged that the young master is fighting Junsu alone, which was the whole point of all their efforts. Guai just stares intently down the hallway before him. Guai states this isn't about victory or defeat, but a long-awaited settling of scores, and he hadn't expected the young master to actually face Junsu alone. Suddenly, one of his men takes a hit. Another shouts a warning, an attack from behind. Then, Wu Yi charges forward, neutralizing the attackers with his swift blade. He strides through the hall, now littered with defeated adversaries, holding one of the fallen men. Ledger and Wei gather around their wounded captain. On the floor, he groans, asking about the situation. But the man replies, "We're outnumbered. We won't last much longer." An older man approaches Guangsu, thanking him for his service thus far. Wei turns to the newcomer and states, their patience has finally paid off. Ledger then presses him. What happened? Is the young master really with Junseo? He confirms it, boasting he'd handle it in 10 minutes. But Wei quickly interjects, ordering a full retreat if he isn't back in 5 minutes. The abrupt order leaves Ledger speechless. More men are cut down by a hail of gunfire. Wei and Ledger watch the chaotic scene unfold. Suddenly, Guangxu appears, demanding to know why they took so long to arrive. One of the newcomers steps forward, explaining they were delayed by unexpected barrier walls that suddenly materialized. Then, the Yangmu Corps, the unofficial armed unit of the Chiangsu group, advances with chilling orders to stop all targets. Ledger immediately recognizes them and questions if using full tactical gear isn't a direct violation of the committee's protocols. Wei barks an order to Asura, escort the vice president to the main entrance. But Ledger, concerned, asks about the young master upstairs. Wei calmly reassures him, stating, he is the new master, remember, to whom they have sworn their unwavering loyalty. And he adds, confidently, that of course, the young master will return victorious. Meanwhile, in a surprisingly simple office upstairs, a map and a calendar adorn the wall. Taya observes the place, mentioning, this is the president's office, on the 36th floor, where only he and Junsu were ever allowed. He looks around, clearly disappointed by the room's stark simplicity. The space contains only a small kitchenette and some surprisingly old furniture. A dispatch schedule is plastered right onto the wall. He wonders if this has to do with him never forgetting his humble origins in construction. Sitting at the desk, he muses that his grandfather was one thing, but realizing his father also utilized this very spot makes him definitively conclude that eliminating them was absolutely the right call. His companion then suggests that now that he's witnessed the place, it's best for them to evacuate immediately. Taya declares the situation is far too perilous, as the black team has allied with the loyalists. His companion warns him he won't be able to protect him on his own if he even manages to reach that high. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Junsa questions how Taya could ever possibly reach him. One of his men reports that Heron has already been subdued and is being brought right to him, doubting Taya can accomplish anything at all. Back in the office, Taya then asks if the implication is for him to defeat Junsu. The companion gravely doubts that will happen, but suggests the young master could simply ignore the fight and head straight for the target location. Taya declares that's utterly impossible because, as long as Junsu controls the 11th floor lobby, not even his grandfather could ever break through. He then picks up a striking red phone, remembering his grandfather isn't around anymore, and that it ultimately doesn't matter. Taya sits at the desk, the phone clutched in his hand. He then asks his companion if he's ever seen a phone quite like that, and the man replies that he hasn't. Taya explains it's a rotary phone that old-timers used back in the day, and he reveals this specific one puts him in direct contact with the 4 remaining emperors on the council. The companion watches him intently, then asks what Taya's true intentions are. Now that he's become president, Taya tells him, think about it, explaining his father eliminated his grandfather, and then he eliminated his own father. Taya places the phone onto the desk and asks, what has truly changed now that he's the president? He answers his own burning question, stating that at best, doing nothing will only continue to divide the country. Alongside the other 4 council members, his companion then questions if this means he won't join the council, but will instead pursue a different path. He explains that to truly rule a country, you need wealth, knowledge, and power. For the initial negotiations, he requires 2 crucial pieces: Huimin, the son of Ozong's former second-in-command, and Junsu, the man who earned the faction's trust by confronting their chief directly. Taeyong states that once he secures Ozong's loyalty, which represents pure power, the rest of the council will become completely irrelevant. His plan is to merge forces with Ozong, dismantle the council, and seize full control of the country as its sole emperor. In a past scene, a young Taeyong appears, wounded, a knife clutched in his hand. Junsu then declares that this is the sacred pact between him and the boy. His companion asks if the plan is to join the Ozong faction and abolish the council. She doubts they would ever agree, since they were the very ones who removed the president from power to usher in this new era. On the phone, Taeyong states that there's a group that will follow whoever shows the most strength. He then dials, suggesting that to escape their grasp, one would have to overcome the group's chief. His companion stares at him, beginning to grasp his true intention. Taeyong explains that Junsu never truly left the shadows and questions why he would utilize special operations to create a successor. In a past fight, damage to a crucial pillar causes the entire structure around them to collapse. Young Taeyong advances on Junsu. Both armed, they face off, ready for combat. Junsu unleashes a furious sequence of moves, overpowering the young man. Taeyong falls as his opponent watches him, standing in the present. Junsu vividly recalls the confrontation. He acknowledges that in technique, strength, and stamina, the young master finds himself lacking. But he admits there's one specific area where the boy consistently outshines him. Young Taeya then shoots forward, making an instantaneous advance, or, as Junsu prefers to call it, an extraordinary speed. He admits it's an innate talent, the one thing he can neither perceive nor block. Taeya's weapon closes in on his opponent, but Junsu intercepts him, stating that even if his eyes can't follow the movement, he swiftly throws him over his shoulder. He then adds that he can definitely anticipate the action. The young man is slammed to the ground, yet lands on his feet. Junsu declares that the legacy of martial arts is as old as human history itself. He continues, explaining that countless combat techniques were created and refined for survival and conquest, and he claims to have trained in and mastered every existing discipline, devouring the history of mankind. Taeya attacks again with a powerful kick. Junsu admits that despite everything, he still hasn't managed to gain a clear advantage over the boy. Taeya ducks to the ground, expertly dodging a swift attack. He glares intensely at Junsu after dodging. Taeya then reacts to a swift movement that passes dangerously close to him. Taeya states that luckily, his hands can still move. He then prepares to attack once more. Junsu stops him with a direct, forceful move. Even after all these attacks, the young master continues to advance relentlessly against him. Junsu alternates between his techniques, making sure to never use the same one twice. To surprise him, he overpowers him with yet another move. The young man twists on the ground after the fall. Junsu reveals he has been fighting with all his strength. He then wonders why the young man's eyes still stare at him with such burning intensity. The image of an ancient spear suddenly appears. Taeya lists the martial arts his opponent has mastered, like Aikido, Kung Fu, Judo, and Muay Thai. He continues rattling off the list, praising Junsu's incredible mastery of the arts. But Taeya claims he possesses something more. The scene shifts to a mysterious figure leaping across the city. At night, Taeya reveals that to reach this point, he had to confront every master of those disciplines. His dagger then tumbles from the air, and he questions the countless years Junsu dedicated to the arts. Then the young man swiftly reaches for the falling weapon, and he catches it with unwavering grip. The young man declares this feat is nothing compared to the hardships he endured as he rigorously trained, with only pure determination and nothing left to lose. Junsu realizes the dagger didn't just fall into his hand. He wonders if the entire move was calculated, realizing Taeya had thrown into the air on purpose. In a flashback, Junsu tells the young man to deeply remember his teachings, He advises him to never betray emotion when facing a powerful enemy, and to wait until danger truly feels imminent. Back in the past, Junsu explains that this is the perfect moment to strike, needing only a mere 0.1 seconds to show them what he's truly capable of. In a swift, unexpected move, Taeyong lunges upward from below and manages to shatter Junsu's formidable defense. The older man is completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. Taeya then triumphantly declares that, after an incredibly long and arduous journey, he has finally won. He remembers the Seoul Olympics, a massive global festival broadcast on live television. On screen, countless white balloons filled the sky to signal the glorious start of the festivities. But back in Junsu's hometown, the roar of bulldozers tragically drowned out the Olympic anthem. The massive shovel of a machine mercilessly demolished the neighborhood's rubble, all under the guise of an urban renewal project. Ruthless real estate owners swarmed into the neighborhood, and the neighbors who once shared meals were now cruelly pitted against each other, sharply divided between tenants and landlords. Junsu's father, who had raised them alone, was found dead, the victim of a brutal attack by thugs, specifically hired for the demolition project. His older sister attempts to comfort him, telling him not to cry. She tearfully continues, "It's no time for tears." He explains that ever since he was little, his sister Sahayan was the strongest person he'd ever known. She never once dropped below third place in her class. She was his father's pride, and to him, an absolute idol. Even crushing poverty couldn't break her spirit. When she declared she'd quit school to work, he desperately begged her not to. His body was the only thing he had to offer, after all. So he started delivering newspapers at dawn, then making food deliveries late into the night. Every single night, returning home exhausted, he'd watch his sister studying intently by candlelight. Until dawn, she'd marvel. People use computers to send messages so far away. Isn't that just incredible? She'd ask. His sister shared that the chairman of Chiansu believed semiconductors were the key to the future. And so, she vowed to become an engineer and change the world. Every night, she'd write about her big dreams in her diary, promising to repay him for everything one day. For Junsu, just watching her made all his relentless struggle feel absolutely worthwhile. Months later, after his sister finished her college entrance exams, he used his meager savings to buy a celebratory cake. But when he finally arrived home, he found the entire neighborhood engulfed in roaring flames. He stood frozen, still clutching the cake box, staring at the destruction. A frantic neighbor ran up to him, completely desperate, not knowing what to do. She explained the thugs had set everything ablaze, and then fled. The woman then pointed out that the fire had originated right at his home. Junsu let the cake box slip from his grasp and fall. Then he sprinted desperately towards his house. But by the time he finally got there, he found her already outside, sprawled before their burning home. A small crowd had gathered around his fallen sister. A young Taeya was on his knees beside her, apologizing endlessly over and over. He explains that a passerby had bravely leaped into the flames to save her, pulling her out with severe burns across her back. And tragically, he explains, the young woman did not survive the devastating fire. Junsu then cradled his sister's lifeless body in his arms. The truth is, he knew what had truly been happening. He knew that while he was out working, thugs and landlords had been relentlessly harassing his sister. He knew she'd cry alone after school every single time. She held on, fueled solely by her sheer determination. My sister, that had scored incredibly high on the college entrance exam, high enough to get into Seoul National University. The very next day, the thugs returned, backed by riot police. That's when a single man charged directly at them. The clash that followed was absolutely brutal. It resulted in countless casualties and injuries. That very night, 3 real estate offices and 1 landlord met a gruesome end. Amid raging fires, to avoid tainting the Olympic glory, the government swiftly covered up the entire incident, erasing the perpetrator's identity and all his records. And so, the young man prepared to accept his grim fate. In an interrogation room, he sat across from a mysterious woman. She then calmly asked if he was awake. The woman commented that he'd neutralized all those men, without any formal training and without a single scratch. In response, he simply asked, "Who are you?" The woman introduced herself as his savior, the very person who had just saved his life. Junsu asked if she was a victim's relative, seeking retaliation, and told her to do as she pleased. He claimed he had nothing left to lose, telling her to just get it over with. The woman lifted his chin, questioning his certainty, and then reminded him that he still hadn't found those truly responsible for the fire. Junsu visibly reacted to her words. She then stated, "That was exactly the reaction I was hoping for." The woman regretted that he wasn't a girl, but explained the Olympics had her working globally. She then revealed herself as a scout and offered him a completely new start, 10 years working abroad. It's revealed he was sent abroad, joining an organization of elite, shadowy operatives. This organization was called Ordo Nox, a fearsome syndicate of master operatives, considered one of the most dangerous in the entire world. There, he meticulously worked his way up to an executive position, before abandoning everything he owned and retiring. He returned to Korea, on the strict condition that he would never leave again, and that his alias and all other records would be completely erased. 10 years had quietly passed since then, and he had only one crucial reason to come back. And that reason? To seek answers. He uncovered who partnered with the government to evict them and construct those new apartments. The building's facade proudly displayed the name Shine Group. Junsu fixates on the towering building. The company name instantly clicked. He recalled his sister telling him that the chairman of Chiansu envisioned semiconductors as the future. Later that very night, the moon hung high. He then infiltrated the chairman's office, which was just an old, rusty shipping container. This was Chiangu's old construction office from its earliest days. Inside, he startled a young man, addressing him as Taya. He declared to the young man, "It's time to settle the score." Not for what transpired 10 years ago. But in that very moment, the young man caught his own reflection in the glass, only to express profound relief that Junsu was alive. The young man recognized him instantly, tears welling up. As he began to turn and apologize, Junsu seized the back of his shirt. He then spotted the burn scar on the young man's back. The memory of a boy apologizing amidst the fire flashed back. Young Taeyun confessed, heartbroken, that he hadn't slept peacefully since that devastating day. He apologized for not returning the fountain pen sooner, hoping that confronting him now might finally bring some peace to Junsu's sister. Junsu gazed intently at the pen. He then explained that Taeyun had told him Chi Young-gu was negotiating remodeling terms with the government at that time. He continued, explaining that when he visited the area, he witnessed the fire and was the one who pulled Junsu's sister from the raging flames. Taeyun knew that nothing he could say would change what had happened. He offered a heartfelt apology, admitting his own ambition to change the world was what caused it all. The memory of his sister's words about becoming an engineer who would change the world flooded his mind. Junsu gripped the pen even tighter. He then commanded Taeyun to prove, with that very pen, that he still intends to change the world. The scene then cuts to Junsu in the past, declaring, "This is no time for tears." Taeyun accepts the pen, a clear symbol of their trust. He then vows to build a company truly serving the people. Junsu watches the scene, a silent observer. Taeyun's promise hangs, palpable, in the air. He simply turns and leaves the place. That pen was the last remaining memento of his sister. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to reclaim it. The sheer weight of his actions over the past 10 years. That was too profound to ignore. He knew it. The instant his fingers enclosed that pen, his sister would appear in his dreams, reaching out, and question him relentlessly. At a restaurant, Junsu eyes two men. Are they Chilman and Hansik? He asked directly, of the notorious insane group, before one of them can even finish asking who he is. Junsu swiftly takes him down. The man crumples to the floor. Bystanders gape, bewildered by the sudden chaos. The remaining group members rise, ready for a fight, but demanding to know his name. After a decade of training, fueled by raw anger, he feels surprisingly empty. He then challenges them all. Come on. He declares that once he's done, it'll be as if they never even existed. Junsu stands victorious amidst the chaos. All his opponents sprawled on the floor. One of the men lies defeated, an overturned table beside him. He then slowly turns his head to the side. A new figure steps into the room. He explains the commotion drew him here. He turns to Junsu, remarking with surprise, to find someone who can actually fight. The newcomer fully turns, his gaze fixed on Junsu. Junsu meets his gaze silent. The powerful head of the Ozong faction, Duckhill Park then asks for his name. Junsu counters, asking if he's their boss. With a confident smile, Duckhill replies with another question that wanted to know what Junsu would do if the answer was yes. In response, Junsu lunges forward, aiming a swift punch, but the boss simply catches his fist with ease. It was the very first time anyone had blocked his attack. This forced him to take a serious look at his opponent. In Duckhill's eyes, an intensity he'd never witnessed. An intensity like a caged tiger burning within a man. Their intense battle stretched for over 40 minutes, while their subordinates watched in absolute silence. And for the very first time in his life, he encountered a man wielding incredible power, with nothing but his bare fists. Duckhill All Park remarked it wasn't half bad, and that it completely reignited his fire. Lying defeated, Junsu confessed he'd lost, begging him to finish it. Duckhill Park declared he'd love to hear his reasons. The man demanded to know his story, and utterly exhausted, Junsu eventually relented, telling him everything. His sworn enemy, the insane group, had utterly vanished, as the Osung faction had absorbed most groups. He told Duckhill that they were all just pieces of the same problem. Regardless of their name, the boss simply burst out laughing. Duckhill then declared that it didn't matter what they were called. What truly mattered was that they had the power to make real change. He continued, questioning what politicians had done, while people were left helpless or simply disappeared, while the president attempted to restore a military regime with their collective strength. They stopped him, daring anyone who had a problem with it. Duckill's voice was so loud, Junsu thought his eardrums would burst, but he couldn't tear his eyes away. That day, the man let him go, even though his subordinates questioned the decision, calling it a grave mistake. Duckhill simply stated he'd gotten his answers, and since the decision was his alone, everyone should shut up. Junsu then looked at his own hand. After carrying out his plan, he contemplated for days before returning to Sioko and offering to become his bodyguard. Sioko was surprised, admitting he was quite curious. Junsu then stated he wanted to see how he would build Chiansu by his side. Thus, the story highlights Sioko as a man of character. He was also a stubborn man with an unyielding will, but he fiercely returned the loyalty of those devoted to him. And as the company grew, a faction calling themselves the Loyalists formed by his side. Meanwhile, his own sons began to turn on each other. Out of jealousy, years passed, and Shine Group became a leading tech company. Just as Junsu, his sister, had predicted this. Yet, something in Sioko had shifted. He had lost all his drive. He didn't just overlook the corruption festering within his own ranks, but completely abandoned his vision for the future. In the instant he faltered, those holding grudges seized their chance. One of his sons then, with a smile, announces that the board had contacted them and invited them to join Soko. However, Sioko reacts with fury, confronting his son. He then explains his reasoning. The moment corporations meddle in national affairs, they collapse. The memory of his sister, lost during the tragic reconstruction incident of the Inzong district, likely still haunted him. Junsu secretly visited the hospital Sioko frequented, and it was there he found out Sioko was battling a terminal illness. Only then did Junsu understand why Sioko had overlooked the rampant corruption. He didn't want to stir up trouble or make enemies within his own ranks, all for the sake of the next in line. Sitting beneath a tree, Sioko laments a brewing financial crisis, saying they need to sell half the company. Junsu approaches, and when the chairman calls, he responds formally with a smile. Sioko asks if he's disappointed, adding, "It's a shame this is all I managed to make of Chansu." Junsu then challenges him. Why would you say such untruths? Stating that if this was truly all, he would have abandoned him years ago. And Sioko replies, acknowledging you're right, because if I gave up over a few politicians, I could never face my sister's memory. I've lost money, but never my faith in my people. He promises he will rebuild Chansu from scratch. True to his word, Sioko survived the crisis and transformed Shine Group into the nation's largest conglomerate. But even he was powerless against the march of time. Sioko's third son, Suyak, he was then chosen as the next chairman, or more precisely, the chosen one. That was his grandson, Taya. Sioko believed Cheonggu wouldn't survive the third generation, So, Suiak was chosen as the second-generation chairman to train the third. Suiak was the only son who resembled him in spirit and skill, and his own son also showed signs of brilliance. Their philosophy was simple. They stopped the president with their strength and dared anyone who had a problem with it. Unfortunately, Suiko's decision was hasty, as Suiak had no way of controlling Cheongu, as it deteriorated from within. The other son then approaches Junsu and invites him to join the board. He claims his father is too stuck in the past, and that once on the board, Junsu could rule the country for the next century. Junsu reassures him, saying he'll take care of everything and questions. If he doesn't, that also want to leave his mark on the company. He then adds that the invitation came from the Osung faction, and that their boss seemed to know him. The scene shifts to a sunny garden. Suiak approaches Junsu and asks if there's a problem. Junsu informs him that he won't be able to accompany him on the trip, and Suiak reminds him it was an important trip. He explains that the date coincides with the anniversary of his sister's loss. Suiak stares at him in silence for a moment. He then understands and, with a pat on the shoulder, wishes Junsu a safe trip. If a place of torment truly existed, he knew he would have a special place just for him. He had already made peace with that. But even if he had condemned himself to eternal suffering, he would protect the Cheongu that his sister and Suiko dreamed of, no matter the cost. He explains that it wasn't Suiko's fault. He simply grew weak from an incurable disease. But without him, Cheongu would have crumbled. As everyone knows, there was no one else who could lead the company like Suiko did. His sons and subordinates followed him with unwavering loyalty, but not a single one dared to step out of his formidable shadow. And that, my friends, becomes a serious problem, especially when someone like Duckyill Park decides to muscle in and seize control of the entire Cheongu, with absolutely no one left to stop him. The only desperate hope to protect the company was for him to join the board and shield it, until the day it could finally stand strong on its own 2 feet. Taya intently watches the unfolding scene. Junsu then lunges, unleashing a powerful kick. The brutal impact sends the young man careening into the wall. The blow connects hard, and Taya reels from the powerful impact. Junsu coolly shifts into a ready fighting stance. The young man struggles up, bewildered by what just happened. He was so sure he had blocked that attack. Then, it dawns on him. Junsu has gotten impossibly faster. Taya barely manages to dodge his opponent's next lightning-fast kick. Speed was once the only advantage Taya had on his side. But now, Junsu has completely caught up to him. With a swift, precise blow, Junsu strikes him right in the face. He then grabs Taya, holding him firmly in place. Taya, however, retaliates with a clean, powerful counterattack. His opponent staggers, feeling the full force of the blow. The young man then turns, facing him with renewed determination. But Junsu quickly retaliates, striking him hard with his weapon. He then backs away, watching Taya's pained reaction to the hit. Junsu coolly states that people who live in fear of the end are incredibly easy to manipulate and control. The true reason he appointed Gua as chairman was never because Gua was truly worthy, but rather because he desperately needed to buy time for Chong. Not until the Gu's true successor could be found, and until someone possessing power even greater than his own finally appeared. Taya's numerous injuries hinder his every movement, and he feels the crushing weight of this confrontation. But he resolutely ignores the searing pain, because this is the exact moment he's been patiently waiting for. It's time to finally defeat his family's sworn, hated enemy. With his own 2 hands, Taya lunges forward, ready to strike. Junsu watches him approach, and a dark laugh escapes his lips. In a flashback memory, Gua's ambitious eldest son, Chong, questions Junsu, demanding to know why he betrayed his grandfather, especially since it didn't seem to be motivated by mere power. He then cynically asks if merely joining the board is truly enough, and suggests they could easily overcome all their enemies. Together, Chong was, indeed, incredibly cunning, a man who had cold-heartedly betrayed his very own brother. This, perhaps, was the very reason Junsu found him so intriguing. He saw an ambition burning within him, one that wouldn't be satisfied by merely joining the board. Cheon's audacious proposal made him wonder if he might just be the crucial force Cheongu desperately needed. He then pivots a laptop towards Junsu, revealing he'd uncovered something truly intriguing, thanks to that yacht incident, where his father had ensnared him in a deadly trap. He managed to seize incredibly valuable intel. A helicopter recording, shockingly, reveals Taya appears to be very much alive. Sean then discloses that, based on whispers, the Salerno family, a ruthless Italian organization, rescued him. He then suggests that Junsu might want to take care of the boy himself, since his survival undoubtedly spells trouble. Junsu simply offers a subtle, knowing smile. He replies, telling Sean to simply leave him be, stating that the formidable Salerno family doesn't tolerate outsiders lightly and will undoubtedly stop him first. Back in the present, he concludes that Taya will soon be utterly defeated. Junsu attacks with a perfectly aimed, powerful kick. Taya counters with a devastating, unexpected assault, and then strikes him mercilessly from behind. The blow is decisive, and his opponent collapses. In a haunting memory, Cheong informs Junsu that Taya is alive and has become a highly dangerous agent. He then proposes using Taya to finally take down his father, pinning the blame on him. And after the job was done, Junsu was to neutralize Taya himself. Aboard the plane, Cheong asks an associate if everything is prepared, who confirms the devices will be activated mid-air. He explains that Junsu hadn't truly defeated him, but deliberately left him in a perilous situation, as it was the absolute most he could do. He knew that if the boy was indeed the true successor, he would surely escape the encroaching danger. Back in the present, Junsu reels from the decisive blow. He stares intently at his opponent. Taya's face is visibly etched with the brutal signs of battle. He soon declares that he doesn't fear the inevitable end, as his life, he believes, has certainly not been in vain. He finishes, observing that it truly seems. Sayoko's relative has inherited all of his unwavering brilliance, coupled with a determination for justice, far surpassing even his own. He endured immense hardship in a distant land, before finally finding his arduous way back. Absolutely nothing can stop him now, as he pushes onward, showing no fear. Junsu admits to Sayoko that he has won. He forged something his old master never managed. A flashback shows him standing amidst the trees. He then glances up, a subtle smile on his face. A child blessed with Sayoko's brilliance has followed a path much like his own. And now that both their journeys have concluded, Manhwa has finally been completed. The showdown concludes, ending on the ground, understanding that his fated time has arrived to finally face his destiny and find redemption. Junsu, it's revealed, finally understood Sayoko. Right at his very end, the fire that claimed his sister's life became a pivotal turning point for both. But the silent vows they swore to themselves turn out to be worlds apart. A memory of Junsu saying that it was the painful anniversary of his sister's death now comes to mind. He then ponders if Subiak knew about the lie at the time, or if he was genuinely fooled. If he knew, then his weakness is to blame. But if he was truly blindsided, the fault is his alone for being so complacent. At a meeting, Taya dramatically holds up a fountain pen and demands to know if anyone recognizes it. The one who inherited the chairman's symbolic pen was set to become the next in command. There's no way Subiak could have genuinely been surprised, even if he didn't predict the betrayal. He must have already felt disappointed in Junsu. Just as he judged Subiak, he himself was also judged and deemed unworthy of getting that pen back. Seo-hyuk simply states that's how business is done, with rigorous personnel evaluations conducted every single day. He then issues a challenge. To show the future, he claims he's left for the company. Junsu is defeated, his body crumpling to the floor. His lifeless eyes stay open, staring blankly within the vast expanse of the Grand Hall. Taya says they are probably waiting for him downstairs, but he's gravely wounded. In a bustling lobby, heavily armed soldiers are locked in a fierce clash with Guangshu's men. He complains about his opponents are simply too well equipped, which is just unfair. Wooey glances at his watch, then orders his men to retreat. A subordinate warns him that the young master that hasn't returned yet, but Wooey insists it's too late. Wooey states that 11 minutes have passed. That's since their agreed upon time. They need to save what men they have left. Seeing the retreat, Guangsu orders his own men to advance. An elevator door opens and Ledger steps out. Wounded, Taya senses someone approaching and tries to force his battered body to move. A shadow falls over him. He looks up at the figure and tries to speak. One of Wooey's men grabs Wooey, insisting they hold their ground. But he shouts it's enough. Wooey yells that the mission has failed, that he was defeated, and at the moment Jun-Soo walks through those doors, a red-haired man carries Ledger, complaining about the chaotic situation. Wooey is surprised to see Wooey, asking when he got there. Ledger calls for help, claiming he saw everything from start to finish. He then announces to everyone that Jun-Soo has been defeated, and that it was Taya who beat him. Wooey and Wooey react with shock to the news. Guangsu also shows his disbelief. Men cry out in despair over their master's defeat. Taya remains standing in the confrontation hall. Nia Yun Isu. Ledger watches him from a distance. Jun-Soo lies on the floor, his eyes still open. Ledger looks confused for a moment, his face obscured. He straightens Taya and wonders if he's free. He continues the gesture, questioning if he's finally free. Jun-Soo's eyes finally close. Ledger then approaches Jun-Soo and looks down at him with contempt. He then bites his thumb and smiles. In the lobby, Suri gathers with the others near Van and tells him to go. She asks if the man being carried was defeated, and her companion confirms he's still breathing, but that they need to get out of there. Wooey then tells them to go on ahead, stating he will stay behind to hold off the enemies. He explains that since he doubted the young master, he plans to do this himself, buying them precious time. But then Wei pulls him back. He tells him to cut the heroics and just go. He then slams the van door shut, stating that Wei needs to stay here to serve the young master. Wei bravely turns to face the danger and yells for them all to leave, entrusting Cheon Su into their care. Suri and the red-haired man call out his name. The man carries Ledger and shouts for them to run. A memory flickers, showing Bowie welcomed by a man who mentions John Su's recommendation. Wei recalls their difficult journey together, from the slums of the Inzong district to Chiansu, as they make their desperate escape. One of the men questions if they'll be okay, fearing they'll be caught in no time. Suddenly, a white car screeches to a halt beside them. From inside the vehicle, a man states the situation looks dire and tells them to put the injured man in the car, offering to help them. Suri and the red-hair man wonder if he's an enemy. The man in the car states the damage is already done, and if he is defeated now, Chiang will deceive the council with his lies. Jae-pol Kim, the vice chief of the Ozong faction, assures them with a confident smile that he never makes losing bets. In an office, Asura is on a call and says she understands. She then turns and confirms to her boss. It's true. Taya really did beat him. Her boss's hand smashes the phone down on the desk. He then reacts with pure fury, screaming Taya's name. The facade of a restaurant called Bowman Gukbab is shown. Inside, a voice states that, for now, they've done what they could. Taya is lying on a bed, recovering from a serious injury, but his life is not in danger. A man in a suit expresses his relief, while the doctor remarks that it hasn't been long since their last visit. He then suggests they take the patient to a real hospital instead of leaving him with a doctor at an unofficial location. But Jae-pol Kim explains they can't, since the Ozong faction could be implicated in the Chiansu incident. The doctor simply scoffs, asking, since when do thugs care about politics? Jae-pol retorts that if they don't use their brains, they'll face massive losses. That's why he's come to this beast's den. He then offers him the chief professorship of surgery at Gashing University, a position soon to be vacant. The doctor curtly tells him to leave, stating he prefers saving lives as a hobby. Jae-pol Kim, unfazed, simply adjusts his glasses and tells him to take care. He then turns and calmly walks out the door. Outside, Suyuk and his men ask how the patient is doing. Jae-pol informs them that, fortunately, the condition isn't critical and Taya just needs some rest. Jae-pol bids his goodbyes, telling them to head inside, as he's already leaving. But before he goes, Jae-pol Kim asks them to tell Taya to meet with him for another talk. When he wakes up, Soo-hyuk and his men watch his car drive away. Down the street, one of them asks if Taeya really woke up, but Soo-hyuk doesn't answer. Inside the car, J-Pole Kim gathers his thoughts on the recent events. He recalls Taeya mentioning the upcoming Chianga board meeting. After all, Taeya is the rightful heir of Chiangu and the grandson of the late chairman Seo Ko-jin. J-Pole knew he was an extraordinary fighter from overseas, but not that he was Chianga royalty. His remarkable eloquence and negotiation skills are clearly in his bloodline. Now, Taeya not only has the loyalists on his side, but also the man who defeated Pitcher and Gwangho. And on top of all that, there's one more crucial factor. He defeated Johnson in the heart of Chiangu's territory. Taeya is not only excellent in martial arts, but he's also intelligent. If he decides to challenge Chiangu for the presidency, he'll take everything. With that in mind, he wonders if they should just eliminate him. He then picks up his phone, identifies himself as the chief, and demands an immediate meeting with the executives. Back at the restaurant, Soo-hyuk tells his men they need to get out of there pronto. One of the men asks what Soo-hyuk is talking about, pointing to the young master's condition. He explains that Oh-sung runs 30 hospitals in Seoul and asks why they brought him to a traditional restaurant. Suddenly, one of his companions punches him in the face. Soo-hyuk then states they're in a gray area and will be discarded the moment they're deemed useless. The assaulted man asks what his point is, and if the plan is to just carry an unconscious Taeya around. But Soo-hyuk says Vice President Young will contact them soon and suggests they wait until then. He then holds up a flash drive and asks if they know what it is. He reveals that it's security footage from the control room on Cheon-su's first basement level. The device contains all recordings from the last month, from the 38th floor down to the 6th basement level. His companion still asks what he can do with that. Soo-hyuk reveals he's a data broker who sells raw information, which can be traded for anything elsewhere. A train moves along the tracks. Inside a crowded car, a young man is standing. Gwang Hu-young, the vice president of Changku, tells a man to straighten up as they are in public. The man just laughs and asks if Gwang-hu's legs are already giving him trouble. Min Chong-hyo, vice president of the Dubang Association, taunts Gwang-hu, asking if it's his first time on the subway, since he always sees him in luxury cars. Gwang-hu tells him to just say what he wants and leave, as the next stop is Cinderam. He then begs for help, insisting that the young master needs to take over as chairman. Min Chong scoffs, asking if he's really the Gwang-hu he knows, or if he's just gotten too old to think straight. He adds that if he came to beg for favors, the least he can do is compensate pitcher and batter. First, Gwang-hu offers 300 million, one for each of them, plus $1 billion to cover the commission fee. But Min Chong just brushes him off, telling him to get lost. He claims he's about to take a nap. Gwang-hu then offers to help Min Chong oust the chairman. He reminds Min Chong that he still covets that position. Suddenly, Gwang-hu's hidden men, along with other passengers, reveal themselves. They're all ready for a confrontation. Gwang-hu then asks Min Chong not to say such terrifying things. Min Chong slowly lowers his glasses and coolly questions what's making them so bold. The scene abruptly shifts to a serene rural area in North Gyeongsang province. At night, a young woman in glasses prepares for action. She's suspended high by wires. A Yun clan board member wonders who would dare have the audacity to seek her out here. On the roof, Baek Yun, the clan's chief, states that her dear former disciple has returned to pay for her past mistakes. The suspended woman tells the other to stop stalling and open the door. The scene is set in Wanwado, the Yun clan's foundational training ground. A voice offers a special tea made from 2 kujin leaves, harvested in early spring in Hadding. They claim it possesses the finest flavor. Baek Song-yun assures her that after just one sip, Suri will never go back to that cheap coffee found on the streets. But Suri-yun, the former head of Yaburi Sang, says there's no time for tea. She urgently needs to speak with the clan leader, as Miss Heron specifically instructed her. The Yun clan chief, Baek-shin-yun, finds it hard to believe that a third-rank officer, like Heron, was defeated and imprisoned by Chien-su. He then speculates that perhaps Heron didn't bring her sword because of the board meeting, since the young woman can barely live without it. Suri replies that she wouldn't know, especially if she only saw her through the Control room's camera feed. Baek Young sets down her cup and dismisses the mission to help a man named Tia as utterly foolish. A young officer then says he will hear the message and judge whether to deliver it to the clan leader. He tells her to speak. Suri interrupts him, stating she was perfectly clear. She insisted on speaking directly with the chief. He warns her he's in no mood for games. Speak now, he demands, before he makes her. The officer clarifies. If she were truly following Heron's orders, she'd know full well that. Protocol demands she speak with him first. He flat out accuses her of lying and orders her to stop stalling and speak immediately. Suri, the Yun, stares at him utterly silent. A flashback begins. She'd asked if she really had to speak with the clan leader, and the answer was a simple, firm yes. Heron had instructed her that the matter was of utmost importance, and to speak with no one below the third rank. While on the main estate, she also told her to specifically ask for Baek Jong, assuring her the clan leader would come, if it was her calling him. But her attempts to pressure him weren't working, as she hoped, so Shuri finally gives in, deciding to deliver the message. The status of COBL has fallen. The officer questions her. Did Heron really say those words? Suri confirms, asking, how could she possibly mistake something so short and direct? Even he understands that the message signifies a coup. The officer states he'll inform the clan leader and dismisses her to rest. Suri remains silent, eyes fixed on him. Then, it hits her. He never intended to let her leave. He confirms it, asking if she truly believed she'd left that house. Forever? For over 1,000 years. Only Yun clan members have been allowed entry here. He reveals he simply waited, tolerating her youthful rebellion, as it was the only reason to keep a defector alive this long. The officer orders her to come inside and reminds her the formal address begins tomorrow. Suri then agrees, but states she has some conditions in return. The officer questions, are you kidding? She demands permission to visit her father twice a week, and that when the time comes, he helped Taya at least once. And she clarifies that her request isn't for a Yun clan member, but rather for her master. He decides to ignore the sheer absurdity of the situation for now, but asks why she's so dead set on helping him. She replies that Taya saved her father and her hometown, and she's not shameless enough to not repay such a debt. He calls her unbearably smug and asks why he'd help with her personal matters, since she's not even a 5th-rank officer. Suri just smiles and tells him not to be so difficult, as she knows he'll help her no matter what. He then questions why he would ever do that. She states that it's because he needs her, and then she looks him straight in the eye and asks, isn't that true? After a moment of heavy silence, he stands up and tells her to come with him. The full moon shines brightly in the night sky. As they walk through the courtyard, he comments that it's been a while. In the training yard, 2 clan members are sparring intently with staves. 2 young clan members enthusiastically greet the chief. Bae Chong approaches and remarks that it's quite late, asking if they're all right. She then dismisses them to get back to what they were doing, and they promptly obey. Suri watches the interaction in silence. Baek Hyun explains that scouts find children with exceptional potential and bring them to the Yun clan. They are raised in Wonwado, and if their combat skills stand out, they join the Western Division. But if their intellect prevails, they start as 5th-rank officers in the Eastern Division, serving in administration or diplomacy. Only those who possess the trinity of beauty, strength, and intellect can join the clan, which is why they're trained from a young age. She reveals that, however, she joined that house at 17, and the clan leader herself came to get her personally. That hadn't happened in 50 years. And someone like her chose to bring Suri there when she was 19. Back in the courtyard, one of the young trainees takes a devastating blow. The sheer impact sends him hurtling backward. The other clan members are stunned by this spectacle, desperately calling out for their chief. Suri yells Baek Chong's name, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. The clan chief simply states, that talent is a gift bestowed by the heavens, and that one, blessed soul, is capable of leading millions. Baek Chong reminds her that Suri questioned whether she was wanted, and reveals that to have her, she'd give up all those children. Without a second thought, she then tells Suri to get her gear. As Suri suddenly remembers this exercise, Suri understands the task at hand. There are 8 knots in total. If a single knot comes undone, or if she hesitates, the children will be in grave danger. Baek Gyung states that if her talent hasn't faded, she might consider Suri's conditions. Suri defiantly calls her an evil woman A few days later, the scene returns to the Bowman Gugbab restaurant. Suyak proudly presents a new menu item, made with Panama geisha beans, featuring a strong jasmine aroma and subtle acidity. He and the doctor then reveal it's an iced Americano that's served in a hot bowl topped with ice cubes. Taya reacts with wide, disbelieving eyes. Lying in bed, he wakes up wondering what that was. On television, a news report announces that the newly appointed chairman of Chien-su, Chong-jin, is about to give his inaugural address. Now, at the table with the others, Suyak asks Taya how he's feeling. He replies that he's not well at all. And just like that, Taya is back. Chong-jin begins his speech. To the 110,000 members of the Kyeonsa family, he declares that today, they stand on the brink of a major transformation within the organization, following in the footsteps of the great founder. He states that carrying the way of his predecessors is not a task he takes lightly, and just as they stood firm against all adversity, to build Changgu, so will he. With his youthful vigor, he promises to lead the company into a brand new era until Chien-su becomes a leading company on the global stage. He and his family will never falter, not in the face of threats nor acts of terrorism. For no matter how deep the darkness becomes, the light of Chianggu will never be extinguished. Back at the restaurant, one of the men comments that it sounds more like a war speech than a corporate address. Wooey explains that Cheong is trying to unite them, since the top executives are gone and Junsu is dead. Taeyong then asks about Guangsu. He wants to know if there are any updates on him. So-hyuk reports they are still searching, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. Taeyong requests that, at the very least, they find his body. Seok then reveals that while he was recovering, Vice Chairman Young issued a directive. The order was clear: to make the young master chairman. They need the board support. Without the backing of those who control the country, taking the chairmanship means absolutely nothing. The vice chairman went personally to ask for help from the Dabong Association, with whom he had personal ties, and Suri went to the Yun clan of Changju to seek support. Taya asks if Suri really went to the Yun clan, and Suya confirms that's where she learned her string techniques. He explains she's on a dual mission, informing them that Chien-su has one of their own, captive, and asking for their help. Wooey then adds that Japple from the O Jang faction asked them to pass on a message. He would like to share a cigar with Taya again. Taya ponders the Dabong Association, the Yun family of Changju, and the O Jang faction, hoping everything goes smoothly. But he knows it won't be easy, especially with the O Jang faction, considering how Cheong tried to frame them. He then stands up and decides he will meet the O Jang faction personally, leaving Suyak surprised by his urgency. The doctor appears, demanding to know if he'll ever rest. He warns that even a minor fall could be fatal. Given his condition, he also gives a grave warning. He suspects there's a good chance this is a trap, since the Ozong faction gains nothing by helping them. Taya simply turns and begins to walk away, stating that during his time in that organization, he learned that having confidence and courage is half the battle when facing an opponent. And more importantly, you must always believe in yourself. Already dressed and ready to leave, Taya says if they've decided to support him, then they must have faith in him. Later that night, the facade of the Salver Cigar Lounge is shown. Taya and Vui arrive in a dimly lit alley, where two shadowy figures are already waiting. One man approaches, confirming Taya's identity. Mansakang, number 12 of the Ozong faction, introduces himself and gestures for them to follow. But Taya asserts he was supposed to meet someone else here. Suddenly, a squad of men surrounds them, and Mansu blandly informs them there's been a change of location. He then suggests Taya listen closely, while they're still being nice, as he'd hate to force cooperation given his condition. Jing Duyang, the faction's number 19, warns that if they resist, the order is to take them down permanently. Taya simply observes that these two are formidable opponents. Through the lounge door, thick cigar smoke is visible. He comments that someone is already inside and asks Lewis to wait a moment, as he'd like to have a brief discussion with them. He flexes his gloved hand and states, "I seriously hate people who don't respect others." Mansu stretches, asking if he heard what was said. Mansu reacts in shock as someone rushes past him. Suddenly, one of Taeya's men swiftly restrains him, warning him not to move. He warns that any resistance will bring serious consequences. Mansu wonders aloud when he even got there. Meanwhile, Lewis drags his feet on the ground, getting ready. Jingguiyang states, if that's his choice, so be it, and charges forward to attack. But just then, one of his bodyguards swoops in and intercepts the blow. With a powerful impact, he then hurls Jing Wu Yang clear across the room. The bodyguard roars, reminding the young master that he'd warned him. It was a trap. Bowie remembers Taeya's poignant words. If they decided to throw their support behind him, then they needed to have unwavering faith. He finally recognizes that this man is his true master. His loyal men quickly handle the remaining faction members, while Bowie bids his goodbyes, promising to see them after their crucial meetings. Taeya then turns, pushing open the lounge door. He strides confidently into the establishment. Inside, he comes face to face with the one who's been waiting. Taeya blinks, then asks if he hadn't already given fair warning. He states there was absolutely no reason to test him. After all, he couldn't have defeated Junsu if he wasn't truly the real deal. Inside, Duckhill Park gestures for him to take a seat. He then formally introduces himself as the esteemed head of the Ozong faction. The attendant respectfully greets him and confirms he's prepared the same cigar as their last meeting. But Taeya simply points to another selection, declaring, "I'll have that one today." He then calmly walks toward the plush sofa. J. Paul Kim offers an apology, explaining that the minor commotion was a necessary charade, all to make this meeting appear to be a coincidence. Taeya simply tells him to cut the pretense. He then smoothly lights his cigar and suggests Jay, "Paul, go take a walk." Dushio. Park lets out a hearty laugh, now comfortably seated. Taeya, the official heir of Chien-su, declares the adults would like to talk for a bit.